Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Luffy had future Pirate King's power? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. There's a noun only used at Fuchsia village that represents yearning, a feeling of missing anything held dearly, a person, an object, or even phases of life. The first time Luffy uttered it, his nakama grew confused and inquired whether he had made the word up. Such an occurrence confused the captain, who wondered why it wasn't part of the lingua franca, but his crew easily grasped the meaning, as it was a sentiment so common in daily life. Saudade was the name. It was possible to feel saudade of your old toys, the smell of someone's cooking or the sun rays that used to shine on your bedroom during childhood. In Luffy's case, he was experiencing it in the form of his old crewmates. The sky was blue when the Straw Hat found the One Piece. Laugh Tale had been just like Robin described on the readings of the Poneglyphs, a joke on itself, its existence so absurd people who stumbled upon it couldn't help but laugh. Luffy hadn't been an exception, only for the fact that his eyes watered with sad tears, and the wish that anyone he ever loved could witness the completion of his dream. In reality, finding the treasure was not the key for Luffy to become Pirate King. He had long guessed it was the case, since the ruler could not hold the crown without their crew. What had fueled his trip to the place were the sacrifices the Straw Hats made for him to reach that point, writing adventures in their own blood. Time told people a new king had taken the throne, a man who had the highest bounty of the world, putting a celestial dragon fortune to shame and face down emperors of the sea at the ripe age of believers and non-believers existed within the crowd, though none of it mattered, as Luffy had not accepted the title. For him, he was just the failure of a captain who couldn't protect his crew. In the past, Luffy stood proudly against all odds, never looking back at his actions. Whatever was done had been filled with certainty, no takebacks or regrets embedded, a reliable back carrying the wishes and prayers of whoever crossed his path and showed an inch of kindness. Despite his unpredictability, Luffy's line of action and thoughts only faced forward, the future at sight. The voices of the past were mere pieces forging his adventures, never letting their claws cage and restrain him. The turning point was a cruel one, in the name of Zoro. The first mate was a steel wall, the only one with enough power to put a stop to whatever nonsense Luffy had decided to tangle up, and was obsessed with the thought of getting stronger. The Straw Hat had never asked the reason, since deep down he knew it was tied to Zoro's loyalty towards the crew, a love expressed in the form of protection. In the end, it was Luffy who wasn't strong enough to notice an attack directed at him, obligating the swordsman to take the hit. That was the first step to the downfall of the Straw Hats. Like a castle of cards, after one of the foundations was removed, each of the pieces fell at an abnormal pace, and all Luffy could do was watch. His rubber powers bestowed on him allowed his arms to stretch indefinitely, but they weren't capable of stretching fast and far enough to save his crew. Sobriety was a neglected lesson, a mark on his life that reminded Luffy how weak he was and what it would cost if he did not change. He failed to notice strength was not the one variant on a battle, but mindset too. So, in the place of a boy who laughed and grinned in the face of danger, a 22-year-old man whose hands were stained in his nakama's blood woke up on a boat. Luffy woke up at Sunny, which was surrounded by water hurricane serpents. The familiar creak of wood was wet against his feet, and although it was raining cats and dogs, he could pick up voices screaming at each other, a buzz on his ear that Luffy had not heard in years. Unlike his nightmares, the screams carried a mix of excitement and fear, euphoria running on their tongues as they were in the eye of the storm and still surviving, holding their ground. Of course, it had to be another illusion, memories pouring in as the captain recalled old adventures, until they drowned him, bringing forth sorrow and saudade. Luffy hated it, hated with a passion how his mind played those tricks, throwing him on the past to once again remind him of his failure. At this point, guilt was becoming a long-time companion, and Luffy would like it to just leave and let him experience life like before. It was selfish, to let the past take the dying face of his crewmates and wish to leave it behind, to start another adventure without them. But he couldn't take it anymore, his brain was not brilliant but what it was doing was pure cruelty. So he raged against the sea, beating the sheet out of the serpents who had the nerve to reform and strike Sunny once again. However, Luffy did not give up and kept throwing punches left and right, in hopes of calming his fury. He was fuming. He was angry. He was being pulled by a familiar hand. Luffy, calm down. The storm has passed, we are safe. What's up with you? Luffy blinked 2, 3, several times before looking at the face of his cook. Sanji had his left eye covered, eyebrow twirling at the end of it and a wet cigar between his teeth. His blonde hair was lighter, probably because of the rain, and his face implied anger, though Luffy could look at the blue eyes and see worry painted on them. Never had an illusion touched him. Luffy, a soft voice called out to him, albeit younger and more honest with its feelings. Sanji's figure in front of him was becoming blurry, whatever movement caught was only a blur of colors, and Luffy felt his heart accelerate. It was beating on his chest like it wanted to leave it, to cut it open and run, as it was only getting tighter, and his head followed the same action. Despite the painful banging inside his body from both mind and heart, at the same time he could feel nothing, as if he was drowning on the sea, as if his soul was trapped in a rotting corpse that refused any command he gave. Distantly, he heard a thud, only to notice it was the sound his knees made as they came in contact with the wood, and his lungs decided to abandon him too, making Luffy do the manual work. The thing was, he could not remember how to breathe. Panic coursed on his veins and made the task harder. He wished to ask for help, but his voice did not come out, no words were forming on his tongue, and his stupid mind was unable to form anything coherent. What helped the straw hat through it was the very same jovial voice. It kept talking to him at a slow pace, and soon another one joined, though more raspy and melodic, followed by clacks of bones. They asked questions that he absent-mindedly answered, regarding sensations, smells, noises, easy things like that. The sky was blue, there were seagulls flying low, it was a hot and humid day. Luffy caught the word breathing and repeated the command to follow the rhythm. In, then out. They continued like that for some time. Luffy could not in his life tell how long it took for him to finally calm down, and, as the stress left his tense muscles, his stomach lurched, and he ended up spilling its contents on the floor. His helpers asked for consent to touch him, and Luffy nodded. Soft paws gently held his sticky hands, a smell of flowers invaded his nostrils as someone massaged his back, then threading his hair off his face. The buzzing stopped, and the straw hat tilted his head up to find a group of people who, instead of being painted in blood and devoid of any life, were very much alive and unhurt. Just very concerned. This was not an illusion. How, he coughed, and someone handed him a cup of water, instantly gulping down. How are you guys here? Did I die? The hairy figure, Chopper, spluttered, "No. You are not dead." And what do you mean how? Wasn't it you who recruited us? Luffy scanned his surroundings, and indeed, he was at Sunny before everybody went to train on their own. Nami, Sanji and Robin had shorter hair, Zoro had 2 eyes open, Usopp lacked a ton of muscles, Frankie looked more human than Cyborg, and Chopper wore his old hat. Only Brook seemed unchanged by time. This was 5 years ago. How was that possible? Are you feeling better now? Robin asked, still running her long fingers on his hair. In all honesty, Luffy felt his body was weighed down by tons of sea prism stones, with a tiny Usopp hammering his temples like the frequency he used to hammer Mary Go, which was all the time. Yeah, I'm fine, he answered instead, breaking into a wide smile to soothe the worry on his nakama's face. That apparently worked, since they all dropped their tense shoulders. You made us worried. What happened, Luffy? How are you wearing clothes I didn't buy? Did you use our money without me knowing? And where is your hat? The last question was almost shouted, and set the crew to run through the ship, not needing any order from Luffy to find his treasured hat. Nami had asked many things, and he knew she did not need an answer right away. It was just her way of showing worry while maintaining a distance. Her habit was picked up during her time with Arlong, his fishmen crew, quick to anger whenever she, a human, expressed any sort of concern upon them, a sort of humiliation no proud fishman would easily accept. So Nami showed her concern with a scolding tone. The captain of Thousand Sunny laughed at the commotion, insides feeling warm upon the display of respect and love held for him. Sorry, don't worry about my hat. It's where I want it to be. But it's your treasure. Didn't you have a promise with Shanks regarding it? Sanji intervened, no longer being able to hide how stupefied he was. Time and time again the hat had to be saved and stitched back with how often they ran into trouble. And time again all of the straw hats put their lives on the line to save it, almost as if the piece of straw was a crewmate itself. Luffy simply shook his head. It's really okay. I am sure it is safe too. He turned to Robin and Chopper. You two can let me go now, thanks for the help. Contrary to his words, Luffy did not want to let go of the warmth that surrounded him. The textured paw gave a sense of grounding, and the fingers on his scalp were nice. They assured him the situation wasn't a trick of his mind. But Luffy was a captain first and foremost, the main pillar of support. He wasn't letting his yearn for comfort cloud his actions. Brook approached his captain and offered a bony hand to help him up, which Luffy took gladly, as his legs felt like jelly. He recognized one of the voices from earlier as Brook's, and would have been surprised the skeleton knew how to handle his episode had it not been a certain conversation they shared over tea. The leaves were brewed specially by the skeleton, a sort of peace nesting on the ship as all the straw hats slept, for the exception of 2. You see, loneliness does quite a show when it reaches a certain point. When nothing can be offered as a comfort to you in the present, it searches on the past, digs up memories you would rather keep buried than surfaced. Wouldn't you feel happy to see the faces of your old nakama? The skeleton stirred his tea with a spoon on his teacup, lost in thought. Luffy knew Brook had sailed far away from where they sat. It was interesting how expressive the musician was, even if he didn't have facial muscles. As easy as a human can change their mind, a memory can achieve the same. What once were sweet memories of me playing with the Rumbar pirates, became sour the moment the context they surged changed. Right away, Luffy wanted to disagree. How could the face of a loved one bring pain? What refuted his opinion was the feeling of Ace's arms. They were the reminder nothing was everlasting, all things had to come to an end. Throughout Luffy's life, he found many places that he deemed safe, where he sought comfort and reassurance. First was Shanks' hip, then Ace and Sabo's side and then Zoro's back. None of them lasted till the end. Their arms were warm but also cold reminders things always came to an end. That day, he thanked Brook for the extra dose of tea to help him through his sleep. Without it, Luffy was sure he would have pulled an all-nighter. A pleading voice interrupted his thoughts in the form of Tony Chopper. Luffy, if you need to talk, you can always count on me, okay? I am the doctor of this crew, let me know what is hurting you so I can fix it. It was a childish request with a shallow promise of fixing, like all the problems of the world could be solved by reading a book. Nonetheless, the words made Luffy feel better, because at the end of the day what mattered the most was not an answer to his problems, but the thought that his nakama were alive and safe. A follow-up of grunts and nods revealed the crew's desire to help Luffy, and he found himself letting hope consume his heart, whispering that yes, this was his crew he so loved and he was in the past. Before the captain could stretch his arms around everyone and give a group hug, a prick on his stomach made itself known and, as Luffy looked down, he saw nail lines adorning it. That explained why his nails were sticky. So he steeled with shaky steps and went to the bathroom to check the damage. In the washroom there was a cracked mirror big enough to fit Luffy head to waist. All mirrors that weren't in Nami's or Robin's room were broken in some way, since men often bumped them with force. As a result, it distorted their image in funny ways. The first time it happened, Luffy and Usopp laughed so hard they had to run to the deck to gain air, their lungs emptying once they looked up again. So, as a tiny prank from Sunny, the ship wiggled whenever someone was in the bathroom so they could bump on the mirrors, resulting in all of them being cracked. Luffy looked at himself and racked his brain, trying to remember how he looked 5 years ago. Surely, the scar on his chest did not exist, so he opted to close down his shirt, and the trustful hat wasn't there, so his image was a bit incomplete, a ghost sensation of something sitting on Luffy's hair. Should he try to mimic his old self too? The man kept tugging his face around the edges to copy the baby fat his face had when he was 17, to no avail. Defeated, Luffy decided to just act like himself. It would be too troublesome and annoying. He exited the bathroom to ask Sanji for food, but stopped on his tracks when a sea king showed up in front of them. Green and blonde hair jumped and attacked the creature before it had any chance of doing anything, knocking it down. The force of their attacks made the animal spit two mysterious figures, landing on the deck unceremoniously. A woman with green hair and fishtail, and a starfish wearing a bonnet were dropped. Cammy and Pap, something. They repeated their actions from the first time Luffy met them, explaining their situation about a friend who was kidnapped by a bunch of bandits. During the back and forth, the captain chose to remain silent, much like a spectator watching a memory play like a movie. It felt weird, since it made him feel detached from the present as he knew what happened in the end. Jumping blind on adventures was more to his taste, so to experience the same adventure twice, Luffy couldn't say whether he liked it or not. Maybe one thing or another would be different and, if it was too boring, he could pull some sticks to make it more fun. While the others were talking with the two new occupants, Zoro, like a shark smelling blood, approached his captain sensing his distress. "Luffy, you sure you are okay?" From afar, anyone could say Zoro was relaxed, as if nothing bad was happening or would for the next hour. Hell, even standing near the swordsman some would say that, but Luffy, who knew his first mate like the back of his hand, noticed an anxious hand clinking one of the 3 swords in and out of its scabbard, a habit to soothe his nerves. Sometimes a finger or two got caught in the blade, drawing blood. That wouldn't do. "Give me your hand." And Zoro did without question, like the devoted man he was. It weighed awkwardly and too sweaty on Luffy's hand, action not coming naturally as the right-hand man did not have a habit of touching others if not for lethal purposes. For Luffy, however, it was perfect. "I'm okay now." It was unfair of him to deny comfort yet accept depending on who it came from. Nonetheless, Luffy couldn't care less for such inconsistency when it was about a man he had not seen since he was for now, the captain would let himself bask in the presence of Roronoa Zoro, his most loyal companion. So, whose but we got a kick? It earned a snort from the green-haired man, as Luffy summarized every situation with whose but he had to kick. A bunch of bandits who fly in fishes, I guess. The nonchalant response to the absurd affair made Luffy giggle. Let us go, then. Cammy, Starfish, don't worry. We will help you. For now, the Straw Hat's captain would let his damaged mind believe in this sweet reality and fight with every muscle of his body to ensure that, this time, none of his crewmates would leave with unfulfilled dreams. He wouldn't let them fall prey to self-sacrifices, absolutely show them there is no need for such. Monkey D. Luffy will set sail with a crew of dreams that will definitely come true. It was anticlimactic and kinda pitiful how quickly things ended. Luffy had been facing opponents far stronger than fake Sanji, taking many fights and lots of beatings to come out victorious, so he didn't hold back when facing him. As the ship was approached by flying fishes, the captain brought forth Conqueror's Haki using only, 20% of its full power, and the bandits just passed out. All of them. Even fake Sanji. He was planning to just give them a little scare, much like a parent hiding behind their hands and saying, "Surprise!" None of his crewmates understood what had happened, except Zoro, who was standing nearby and had been eyeing Luffy ever since their talk. Although the man himself could not fully comprehend how he did it, Zoro did not pry. Luffy just shrugged his shoulders, a promise in the air to explain later. There was a back and forth between the Straw Hats and Hachi, who understood they would not be compelled to help him because of their history with Nami. Luffy looked over his navigator and, once she complied to Cammy and Starfish's request, he gave the order of rescue. He told them to wait for the kidnappers to wake up, much to their confusion, and let the situation develop by itself, fake Sanji telling his tragedy. Luffy was just petting fake Sanji's bull while hearing it, the animal very docile under his hands. The fight was over when the Straw Hat's cook kicked the copy on his face, restructuring it. Hachi was safely retrieved to his friends and, as a thank you, began to cook takoyaki for all of them, shooting glances at Nami to see her reaction. Torao would have loved the takoyaki. He disliked bread and umeboshi, but overall ate anything, especially seafood. Luffy smiled at the thought of the stoical man eating the squid snack and cracking a small, almost invisible grin. Their crews often got together to eat meals, a party breaking out as they celebrated basically anything, Penguin and Usopp acting very funny when drunk. Maybe one day they would get to party with Hachi's cooking too, making it a squid party. Thinking of a Torao who could not know Luffy, sharing no memories but their names in mind hurt more than he could admit. Moments of weakness, hardships and affection all thrown in the garbage, only stored in one's heart, as if the love Luffy held would become unrequited, turn into delusions the instant he uttered a past event. For the past years, Luffy was never interested in romance. Not a single thought of a relationship passed through his brain, already occupied with meat, adventures, and his crewmates. What Law had done, though, was slowly creeping into Straw Hat's mind and occupying a huge portion of his brain, alongside the thoughts of meat and Pirate King. At first, Luffy could not understand the feelings he felt towards the Surgeon of Death. Only after Torao took the first step that the puzzle pieces fit in and created a picture that made sense. They had been dating for 2 years, and were just engaged, Torao proposing on his deathbed. It was the ultimate act of selfishness to ask for an eternity of love when Torao was to be taken by someone else, that being Lady Death, but Luffy indulged him. They were pirates first and foremost, egoism was at the description of the job. The proposal took Luffy by surprise, not for the context in which his partner decided to ask for his hand, but because he had never thought about that. Marriage was a type of union he had never gotten to experience before. Sure, people from Fuchsia village were married, but why? What did a ring on your finger mean? Gramps once said it was the alliance of 2 people for life, until one day they kissed and a baby spawned before the couple. Dayton scowled upon the issue, babbling it was a waste of time and restriction of freedom. Makino told him it was the ultimate state of romantic love, whether they decided to live together or not. While Luffy was clueless as to what the barwoman meant by romantic love, if it was what Nami and Vivi carried on their eyes when they looked at each other, then he supposed that's what he and Torao shared. Would he be considered a widower, since his Torao died? That didn't sound right, since technically Torao was alive in this timeline, just not his fiancée. Luffy shook his head, those thoughts were too complicated for him, so he opted to not think about them, even if they were screaming at the back of his mind. He busied himself by filling his mouth with as much takoyaki as possible, oblivious to his crewmates whispering among themselves. Do you think he is really okay? Shouldn't we do something about it? You mean like, an intervention? It may be a good idea, he is acting odd and that reaction he had me worried, Nami mused. Her captain had been unusually quiet and his clothes and appearance changed a little, though she couldn't put her finger on and point what was different before and after the storm. It's Luffy we are talking about, Sanji intervened. If he has anything to say, he will do so himself. Let's just trust him, okay? Usopp and Nami nodded, but still felt their hearts conflicted. From what Chopper had explained, that had been a case of panic attack, prone to happen with people with a history of trauma. The Straw Hats had their pasts laid bare for the captain and their companions to see, in a place where their dreams and well-being had to come second to their duties. Luffy had, quite literally, beaten the sheet out of the source of their problems and given them hope and a place to belong. For them, the man set aflame the world government flag and declared war against them, laughed at the face of a fake god and faced down trained armies. Now was their turn to help their jovial captain, but they had to be patient. And if that was necessary to make Luffy feel better and more comfortable, they would gladly hold their anxious hearts and wait. The shitty cook is right, for once. Let's wait for Luffy to come around. What'd ya call me, green scum? F off, stupid shithead. While a fight broke out, Robin got lost in thought. It wasn't a simple change of clothes that her captain experienced. Luffy looked like he was thrown from one place to another, as he could not even recognize he was at Sunny at first, eyes darting left and right trying to comprehend where he was. She accepted Sanji's suggestion though, they had to be patient and wait for their son to explain things. I can hear you guys from here. All of them froze, eyes wide like the flying fish. Luffy played with the toothpick, biting it as he casually did not mention he had heard their conversation about him. It's complicated. I promise I'll tell you guys, but I really can't right now. We understand, Luffy. We will be there for you when you do. Thanks Robin, you guys. That was the moment they actually hugged, 9 people squished together with limbs tangling between each other, hair ending on someone's mouth, another was smelling really bad. It was uncomfortable, it was perfect. Seeing the topic was dropped, Luffy decided to tackle another one before they got to Sabaody as it was of extreme importance, and he regretted not addressing it on an early date. The Straw Hats were a crew that was unique, each of them had their own dreams that, initially, did not correlate. Heck, all of them wished for things that did not require them to be pirates to achieve it, with the exception of Luffy. However, what stood them out from the rest was their readiness to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others, their desires coming second to the safety of their nakama. In the beginning, many battles were won based on strength and determination, the opponents weaker than them. But, as they advanced to the Red Line, enemies that overpowered them began to appear, and miracles, sheer dumb luck and sacrifice became the main factor for their victories. The crew dubbed it as care, love for the people that navigated with them through the seas. At first glance, that looked like the case, but on a side note, it talked about their captain's lack of strength. Thriller Bank was the prime example of that. As Luffy submitted himself to a powering form that could kill him, Zoro had to step up and take away all the pain and damage he had received, or else the captain would die. Luffy gave so much of himself to win and it still wasn't enough, his right-hand man recognized it and had to offer a part of him too, almost losing his life in the process. Sabaody was an island filled with bitter memories, though it served as a lesson to the group. There are times offering your life is not enough to save people, it is not the right solution to a problem bigger than them. The Straw Hats learned how their bodies weren't big enough to encompass their nakama and let them off harm's way. It was presumptuous of them, treating their lives like coins. They knew all lives had high prices, that's why they gambled it so much, though they ended up meeting people who saw the coin and attributed its value to zero, so it was no longer enough to self-sacrifice. The 2 years training served as a way to tackle this tendency, garnering up confidence so this wasn't an alternative anymore. Luffy wanted to plant the seed that, as he was stronger now, there was no need to do such a thing. It would be better to do it earlier than later. And he would start with the first loss. Say Zoro, why did you take away all my pain alone? You knew it could have killed you, didn't you? To say the green-haired man flinched was an understatement, he nearly jumped off his own skin wondering how in the hell Luffy had discovered this ordeal. Zoro threw a glance at Sanji, the latter just shaking his head. It wasn't him, then. How did you? Luffy cut him off. There were several people, including undeads and our own. I'm sure if the burden was divided, the damage wouldn't have been as bad. He touched one of the swordsman's bandaged arms, which made Zoro grimace. The others looked concerned, and Zoro did not like it. You are going to become Pirate King. I'm your first mate, it's my duty to protect you and the others. Zoro, I can't become Pirate King without you. Without any of you. What good is a captain and king without his crew? What good is a crew without their captain? They reached a standstill. Luffy bit his lip in shame of his weakness, having to let his right-hand man take the damage and possibly, trauma of the bear guy. So, instead of articulating beautiful words as he was not capable of finding, he turned to the person who understood the most about what it meant to carry a burden and tons of lives all alone. He turned to Nami, who quickly caught what Luffy was trying to convey. Accepting help isn't easy. The navigator started, gripping her tattooed arm. It's a process consisting of several steps. To accept help you first have to understand there are some things you cannot do alone, which is very hard. I know you, Roronoa Zoro, we were the first Nakama to join Luffy. I saw your change from before and after Mihawk's fight. She approached the green-haired man in small steps. You are a prideful swordsman, hungry for strength. Don't get me wrong, it's admirable and you have the humility to admit you need to learn. What seems to be the problem, though, is that you believe asking for help is a moment for weakness, unacceptable for the man aiming to be at the top. I used to be like that too, completely confident in the fact that I was alone in the world and, if I ever called for help, no one would reach their hand out and it would mean I wasn't capable of dealing with my own problems. That is not true. It was Robin who continued. Our navigator is right, first mate. There are times bumps come up on your path, and you keep tripping on them, disregarding whatever steps you take. It's necessary to let yourself trip and fall to locate them, and take some time to think what you could do about it. If it's too hard, then request assistance. We all would be willing to offer a helping hand. There are instances where those bumps become so big it reaches past your height, and nothing can be done about it. At least alone. Zoro had downturned eyebrows, showing his confusion at Robin's complicated metaphor. Surprisingly, it was Frankie who explained what she meant. What Miss Archaeologist meant is that there are situations that call for multiple hands to work on it. And it is not shameful to be unable to deal with your messes. Mihawk didn't get stronger by fighting alone. Guidance and support are important, and a form of strength too. We are a crew, aren't we? We sail together and share everything together, even if it is pain. Nami emphasizes the last word, bleeding a scolding tone. Sanji piped in. You really are a dumbass if you think we can't handle what you are going through. We are here for you, let us help. Luffy decided at this moment to intervene. That goes for all of you. Don't think sacrifice equals saving someone. I can't have any of you dying on me, or else I won't become Pirate King. The Straw Hat could feel in his flesh and bones an accusation of hypocrisy, of delving into a topic and spilling words he believed that did not apply to himself. However, as long as Zoro and the others felt they were cared for, and didn't choose death to protect him, then it was okay. The crew dissipated with his words, patting Zoro on the back and giving teasing nudges. The atmosphere was light and warm. They arrived at Sabaody shortly after, the scenery of bubbles and trees greeting Sunny like it was a fun and innocent land. Luffy felt sick at the sight. He could hear the desperate voices of the slaves screaming for him, begging Luffy to free them all. Chewing on his lips, he impatiently tapped on Sunny's head, whose rocking back and forth tried to help him calm down his nerves. Internally, Luffy thanked the ship, and caressed where he sat. The screams dimmed, and the headache subsided. Upon their arrival, the first thing he did was jump on a bubble, letting it carry him to the top so he could gather his thoughts and recall the happenings in Sabaody. This is the place where we met that weird panda guy. Should I let him touch everybody so they can train like before? Kami, Hachi and the starfish had to hide who they were. Oh. I have another chance to beat that Tenryubito again. He laughed. That will be fun. Luffy sighed. This was also the place where I first met Torao. The graves shone under the world's golden hour, the sun kissing the sea right behind them, highlighting their form. Craved in bold letters were the names of the Straw Hats alongside the Heart Pirates, and Luffy caressed the engravings, not quite believing what was written. Instead of recalling how each of them met their end, he heard their laughter, quotes they often said, remembered their smell and dreams. Side by side, they rested on a sleepy island of the New World. The captain planned on burying them in their homelands, but the Straw Hats had already decided where they planned to slumber on a night of what-ifs. Torao held his hand like it was his lifeline, the strength almost hurting the rubber boy. Luffy didn't care though, offering any sort of comfort his boyfriend needed. They had visited this place many times, the number of graves just doubling up, and each time they seeked each other out. Luffy was loud, he screamed and trashed as his mind could not take the fact that he had lost another one. Law was quiet, though his face reddened and the stream of tears lasted longer than Luffy's. It was the first time Torao had lost a companion, and he promised himself Penguin would be avenged. But, for now, he was going to grieve. Luffy's grief resulted in the annihilation of tons of important marine bases, and the death of several navies. 1 or 2 admirals were killed in the process. He couldn't remember as his pain was so loud and thirsty for blood, blinding the Straw Hat captain with rage. It screamed at everything, asking why repeatedly, while burning anything in the way, including himself. It was never enough. Nothing he did was enough to fill the hole left by the dead Nakama, so Luffy marched bare-handed and scraped with wounds to devour whoever had the gall to come after his family. Law's rage, although not as loud as Luffy's, was deadly and poisonous. It did not see mercy as an option for the fate of his enemies, rather choosing the slowest and most hurtful death possible. All worthless beings, bugs who dared to call themselves heroes, when all they did was take away people's happiness. His people, Bepo, would cry every night nonstop. So Law had to slaughter every single one of them. They supported each other in moments like these, when duties as captain weighed like the world and the sea and they were mere mortals trying to uphold them. Companionship did not lift the weight, but made breathing easier, made the beat of their hearts a blessing and not a curse. They were supposed to be each other's lighthouse, a constellation that pointed out where home was, even if it didn't have a permanent location. Then, Law's star dimmed. Cruelly, by the hands of an old enemy seeking revenge. Luffy had been away, far from Tarao's battle, to notice the moment his boyfriend fell. What took his attention was the wicked laugh of the attacker, who was dead in the next second by the Straw Hat's rage. He refused to believe the body lying on the floor with ragged breathing was his partner, refused what the future held for him and refused the fact that he was going to be definitely alone. Law coughed under the effect of the poison, a new invention specially made for devil fruit users, that contained molecules of sea stone prism. Luffy, I'm sorry. No. Shut up. This is not happening, this can't be true. This is too cruel. Luffy screamed for a doctor, none promising they could heal his lover, simply shaking their head with eyes full of sympathy. Luffy didn't want sympathy, he wanted Torao cured and whole again. Torao shot him a smile that mirrored Ace's, a type which said they were okay with their deaths, resigned to what awaited them. Luffy hated this quirk of lips, it meant a broken promise. Can't you take it out of your body with your fruit? Do something about your bloodstream? Torao shook his head, sea stone bits weren't things he could use his power on. Please, I need a doctor. A medic. Chopper, where are you? Torao placed his hand on Luffy's cheek and brushed. The river of tears cascading down his face, as if he wasn't the cause of it. For all the pain and grief he went through, Luffy could never get used to the feeling of losing someone, each loss taking away parts of himself and burying them with the bodies, never to be filled again. He never intends to fill them though, the holes left by his nakama were mementos of the love he held for them in his battered heart. It hurts nonetheless, but if it means that his nakama wouldn't be alone in death, he would always give out parts of himself to accompany them. This, however, would destroy him completely. Luffy gripped the hand that caressed his face and felt the cold. Torao's hands were always cold, no matter how much he tried to warm them, they always felt like ice cubes. But this was another type of cold, it was a warning of a vanishing life. You are going to crush my hand holding it like this. The surgeon of death joked, and on any other occasion Luffy would have rejoiced and told the world his boyfriend told a joke, but right now, it was only met with silence. He wanted to say something, anything in this situation, because time was running out and soon he wouldn't have a lover and a reason to live anymore. But all he could do was look at Torao's pale face and stare. His boyfriend was going to die and Luffy couldn't do anything about it. He was willing to break his bones, puncture his lungs and rip open his ribcage for Torao to have his heart. He would go over all of Marine's fortresses and destroy them if it meant Torao would live. He would do anything, yet now nothing he did would matter. All he could do was watch helplessly as the only one keeping him sane was going to be taken away too. Was this what hell was like? To watch everything you love burn down and not be able to do anything? Hell was helplessness and Luffy was feeling every single inch of it. I know I'm hot, but you just staring like this and saying nothing will make me think you like me or something, Straw Hat ya. Another joke, and this time it broke Luffy from whatever trance he was in. The younger one actually stared at Torao's eyes and saw something that took the breath from his lungs. Fear. It was not fear of death. When they set sail and proclaimed to be pirates, the couple already expected a gruesome death at the end. No, what Law was afraid was to leave Luffy alone, to not be able to hold him when Luffy feels life wash away his body, to not be there for him when Luffy needs it. And that gesture, that desperation, was what made Luffy move and lean his forehead on Torao, letting his tears fall on the other's face. You make terrible jokes. Straw Hat said, quietly. Believe me, I know. That made a laugh escape Luffy's lips, and Torao looked victorious, though the fear was still there. I don't want you to go, Luffy whispered, like he was telling a secret. I don't want to go either. Torao's eyes were glazed, the gold was muted. Luffy heard the sound of something breaking, that being his heart. Can't you take me with you? Law shook his head. They would want you to find it, they need you to keep going. Luffy lashed out. But I don't want to forget your voice too. I don't want to forget how you smell, how you smile, how your laughter sounds. I can barely remember what they look like. Zoro has been fading away bit by bit and I'm scared, Torao. I can't do it if I can't carry them with me. I can't do it if you are not there for me. Torao looked pensive for a moment, letting silence stretch for some time before answering. You aren't going to be alone, I promise. People break promises, especially in these kinds of situations. This one I won't break. You just have to grant my last wish. Luffy looked bitter at the sound of last wish, but relented and motioned for Torao to continue. Will you marry me? Till death do us part, one suppose, but you are allowed to find someone else in the future. I don't want anyone, I just want you. But I will remain yours forever. I want to eternalize what we have with me. Please, this is my last wish. And how could Luffy say no? Torao thought that life would bring Luffy another love, another light and move on, but Luffy could never do that. In a way, they already had their forever even if vows had never been exchanged. Under the moon spotlight, the stars as the witnesses, Trafalgar D. Waterlaw and Monkey D. Luffy intertwined their lives forever once again. It wasn't romantic. Luffy hadn't taken a shower in a while given they were on the run. Law was on the floor covered in ash and sweat, smelling faintly like the poison on his veins, and there was a body a meter away from them. None of their crewmates were able to witness the wedding. There weren't rings or a grand speech. But it was perfect. And, somehow, even as Torao's body grew colder and the molten gold that painted his eyes dimmed, even if the kiss tasted like blood and death, Luffy felt his heart grow warm because for the rest of his life he wouldn't be alone. For the rest of his life he would be accompanied by the love Torao held for him. It was a promise impossible to break. Because even in death, Torao still loved him. And that was enough, for now. Luffy gently placed his hat on Torao's head and headed to Laugh Tale, where he would meet a ghost and a smile so similar to his. Following Hachi's instructions, the Straw Hats made their way to Shaki's bar, looking for Old Man Ray to coat Sunny so they could sail to Merman's Island. An affirmation stuck at the tip of the captain's tongue, the fact that they were not going to be anywhere near the undersea island for the next 2 years or so. Yet, he chose to gulp it down. The matter was uncertain to him. He wasn't sure of how much time he was going to spare his crew to train, as he didn't feel good being separated from them for too long. It was selfish to hold on to his loved ones when it could endanger them, but he couldn't help himself. He was a selfish man, after all. Despite his complicated feelings on that matter, Luffy felt quite excited to see his mentor. Whether it was to chat or spar, he wasn't sure. When they arrived at Shaki's bar, said woman began to explain the reason celestial dragons were entities protected by the marine and world government, despite their rotten core and spoiled acts. It was also the first time his crew heard about the term supernovas, or worst generation, Zoro and Luffy being part of them. She told of a man who had tarot cards and could read the future, of a woman capable of changing the tides of time and, finally, of a man that held the title of doctor, though his abilities did not involve healing and rather, creating sadistic art by mixing body parts. Worst of all, the victims did not die in the process and, until he had mercy, they would remain the distorted figures they were. Luffy smiled softly as he recalled the day an alliance was formed between the Straw Hats and the Heart Pirates. Torao was so stiff and serious, a frown solely focused on ending Mingo's life, a 10-year-old plan brewed inside his head. The Straw Hats threw it out of the window, of course. They were incapable of following their own plan, much less someone else's. Well, everything worked out in the end and it was pretty entertaining to punch that a-hole in the face. Moreover, it opened the gates to the opportunity for them to fight 2 Yonkos at the same time. How could he pass that? Like the attentive woman she was, Shaki noticed the grin that graced Straw Hat Boy's face. Do you know any of them, Mugiwara-chan? Luffy widened his smile, teeth shining like the sun on a cloudless day. That I do. Immediately understanding the meaning of that look, she nodded, both amused and surprised, but dropped the subject as she did not know his crewmates could see how much love their captain's words carried. She had been there too, for Rayleigh. Which one do you know, Luffy? How did you meet them? Nami was not fazed by this knowledge. Her captain did know many powerful people, such as Shanks and one of Whitebeard's commanders and son, Ace. Torao, he is a great and funny guy once you get to know him, but I'm not sure he remembers me. Luffy deflated like the aftermath of his Gear 3, heart clenching in pain as he thought of a Torao who wouldn't look at him with the same eyes as his fiancée. We met a long time ago, he saved my life. Then we gotta thank him. Is he on Sabaody? Nami's curiosity was piqued. Shaki took a drag of her cigar. Yes, he arrived shortly after Captain Kidd 2 days ago. Seemed to be looking for someone. It must have been you, Mugiwara-chan. Dunno. Luffy shrugged and leaned his head on the table. He wouldn't let himself hope. Luffy remembered Torao was looking for a new crewmate when he first arrived at Sabaody, so Torao couldn't be looking for Luffy. He dared to dream, though. Since they didn't find Old Man Rayleigh, the group decided to head over to the amusement park while Nami and Robin went shopping. Riding the Ferris boat and Ferris wheel, spinning cups and falling from high heights were activities they engaged in. Brook's loud laughter, or scream, Chopper's little giggles and Cammy, Starfish and Hachi's delighted howls made Luffy forget about the terrors and worries plaguing his mind. As if the land they stood on wasn't hosting human and fishmen slavery auctions and housing Tenryubitos. He felt he was in a world free of marines, pacifists, mercenaries and pirates. He felt young again. The world was great and he had his nakama again. But of course, when everything is all sunshine and flowers, it is bound for a tragedy or disaster to strike. This time, what broke down this streak of happiness was a newspaper falling from the sky, with breaking news. Fire Fist Ace, 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, was caught and sentenced to death. Currently, he is being held on impel down. It was like a flip of a switch. Luffy's demeanor changed from 1 second to another and, gripping the paper he was holding, he knocked out, or possibly killed, the man about to kidnap Kami. A single punch on the temple, that was all it took. A silence encompassed the area. Every person within half a kilometer could feel a chill run down their spine. Animal instincts kicked in, alerting them of a monster near their location. If they moved, it would sink its claws and fangs into their bodies, dragging them through the floor until they became nothing but a pool of blood. Despite being the animal of the pack, Chopper was the first one to call out for Luffy, tugging his sleeve with a trembling hoof. The youngest pushed through his fear and that broke Luffy out of his stupor. "I'm sorry guys, it's just, he was about to kidnap Cammy. I just got these news and he didn't finish his sentence, opting to just hand over the newspaper to his friends." "Fire Fist Ace? Do you know him, Straw Hat?" It was Usopp who answered in his stead. "He is Luffy's older brother." Hachi's face made a perfect "oh" at the fact, and Cammy was freaking out at the possibility of the execution of Straw Hat's brother. Starfish was agitated because his friend had almost been kidnapped, but spared some worried glances at their savior. Brook approached Luffy and rested his bony hand on Luffy's shoulder. "Do not worry, Luffy-san, we will rescue him. Let's get the others and prepare to sail right away." At that moment, although they had all spent so much time together, none of them could read Luffy's face. A million thoughts and none at all seemed to pass through his eyes. In the end, he simply smiled, not quite accepting the proposal, but not refusing it either. Before they could question the reason, Chopper grabbed a tissue from his pocket and cleaned his captain's hand, checking for any injuries. Brook just laughed. "That attack almost gave me a heart attack, Luffy-san." "Ah, but I don't have a heart, yo-ho-ho-ho," he said, as he offered the group a cup of tea. How he had managed to store 6 cups of tea in his body, no one would ever know except the skeleton himself. I forgot to thank you. I'm sorry, Luffy-chi, I shouldn't have let my guard down. Thank you for protecting me." Papag immediately burst into tears, followed by Cammy's words, alongside Hachi. "Straw Hat, thank you so much for protecting her. We should have been paying better attention. Why would they kidnap Cammy, Hachi-san?" Chopper held Cammy's trembling hand, to which she nodded in gratefulness. The octopus man wore a sour look. In this island, despite all the marvelous entertainment it offers, such as the bubbles and this amusement park, there is an extensive SLV market. Men, children, women, no one else is exempt from becoming a SLV overnight, no matter their clean criminal record. Fishermen and mermaids, in particular, have the highest prices and value. That's terrible. How could anyone do and condone this kind of thing? The government, Chopper. And the Marine, who doesn't even bother to cover those atrocities, because they can get away with it easily. Especially those DMN Tenryubito. The last word was said through gritted teeth and disdain, taking aback the group once again. However, Hachi shared the sentiment, the mark on his forehead once being that of a SLV. The Straw Hat captain replaced the scorn with a grin, eyeing the journal. "I've got an idea. Will you guys help me out?" When Luffy asked Hachi for directions to the auction house, the man went through all 5 stages of grief. It was a bit amusing, considering it happened in the span of 5 minutes or less. The captain told them they didn't have to come along, just point out where it was, and that seemed to calm down the octopus, who was worried for Cammy. It wasn't that Hachi thought the Straw Hats were going to sell them. What concerned him was the fact that being near a place like that was dangerous and unthinkable for any rational creature. Brook handed another cup of tea to the mermaid after her near abduction, and to soothe her, as her newfound friends were going to a vicious place. She couldn't quite comprehend the reason for that action, but by spending some time with them, her best guess was that it was to free the prisoners. The captain was on a call with Sanji, telling everyone to go to the auction house. He asked the cook to contact the flying fish riders to help them gather his nakama. Sanji, in turn, cursed Luffy for giving him all the work, but Luffy just laughed it off. He knew the blonde would do it anyway, Sanji would lift one hand to flip him off and use the same one, a second later, to cook the meal he'd asked for. That's how kind his friend was. The Straw Hats entered the auction house together. Luffy stood on the front, like the adventurous man he was, and oblivious to the agitation their entry had caused in the place. As a response, the crew let out a wave of bloodlust and protectiveness towards their captain, since a bounty of 300 million belly made people smirk in delight for various wicked reasons. All of them had their hands on their weapons or falling into an attack stance, almost like a warning. Robin was the best at giving a chilling smile, and Chopper tried to mimic it to no avail. Zoro and Sanji had a natural resting beach face, so they just dipped their eyebrows. Nami and Usopp stood side by side, each other's presence helping them build confidence. Brook was naturally scary and Frankie hid his expression behind sunglasses, making him more menacing. Luffy was just thinking that was the place where he first met Torao, and was saddened by the fact his surgeon wasn't there. They took their place on the back rows, near Kid, who was itching for a fight upon seeing the newly arrived group. His desire for destruction was screaming at him, telling him how fun it would be to wreak havoc and let his power run loose. He held it in, though, there would be an opportunity for that outside. Now, he let his curiosity watch the auction start. When the first SLV was presented, the nobles laughed like hyenas, screaming bids like it was a game to show off. It disgusted Nami to her core. Money was great, but to direct its use to dictate people's worth, she wanted to do something to stop the show from continuing. Sanji's legs itched to give a good beating when a lady was picked as a maid by a perverted old man. They would wait for the command of their captain, though they believed Luffy would make the call at some point. Guys, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Everybody straightened their backs. Once I give the signal, I want you all to run to the forest. If you ever encounter Kuma, not one who spits laser beams through his mouth, but one holding a Bible, do not fight him. I know we had our fair share of bad memories with him, but let the guy use his power on you. He is on the revolutionary side, and will send you away from here, to where it's safe. Luffy, what are you talking about? Just do what I say. His harshness and rise of pitch took the Straw Hats aback, never having their captain ever given such a strict order like that. It will be fine, I promise. Although Zoro was the most traumatized by Kuma, he was the first to comply with Luffy's orders. This display of trust made him feel warm and happy, like how he felt when Zoro made that promise after his defeat against Mihawk. The others soon followed, in spite of all the questions and confusion on their minds. Thank you. Straw Hat Luffy smiled, then jumped down the rows of chairs and stairs, delivering a strong blow that knocked out 3 celestial dragons. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the entire hall, either from surprise, fear or, in Kid's case, amusement. An extremely loud scream came from a nobleman when he saw the puddle of blood underneath the descendants, figures no one in this life could ever expect to see hurt or bleeding. For a minute, no one moved, too shocked at what they had just witnessed, but as soon as the screech was heard, everybody quickly exited the building, save for some pirates. To face off a celestial dragon was one thing, to confront an entire family of them was another. The Straw Hats had their eyes wide open, astonished by the sudden action that had required no trigger to develop. However, none of them was angered by it, rather they all felt pride upon seeing assholes be punched on the face. It was very satisfying. Zoro himself, who had been waiting for an opportunity to slice a Tenryubito in half, sheathed back his sword, disappointed he wasn't the one to do the deed. Nami, instead of scolding her captain, was eyeing the wallets and purses left by the nobles on their rampage to the exit. Chopper just winced, knowing the attack Luffy delivered was gonna leave lasting damage, not out of sympathy for the victims, but for the doctor who was going to be attending them. Robin chuckled and pointed out the blood's purple color, since the lighting of the auction house was blue. Sanji just lit a cigarette and ran to free the enslaved girl on the stage. Brook claimed the place would be better as a show house, the sound echoed nicely there. Frankie screamed "super" and nodded to Robin's observation. Loud laughter echoed through the walls, directing the Straw Hats' attention to a tall man whose arm was made of steel. When I read on the news the Straw Hats were crazy, especially their captain, I didn't expect all of them to be at the same level of madness. Don't you fear death, Mugiwara? The captain just stared at the man with a vibrant shade of red hair and lips, whose movements played metal clinks, and flashed him a cocky smile. What, scared of some marines and an admiral, Jaggy? A vein popped on Kid's temple, face reddening with anger upon the taunt and nickname. My name is Captain Kid, you brainless fucker. And I'm not scared, in fact, I'll help you get rid of the marines outside. Thank me later. Begrudgingly, Kid held a certain level of respect for the unhinged pirate in front of him. For all the damage he had caused on every island he set foot on, Kid would never attempt to hit celestial dragons in the face, since he knew his limits against an admiral. It was a bitter truth he had swallowed a long time ago. Luffy huffed at the helping hand Jaggy offered. He didn't need help to deal with a bunch of Marines, just a single punch from him was necessary. Maybe just a breath. The clown had the nerve to walk away while pointing the middle finger to Luffy, who kept shouting profanities Usopp constantly pointed out weren't insults. Whatever. The guy had red hair. His anger calmed down once Luffy eyed the auction house with bitter eyes. This was the place where the voices asking for help were the loudest, crying for Nika to free the souls trapped in a place they should never belong. With steady, firm steps, he marched towards the cells and told his Nakama to find the keys to free everybody. Their hungered and beaten-up states brought unpleasant memories to Sanji, who chewed on his cig for the fact he was not carrying any instrument or ingredient to sate their starvation. Rayleigh was among the prisoners, sitting lazily on the floor like he was on vacation. Luffy flashed a smile at his old mentor, affection and gratefulness twinkling his eyes. He wanted to tell the white-haired man many things, words piled up on his tongue, waiting to be spilled, but in the end he said nothing, choosing to show his gratitude with actions. So, he punched the walls of the house once everyone got out. A place like that should never exist. Despite regaining their freedom, the people in prison would have their minds trapped there, traumatic memories playing like old records over and over, and Luffy wanted to give them a different memory of the place. His crew soon followed, no need for him to bark any orders as they too hated the place. In a matter of seconds, the prison that placed prices on lives turned into rocks and concrete stones. The straw hat was covered in debris and ashes and he felt his nose sting because of the dust, but the smiles of all of the late occupants made it worthwhile. Too bad the moment was cut off by a snarky supernova. Did you finally lose your mind? It's such a waste of energy to bring down a place that could very much be constructed anywhere else. Straw Hat Luffy marched up front, side by side with Eustace Kid covered in ashes, which would have made a funny scene had it not been the vicious grin he wore. The Marines surrounding them tightened their grips around their weapons, awaiting for the command of their captains. I thought you would clean the area for us, Jaggy. There are still many Marines here. Oh, so you actually needed my help to fight them, I see. Good thing I enjoy spilling Navy's blood. The Kid Pirates and the Straw Hats watched the banter with amusement, not expecting the captain of the other crew to join the childish back and forth so quickly. From their perspective, it felt like Kid and Luffy had known each other for a long time. Robin and Killer pointed it out at the same time, earning a "no way" from both. The Marines, however, did not have the same understanding as the Nakama, and hoped the two would break into a fight. But, against all the expectations from everyone on the area, Straw Hat rested his hands on the back of his head and nonchalantly said, "Well, if you want to beat them up so bad, the joy is all yours. I need to deal with someone else first." What? Luffy's Nakama felt their eyebrows shoot at the sky and physically recoiled from astonishment since their captain had just refused to fight. Usopp was relieved they could avoid combat against an admiral, though he doubted his friend's sanity and honesty. But you have to stay here, okay? Keep in mind what I said, I don't know when I will get back, but it may take some time. Luffy, what are you talking about? Nami tried to decipher her captain's face, which, for a millisecond twisted itself in pain, almost as if it hurt him to say that, only for it to return to a blank canvas. She couldn't comprehend where Luffy was coming from and what prompted him to make that decision. All of Luffy's plans were crazy in a way, but in a way she could understand. The navigator felt uneasy, so she glanced at Usopp and saw he held the same confusion as her. Sure, Captain. Sanji took a deep breath of his cig, and exhaled, staring at Luffy's eyes with great intensity. But what about you? Are you going to let yourself be touched by the guy or will you head straight into danger alone? Zoro clinked his sword in and out. Wherever you want to be, we will be with you. Instead of answering any of their questions, Straw Hat Luffy quirked his lips, a silent ask for trust. It took some staring and another smile, but soon his left and right hand men granted it. Then, where will we meet again? Here, in 2 years. 2 years? Why so much time? Again, their captain did not offer any answers, just pointed at Rayleigh. Follow that guy, he will help us. And why should I, Straw Hat Luffy? 'Cause it will be fun. Don't let yourself get thrown out of the party, Rayleigh. For the second time of the day, gasps were heard from all directions, the identity of the mysterious man being revealed as the Pirate King's right-hand man. Taking advantage of their stupor, Luffy assured his crew once again. It will be scary and maybe lonely at the beginning, but trust me, you will be okay. I won't let anything bad happen to you. And you, Luffy? Will you be okay? Added Robin, arms crossed trying to sound confident, when Luffy knew this would hurt her the most. She had just acquired a new family and safe place to belong, and now they had to disband for a while. Luffy hugged his archaeologist, an act of apology. It also pained him to put them through this again, no matter how different the circumstances were. Moreover, Luffy had just gotten his nakama back and had to let them go. But he had to do it, for them. He had to hold his own loneliness, even if it felt like being pierced by 1,000 sea stones and chained underwater. Letting go was harder than accepting loss, but for their sake, goddamn if he wasn't going to try. I promise, Robin, it's going to be okay and I'll make sure of it. Whether the words were for Robin or himself, he didn't know. And before I forget? A wave of Haushiku no Haki washed over a good part of the marine, causing them to lose consciousness. There will be more arriving at the scene, so I just wanted to give you a hand, Jaggy. And be careful with the weather, lightning is bound to strike. Duval and his gang arrived at the scene, all while he made his trademark joke regarding his handsome face. The soldiers were confused by the appearance of two look-alike black legs, so they got distracted and didn't see the straw hat flee from the scene. All the pirates just stood there shaken and surprised, trying to wrap their heads on what the heck had happened. Kid muttered quietly. Haki of the King, it's the first time I see it. Rayleigh barked a laugh. The youngster wasn't kidding when he said fun was coming his way if he got involved. The Straw Hats remembered how the Flying Fish Bandits all fainted and connected the dots as to how it happened, and decided to question their captain as to when he had gained that power and if he could teach them on their next meeting. None of them noticed a hatted figure watching the scene with a fond smile. Accompanied only by a quietness Luffy no longer found himself bothered by, a bubble was seen popping out of the ground. Whispers and sounds made him think the land was trying to cheer him up, bubbles angling themselves to form rainbows in the air and raining their soapy water on him, so Luffy let out a quiet laugh reserved only for silent moments like this. The Straw Hat hopped on a big bubble and, while he was being carried to the top, the sun shone on his skin embracing his body into a hug. Ever since the voice of all things got stronger and clearer on his ears, Luffy noticed how the world twisted and turned itself upside down to deliver him messages and requests. Torao once told him how loved he was by the world, seeing he carried the will and power of Nika, who made many things with their own two hands. The creation loved their creator, even if they were long gone. Initially, Luffy disliked the special privileges and treatment granted to him, while his nakama didn't get them. With time, he grew accustomed to the shower of affection, enjoying the little gifts nature gave him. As long as it didn't interfere in his journey, whether in a positive light or not, he was fine with it. Despite the world's constant show of love for Luffy, he still found himself drowned in loneliness. It felt unfair to the creature entity whatever the voice of all things was, since it was always by his side, but he couldn't help it. He needed a presence to ground him to reality and a reason to push forward. In all his selfishness, Luffy demanded the presence of his crew to do whatever he wanted, requiring their follow-up to become Pirate King and be himself. After all, what is a captain without their nakama? Luffy never uttered a word about how overwhelmed he felt at some moments, never made any show to reveal uneasiness, however his crew always knew when that happened. Nami would lightly bonk his head, say something along the lines of, "You're thinking too much," and show him the maps she had drawn while retelling what happened on the island she drew. She was not a great storyteller, but the proud look she held on her face to be able to add another part of the world, another piece of the puzzle that made her dream, made Luffy feel all the emotions that certain adventure gave him. Usopp would invite Luffy to his office shared with Frankie, showing the new weapons and toys he had made. Sometimes, he had to slap Luffy's hand away, because he kept trying to get them on Frankie's new creations. The fireworks were one of his favorite ones, reminding him so much of Ace and his scent. Usopp even made one that displayed their Jolly Roger, contributing to Nami's hair loss. She really ought to stop pulling her hair whenever they gave her a headache, but when he told her that she gave him purple bruises that lasted for a long time. It may have attracted Marines to their location, yet it was worth it. In the office, Frankie sometimes joined and told them old stories that made their stomachs hurt from laughing so hard, and soon Chopper was sitting next to them, sharing his fair share of jokes. Sanji would comfort him through food, cooking Luffy the first meal they had together after joining the crew, the dish speaking of fond memories and eagerness for the future. It was a promise the chef would stay by the captain's side, perfecting the dish over and over until they reached their dreams. Robin and Brooke offered support by their presences alone. The archaeologist would offer a seat near her chair for Luffy to sit on, patiently waiting for her captain to open up or ask her to tell him a story. Brooke, like Robin, would share his cup of tea with Luffy, not asking anything from the captain. When the Straw Hat was with the skeleton, the air did not need to be filled with empty chattering. The first to leave will not be me, that confident belief permeated the air, unknowingly shared by each of them. However, the one who gave Luffy the most reassurance and confidence they wouldn't leave was Zoro. The first mate would easily say, "I'll never leave, don't worry," like it was a fact from the world, like he had just said pirates belong on the sea and the sun rose every day. And that was enough. The wobbly bubble under Luffy announced time was up and he had to move, otherwise he would meet his fate on a wet ground when it popped. The boy felt lighter after thinking about his old crew, giving him strength to push the new, or old, past crew, away, even when loneliness gnawed his heart, asking tears to leave. They were still far too weak to face down a warlord of the sea in a solo fight, let alone an admiral. And, even if he pushed them away now, he was certain they would come back for him. "I have to do this alone," he said, not sure if it was to himself or the crew from his memories. Straw Hat Luffy cracked his knuckles and formulated a plan to face off Kizaru, which would take some time and effort. In the previous timeline, he had never won a battle against the admiral, since the guy retired some time after his confrontation with Kaido, no time left for them to face off. In spite of that, Luffy felt pretty confident in his skills. Now the problem was, how would he find the guy? That would require some brain cells Luffy was sure he did not have. He didn't even know what they were, but Chopper had told him they allowed people to think and sadly regarded his captain as someone who did not bear them. He blamed it on Gramps' fist of love connecting to his head time and time again. Looking at the nearby neighborhood and small gathering it had, he got an idea. If Luffy couldn't find the man, he would make the man look for him. Chopper was worried. Scratch that, Chopper was extremely worried for Luffy. Ever since they faced the sea serpents, his captain has been acting odd, almost jumpy at everything and constantly eyeing them, as if in disbelief they were standing next to him. The strange behavior included mood swings, one second he would be okay and on the other, it looked like he was lost in thought, oblivious to his surroundings and people talking to him. He hated seeing his captain like that and wished so badly to discover what was troubling Luffy. This desire came from being both the crew's doctor and Luffy's friend. Robin noticed Chopper's distress and asked him to hold her hand while they rode the flying fishes back at Shaki's bar with Rayleigh, who apparently was the Ray they were searching for. He flushed and let out an insult or two, but took her hand nonetheless. "Robin, what's going on with Luffy?" Chopper wobbly asked. For a moment, the archaeologist painted a sad smile on her face before replacing it with a calm one, caressing her thumb against Chopper's hoof. "Perhaps Mr. Captain decided now is the time for a change of attitude, since we are on our way to enter the new world. Maybe he is trying to deal with many things all alone, and it's taking a toll on him." Robin didn't intend to hide her thoughts and theories from Chopper, as much as she knew how youthful and naive the reindeer could be. The crew's doctor had his fair share of bad experiences and traumatic memories, enough to grasp the worrisome situation floating upon the Straw Hats and Luffy. "So, Mr. Doctor, as his crew we need to remind him he is not alone. Can I trust you to nudge us to have this talk when we get to meet him next time?" Trust didn't come easily for Robin, who was dubbed as the devil child for all her life, seen as the culprit for the death of her loved ones, almost a betrayal made by just existing. She was a woman who watched her own back and was always vigilant of her surroundings and people around her, paranoia reaching a point where she did not believe Saul's words, that in the future she would find friends she could trust. And even if she did find friends who wanted her by their side, she would run away like a coward. But the Straw Hats never failed to chase after her, taking her hands and telling how much she was cherished and loved, an irreplaceable nakama who was needed by them. This time it was her chance to return the support she craved her whole life. Her captain had such a lonely back she had to look twice to confirm it was indeed Luffy's. Determination shined on the duo's eyes, resolute on pulling something like what they did at Eni's lobby if their captain ever needed, repeating those same words he had told Robin months ago. "Don't worry, we are here. You are not alone anymore." Shaki opened the door. Luffy remembered the first time he saw a Proko, a type of Den mushi which stored footage of previous events, sometime after Ace's failed attempt at rescue and before his meeting with his crew. Marguerite had told him she had a snail stored with the events of the Summit War, and asked if he wanted it. For some people, this would be seen as an act of insensibility, but the time they spent together formed a bond of understanding and honesty, and Marguerite knew that Luffy wasn't a person to beat around the bush. What she was giving him was not a memory of a failure in his life, but a chance to see what he could do to improve and avoid repeating the same mistakes. She believed in him as much, to watch the record and not fall into despair. He thanked her and bid his goodbye, wishing he had said more things, as that was the last time they saw each other. The Kuja pirates were annihilated after their encounter with Blackbeard while Luffy was at Wano. He missed her, she would know how to project and record something in that weird snail. Despite Luffy's knowledge of how to access the video, he had no idea how to use it the way he wanted to. The snail snickered at his vain efforts to make it work, currently displaying a game of racing shrimps. "Hey, how do you work?" The Den mushi gave him a side glance and ignored him, prioritizing the race and cheers of drunkard men sitting in front of the projection. "Oi, I'll throw salt at you if you keep ignoring me." The little snail froze and started shaking, which made Luffy feel bad, so he decided to choose another approach. That's a joke. I wouldn't do that. Hey, what do you eat? I'll get it for you. The Den Mushi calmed down, but again just stared at the weird boy, unsure of how to proceed. Luffy understood its expression as, "What do you want?" with a hint of fear. A drunk man barked out. "Hey brat, if you are going to stand there, just get out. You are in the way. Coconut guy, do you know how it works? Coconut guy? Go to hell, who the F do you think you are, a-hole?" Luffy wondered if he yelled loud enough the Den Mushi would work somehow. "Shout louder, coconut guy. I think it is activating something." The drunkard would have advanced towards Luffy, had it not been his friends who dragged the man somewhere else, whispering about a certain pirate with a straw hat. Upon hearing this, the man grew pale and scrambled away. Others followed when they took Luffy's wanted poster and saw the similarities, leaving him alone on the clearing. Okay, I guess he was busy with something. Now, what do I do with you? A presence made itself known first by Luffy's observation haki, second with the sound of screams and falling buildings, tree trunks being cracked left and right. Explosions and bouts of light could be seen from afar, and that indicated Luffy had found the man he was looking for. "Well, in the end I didn't need to use you. Nice to meet ya, ugly snail. I need to go fight someone now." Taking off, Luffy bid his goodbyes to the snail and headed straight to battle against Kizaru. Usopp couldn't believe his ears when the man they were looking for to coat their boat was actually the Pirate King's first mate. It was like connecting your late aunt with one of the admirals. Not that he had an aunt, or maybe he did and his father had once again failed to be a good and present dad, responsible for introducing Usopp to his other side of the family. Not that he expected the man to do that, considering he probably didn't know his wife had been dead for some years. Cursing Yasopp, the sniper returned to the present, scanning Robin's face after she was offered the answer to what the government has been hiding for almost a millennia. It always amazed him how much the government and Marine keep getting worse on his record. He thought it couldn't get any worse after Enies Lobby, but he was constantly proved wrong, taking into account he was a pessimist. With a shake of her head, Robin graciously denied the offer and said how she wanted to uncover the truths by herself, with her own two hands. Of all the truths shared in the bar, from Roger being the one to turn himself in, to the discovery of a lost century, what shocked him the most was Robin's refusal. Usopp was about to jump in when he was stopped by the look of his Nakama's face, a voice whispering "merit" to his ears, and it clicked. Usopp was a man who lied a lot, and used to fabricate adventures and stories to give meaning and personality traits to himself, constructing an image of someone who lived a lot, rather than being a boy who had lost his mother at a young age, abandoned by his father with no way of communication. At the present moment, Usopp still had this habit of exaggerating and making up accomplishments, but underneath there was a layer of confidence not present before. Now, there was a chance he might encounter enemies and adventures from his made-up stories, and face them to become a brave warrior of the sea, which required effort and will. If there was a potion that supposedly turned you into the bravest warrior, it would undoubtedly be a scam. In the instance he drank the potion, deep down Usopp would know he was not that. How does one babbles about their own attributes and conquests when all they had was their words and not experience? Usopp might be a liar, but he was no fool. In a different reality, in the future and in his final moments, Usopp would hear his captain admit that, ever since the sniper first joined the Straw Hats consisting of only 3 dreamers, he already saw Usopp as one of the bravest warriors of the sea. Usopp locked eyes with Rayleigh and almost fell from the chair he was sitting on, shocked to see the legend staring at him. Rayleigh smiled in amusement. "You are an interesting bunch. I was expecting one of you would protest against Nico Robin's decision or ask about the most sought-out treasure of the world. No one dared to ask anything, as much as they wanted to. It would be useless without their captain. Luffy isn't here, though I'm sure he wouldn't like to know." Zoro gave the verdict and answer while gulping down a bottle of alcohol. Usopp noted the swordsman looked tense as he absent-mindedly eyed the bottle's label. Sanji lit a cigarette. "Instead, our idiotic captain would ask which was the craziest and most dangerous island you encountered and demand Nami-san take us there." The Dark King chuckled, watching the crew grow livelier after speculating what sort of dangers Luffy would put them through. He noted the Straw Hats were a type of crew who had strong and individual personalities, capable of wreaking havoc on the new world by themselves. What they all shared in common was their camaraderie, a sort of loyalty which did not allow any of them to fall behind, and the main reason for this strong bond was Monkey D. Luffy. Sure, they had their own dreams and ambitions, but the moment their captain got in danger, they would not think twice before abandoning everything to rescue him, especially the swordsman. Roronoa Zoro was much like him, he would devote his life and dream to their cherished captain. Would he be like him too, to reach a stump and refuse to move forward if their captain ever died? Now, all Rayleigh did was to look forward to the future. Roger paved the starting line for this new generation. He wanted to see what kind of path this crew in particular made. That's the correct answer, although there wasn't one at the beginning of the question. Your boat is on tree 41, right? I'll go coat your boat for you, though it will take some time. What will you do, since there is a chance an admiral is setting foot on this island? For now, we are expecting some news or Luffy's signal, so, should we go shopping? Nami brightened up at her own idea and looked expectantly at Robin, already planning new outfits that they could match. Usopp cut down the suggestion, claiming how dangerous that was, but made no move to suggest anything else. In the end, Rayleigh gave them his Viver card and bid them good luck. Kami, Hachi, Papgul and Shaki waved their hands, the former three crying and shouting, "Thank yous." The heartfelt moment was cut down by the sound of an extremely big and flashy explosion, followed by the beating of drums. Luffy wiped the blood off his nose. He didn't expect to use Gear 5 so soon. Sure, the light BSTRD was an admiral and had a considerable amount of power, but he had absolute confidence Gear 4 infused with Haki of the King would be enough. It wasn't a matter of underestimation, just a simple fact based on previous battles with opponents far stronger than Kizaru. Nevertheless, the one in his thoughts stood stubbornly on one knee, sunglasses broken and suit burned, appearance contrasting with the lazy smile and fiery gaze plastered on his face. Of all the people I could have met here, Joy Boy wasn't one I expected to see. Surprise? I thought I killed you when I twisted your guts into a dog balloon. It was very rude of you, but I'll let it pass if you let me arrest you and take you to the government. No thanks. Not keen on those guys. You, on the other hand, make me curious about one thing. The smile disappeared from Borsalino's face. What is it? Luffy and Nika maniacally giggled. Your body is made of light, right? I wonder what would happen to you if I turned off the sun duelist for a bit. The Straw Hats watched bitterly how the Marine treated Sabaedy's citizens, pushing, kicking and cursing any living being standing in their way. Nami was annoyed, but not surprised, by the nonchalant way in which the authorities acted, as if hurting those they swore to protect was the right way to do things. Her village had been under dictatorships of pirates for years, but the calls for help never went answered because of laziness and neglect. She was distracted by a Navy soldier swinging their pistols against the head of a mother protecting her child and was about to intervene, when Robin pushed her and stopped Nami from colliding against a man with weird elbows. The navigator thanked the archaeologist and scanned her surroundings, noticing how almost all pirates from the worst generation were reunited in a single place, like an introduction show. A man with various tattoos and a spotted hat saved that same woman Nami was eyeing, and she thanked the guy inside her head before following Usopp, moving towards the sound of drums and laughter that sounded eerily like someone she knew. She was about to punch Zoro for turning right when they just had to run in a straight line when she lost the swordsman. Rather, she couldn't see anything else, darkness encompassing her vision. Has she gone blind? Ah, I'm blind. That was Usopp's voice. I can't see sheet. Language. Somebody call a doctor. You are the doctor, Chopper. And, like flipping a switch, she could see again. What happened? Is everybody okay? Why is Zoro upside down? Sanji broke into hysterics, clutching his stomach at Zoro's sheer stupidity, while the other blushed from embarrassment. Nami noted how both pirates and marines were shaken and taken aback by the lack of light. There is someone in the sky. Robin pointed to a person floating on what looked like clouds, which were cartoony and seemingly hand-drawn. They were sitting on them, dangling their legs without a care for the world. The image appeared to come straight out of a child's drawing from the absurdity of it. On a closer look, they saw there was something otherworldly about the mysterious individual. Their hair was as white as a clouded sky, long and constantly changing, a wind blowing it. With enough imagination, one could see a cat, flames, or a flower as its shape. Clouds enveloped their neck and arms, serving as a big glowy scarf, highlighting their figure as a divine being. Said divine being had Luffy's voice. You guys arrived earlier than I thought, and with old man Rayleigh. I was going to coat your boat, but I had to see the man who Roger wanted to meet. Luffy saw the shocked and confused faces his nakama gave him, and felt a tinge of pain on his heart, as he remembered these people were not his crew. These were not the people who had witnessed and heard who Joy Boy was, and what it meant for Luffy to sustain the title. That was a lie, of course they were his crew. But Luffy felt inadequate to call himself their captain. In spite of it, he smiled and opened his arms, theatrics laid out. This is my Gear 5. I can do some fun tricks now. Wanna see? Luffy snickered at Chopper's baffled expression. You skipped the 4th gear. Or do you already have it? It wasn't said in an accusatory way, rather the reindeer's comment was laced with curiosity. Can I touch your hair? It doesn't look very solid. Super cool. How did you get a new power in such small amount of time, Captain? Yo-ho-ho-ho, this calls for celebration. The drums make a nice rhythm for me to duet with a guitar. Luffy, there is a body over here eerily similar to an admiral. Zoro poked it with a sheathed sword, like someone poking a bug. Was this your work? Kizaru's body was a bloodied mess, shaped in a way human bones shouldn't be allowed to bend, unless they were made of rubber like Luffy's. One of the Marine's highest authorities now looked more like a pile of trash, all honor and respect spread out on the floor, ready to be stepped on by anyone. In short, it was messy. Luffy nodded at Zoro's question in a nonchalant way, like beating up an admiral was a daily occurrence. He also noted the proud look on the swordsman's face, a face of wonder and amusement directed towards him and, beneath it all, a crease of eyebrows speaking of guilt. Zoro, I need to talk to you. Luffy turned to the other. Alone. The Straw Hats quickly complied to the captain's request, taking note of his rare serious demeanor. Rayleigh followed through out of respect, as this was a matter of a crew that he did not belong to. The captain approached his first mate and laid a hand on the other's chest, where a big scar crossed his torso. I never got to thank you for what you did. So, thank you, Zoro. Zoro huffed at the bright smile that warmed his heart, as if it was natural for him to sacrifice himself and his dreams for Luffy. The hand on the green-haired man's torso grew heavy and pressed against the still healing wound. Zoro grunted in pain, and stilled at the dark look the captain of the crew gave him. But never do that. Ever. Again. The swordsman felt a pressure crush his lungs, before alleviating as Luffy took off his hand. Zoro is strong, but for the new world it's not enough. You discovered this when you took away my pain on Thriller Bank, didn't you? The silence told Luffy he was right. And that's okay, you know? We will train and get stronger, to the point the Panda Man would be seen as an inconvenience. But never, ever forget you are only human, a mortal. If it's about sacrificing your life in exchange for mine, then I don't want it. Zoro was about to retort, but Luffy cut him off. Sometimes, giving up your life for the sake of others means putting them in danger. As the right-hand man, it's your duty to protect them when I can't anymore, not put me as the priority. You know I can't do that. It's my job to dash. You can and you will. It's my job to take you all to safety. It's my job to treasure your lives above mine. It's my job to never let you fall into despair and fear, thinking there is no way out unless you gamble your own life for the sake of others. Luffy gave a sad smile. As the captain, it's my job to die for you, not the other way around. You won't die, Captain, I won't let you. You are the man who will become Pirate King, and I'll cut anyone who gets into our way. During the years Luffy had spent with Zoro before returning to the past, he'd gotten to experience the full extent of his loyalty. Even though the man had never spelled out his utmost readiness to die for him, Luffy knew his back was the most secure when Zoro was against it. He dubbed it as the safest place in the world. They shared a type of discussion that required one look for understanding to come. It was a talk only the two of them comprehended. Luffy used to love this blind trust they had on each other, until it cost Zoro's life. I can't become Pirate King if you are not there to witness, without any of you. If I'm not allowed to die, you aren't either. Imaginary sparkles were formed by the heated glares they sent each other. They kept going for a while, until Luffy's sigh broke them off. Not out of defeat, but to say that conversation wasn't over. He sat on top of a big pile of debris that let him look at the sea, and patted the seat next to him for Zoro to occupy. At that point, Luffy turned back into his old appearance, Nika no longer gracing his hair and body. The sea sang calm notes, waves completely unaware of the massacre that was happening on the nearby island, of the horrors all living beings had to witness and chew every day. The sea was free, it lived with no shackles or trauma holding it down. Luffy was not. He wanted to shout at his first mate, beg him with tears and desperation not to give up his life for him. Luffy wanted to crush the ground, make the world roar and hold the green-haired man until he accepted his wishes. He wanted to do so much, anything in his power to stop a sacrifice from being made for his sake. But he did none of these things. Instead, he asked, "Tell me about Kuina." Zoro blinked once, twice, hand repeatedly unsheathing and sheathing back his sword, before he started speaking. She was the best swordsman I ever faced. Zoro talked about unfairness and prejudice, the start of a dream that ended in an accident. Luffy listened intently, even though he had heard the story more than once on quiet nights, when nightmares were too loud and Zoro was quiet. I won't let you give up on your dream. I'll make sure you and the others will see the end of it. I promise. That's a big burden to carry, Luffy. A comfortable silence filled the air. Luffy cracked his knuckles and Zoro stretched the muscles on his neck. Do you know why I want to be Pirate King? Zoro fixed his eyes on him. The Pirate King is the freest man in the world. And do you know what they can do? They can choose anything for their life, they will fight for what they want, no matter the consequences. I fight for the people I care about, and it's all my decision. That responsibility will never be a burden. It's my resolve and my fight, not yours. Luffy bit his lips, as if he was in deep thought, which creeped Zoro out for a bit, as he didn't expect his captain to have that ability. Luffy took off his shirt and revealed a big X on his chest that the swordsman was sure wasn't there last month. Now that he took a closer look, his friend had a body littered with scars from confrontations that Zoro hadn't witnessed. What stood out the most, however, was the left arm tattooed with 3 letters, all crossed out. When I turned 21, we visited an island made of ink. I was depressed, 'cause I lost Sabo, but Nami gave me the idea of tattooing this on my arm. I loved it, it was like carrying them all with me, to allow them to watch me see the end of my dream. Initially, I thought of doing it on my right arm, but that is your place, so I didn't. Luffy let out a weak laugh, one laced with grief. I'm sorry, Zoro. The Straw Hat's captain felt tears prickle his eyes. Luffy's heart was torn, he could feel his emotions and trauma begging to be laid bare and raw in front of the person he trusted the most. Even so, he did not spill a single tear, head hurting from trying to hold back the hiccups clogging his throat. Because he didn't think he deserved comfort. Not when he had failed his job spectacularly. Nails found the X on his stomach, a morbid way of a pirate going after a treasure marked with that letter. It kept going like usual whenever he found himself in stressful situations, until Luffy's hand was stopped by a firm grip, followed by an arm encompassing his trembling figure awkwardly. It loomed over for a few seconds, before landing on Luffy's shoulders. Zoro's arms were almost as warm as Ace's, though the latter had a devil fruit to contribute. However, they were just as reliable. Don't apologize. And those few words and simple action wouldn't have meant much coming from anyone else but Zoro. Luffy knew physical contact didn't come easily for the swordsman, having heard many stupid things in his childhood that till this day stuck with him. There were things the man was trying to unlearn, and Luffy and Chopper's sudden bursts of affection were just the right thing to help. Just tell me, where was I? Where was I when you needed me? You were always there. On the waves that crashed against Sunny, on the clanks of cutlery Sanji put on the table, by my side when I got lost on an island. You were always there, and because of me, not physically anymore. Luffy hated how his voice cracked at the end, packed with sorrow and pain he hadn't allowed himself to feel for the past years, because if he had, then he would never have been able to move forward. Zoro tightened the hug, an attempt to squeeze the sadness out of Luffy. It didn't completely work, but there was a small quirk on the rubber man's lips, almost unnoticeable and completely different from his usual one. Then I'm dash. Don't be. I should have expected this. You are so loyal, Zoro. I shouldn't have let this loyalty kill you. I should have turned this loyalty into the strongest swordsman in the world. If I'm not allowed to apologize, you aren't either. You said your role was to protect, but who protects you? It was hypocritical of them, they knew. They were dreamers, who were willing to die for their dreams rather than never trying at all. It was a fact the two were proud of. However, when the other's life was at risk, the duo would sacrifice everything, even their dream, to save the other. In the end, their dream wasn't the first priority, but their nakama's life. It was almost comical how early they had managed to find each other, in turn prolonging this battle of will and stubbornness until the day one of them died or achieved what they wanted. The stubborn men broke the desperate hug that allowed a peek into the cracks that Monkey D. Luffy and Roronoa Zoro had, hidden by makeshift confidence and trust. They fell again into their roles of captain and first mate, incapable of feeling insecurity and fallibility. I won't pry, but tell me when you are ready. I will, I promise. I'll tell them too. Nodding, Zoro returned to his seat on the big pile of debris as Luffy called out for the straw hats and put on his shirt. The captain eyed the body. He isn't dead, just lost consciousness and a lot of blood. Do we just leave him here? I'm sure some marines will come eventually. Rayleigh approached the straw hat's captain with steady steps and an unreadable face. Monkey D. Luffy, I heard you wanted to become Pirate King. Why? What for? Luffy drank the sight of his crew, looking at their eyes one by one. To be the freest man in the world, and to free the world from itself. Rayleigh liked the answer, his eyes overlapped the image of the young boy with Rogers, the smile exactly the same. The new Pirate King turned to his right-hand man with playful eyebrows. Zoro, quick. Catch this. Catch what? Zoro looked everywhere but saw nothing heading towards him. Me, I'm about to pass out. Instead of colliding against the floor, Luffy's body was met with many arms and various voices calling for his name. Soon, the shouts tuned out and were like mere sounds and whispers at the back of his head, vision darkening around the edges and putting him to a deep sleep. Chopper oversaw his unconscious captain with the coldness of a doctor. He owed the crew this much: they were shaken up by Luffy suddenly passing out and not waking up for the next few days. It was common that after a tough battle their friend had to sleep for some time. However, in this case they weren't expecting that the next time the Straw Hats met their captain would be with him battered up and knocked out. At least one of them would accompany Luffy, and notify the others of an adversity incoming. It made them feel helpless to see Luffy being the only one littered with wounds, like they had failed at being his nakama. They needed someone who understood what happened and told them everything was going to be okay, that what had been inflicted on their sunshine was just exhaustion, and Chopper assumed that role. Normally, Zoro was responsible for that, but he too was lost in thoughts when they arrived at Sunny. Chopper didn't know the lengths of the strain that this new gear would bring upon Luffy's body. Would it ask for his life force like Gear 2? Alter the structure of his bones and muscles like Gear 3? Those thoughts plagued the mind of the Straw Hats doctor, though he was quick to shake them off. The answer to his questions did not matter at the moment, he just needed to do his job and ensure Luffy's well-being. The crew took turns to keep watch, sitting beside Luffy's bed. They didn't want him to wake up and find himself alone. Surprisingly, or not, Brook was the one to take most shifts. Zoro indulged the skeleton, giving up some of his since he saw how shaken up the musician was. It was briefly and only one time that Brook opened up and told them how seeing his friends bedridden and unawake brought forth nasty memories, but they listened intently and offered their support. As a doctor, Chopper sought to find a cure for the disease that ended the lives of the Rumbar pirates, and wished he had met Brook earlier so he could have prevented the tragedy. Chopper waved off his regretfulness, and continued to prepare a salve to apply on Luffy's body, the voice guiding his actions sounding like Dr. Hero. As he eyed his captain, he took note of one thing: this wasn't the same Luffy who had just defeated Gecko Moria. A big part of the scars littering Luffy, particularly the big X on his chest, spoke of adventures none of the current members of the crew had taken part of. Luffy's rubber consistency avoided permanent marking on his skin, yet those old wounds disagreed with that statement. And Chopper would know when a damage this big was inflicted upon his captain. He was the doctor of the Straw Hats, for Roger's sake. And, despite it all, this man resting in bed was still Luffy, smelled like Luffy and held the same love for this crew like Luffy. Chopper wanted to shake him awake and demand answers, a feeling emerging from being a medic and researcher. But, it was all trampled down by the affection he held for Luffy, the nakama part of him asking for patience, for Luffy to tell them when he was ready and comfortable with it. The reindeer saw Brook at the corner of his eyes and saw the musician adjusting his violin, periodically throwing glances at Luffy, who woke up. Woke up? Startled, Chopper almost dropped his stethoscope before gripping Luffy's wrist to stop him from taking off the 4 messily. His paws did the work instead. "Luffy, how are you doing?" His friend was lost in thought, eyes darting everywhere like scanning the entire room, and when he locked his sight at Chopper, Luffy relaxed and sat up straight. "Thanks for taking care of me, Chopper. You are awesome." Chopper gave an embarrassed laugh. "A compliment like that won't make me happy, you dumbass," he said happily. "Brook, good to see you." "I could say the same thing, Captain. This must have brought bad memories, my bad." "It's okay, the important thing is that you are awake. Do you need me to tell the others?" Luffy nodded, which prompted Brook to leave the room. Chopper was analyzing his face while trying to be sneaky by hiding behind a medical book. "Luffy, if you need help, you know you can count on us, right?" Luffy played with his mattress, a fluffy and light one that was very white. The time it took him to reply caused a sinking feeling in Chopper's gut. "Yeah, I know. Thanks again, Chopper." A loud sound of countless footsteps put a halt to their conversation, and in a matter of seconds the room was flooded with all the Straw Hats. As they questioned Luffy, asking if he was okay and scolding him for worrying them, Chopper began thinking. Did their captain not trust them anymore? Chopper almost banged his cheek with his hoof for having this kind of thought, but the hesitance of Luffy's delayed reply made his mind spiral. Luffy was the most trusting person he had ever known, as well as the most forgiving. People often confused it with naivety, though Chopper knew his captain had a sort of sixth sense that told him if a person had good character or not, no matter their intentions. The doctor also knew that trust and forgiveness came harder than vengefulness, and there was no naivety in hoping for the best in people. He thought he had lost the capability to trust and forgive others after Dr. Hero died, a man who wished nothing but the best for everybody and still was killed by hatred and distrust. The world was unfair and Luffy smiled at it. Even weirder, he wished to paint a smile on whoever decided to follow him, and it worked. When they shot the world government's flag with a flaming bullet, Chopper recalled the time Luffy held his prized Sakura flag and told him to join his crew. Watching that crazy guy wave Dr. Hero's legacy ignited something in Chopper, burning his hatred towards others and himself, and sparkled a flame of hope, of belief in his dream. Luffy had eyes that were sure Chopper could become and achieve whatever he wanted, if he just joined the Straw Hats. Those same eyes were set on every Nakama, inspiring them to work harder and beyond. Their captain was a pillar of hope, the sun loving deeply the earth. So, what happened for him to sport such a fake smile? Was waiting the right decision? Chopper eyed the packed room, a huddle with said man at the center. Watching their interactions, the smell of worry and concern in the air made Chopper come to a conclusion. He didn't have to search for the answers alone. They all loved Luffy, like he did, and would do anything for him. Chopper turned to Zoro and had a feeling the man knew it too, knew this Luffy was different yet the same. And that changed nothing, they loved him nonetheless. When Luffy woke up, he wondered if he had died. He was at Sunny, the roof of the infirmary free of scratches and with a bit of blood. It was like it used to be before everything else. Luffy gave an imaginary punch to his brain, cursing it and asking why it made cruel hallucinations like these. Always torturing him, always dangling a piece of meat in front of him but not letting him eat it. But feeling the dip on his bed broke his expectations. Chopper's high-pitched scream was very much real, the buzz on his ears was proof of it. Luffy couldn't register the words, so he opted to just thank his doctor instead of giving an appropriate answer. The captain sat up and saw Brook staring back at him. He also observed the tight grip the musician had on his violin, an instrument that brought comfort to the skeleton in his worst days, and apologized. As he watched Brook leave the room, he decided to work on an issue that appeared the moment he came back to the past. Should he tell them about it? Chopper's kind reminder that he could count on them, with eyes holding so much warmth and worry, was his answer. It brought back memories of his Chopper, who had been blaming himself for the deaths of his Nakama as he could not cure their fatal injuries, even though they were beyond saving. Who still checked on everybody despite his damaged heart, who helped anyone, marine or pirate, because he was a doctor first and foremost. Come to think of it, all of them were like that. Unlike Luffy, his desire to help a country because of the unfairness the government bestowed upon its citizens. Luffy had no desire to know about its economy, political affairs and such. He would lend a helping hand if someone he cared about was there, simple as that. He was no hero, and Zoro was like him too. He wondered if his Nakama acted that way since, in the past, they were also in a position of unfairness, and saw themselves in the helpless eyes of the wronged ones. They were so good, and he failed them. Luffy shot Chopper the best smile he could muster, and thanked him once more. The next hour passed as a blur. The Straw Hat automatically answered his crew's questions, had a vague impression his stomach growled and found himself at the table, eating Sanji's food. Chopper protested that Luffy shouldn't get up after just waking up, but he couldn't sit still. And, even if he felt his stomach begged for food after 2 days of unconsciousness, Luffy couldn't bring himself to swallow the food nicely. Each bite didn't taste like anything, which pointed out the problem was him. Sanji's meals were always great. Sanji's eyebrow rose to his forehead, surprised at Luffy's lack of appetite, and Frankie took off his sunglasses to see if his eyes weren't deceiving him and said, "Luffy, what's wrong with you? Is the food bad?" That was his cue. "I have to tell you something." Sanji didn't particularly consider himself an observant person. Rather, he was just goal-oriented. His companions praised him for his good food and how delighted they were for him to remember everything they liked to eat, small details that even they did not notice they enjoyed or disliked. Some would consider that a trait of someone observant, however Sanji just thought it was natural for him to remember. In the back of his mind, his mother scolded him for lowering his worth, but it was a worn-down version of her. Her smile was blurred and wrong, so Sanji opted to ignore it. So, even if that was the case, he still noticed how off his captain acted after showing up on that storm without his hat. Granted, none of the Straw Hats stopped searching for their captain's precious treasure. If it was important to Luffy, it was important for them. Usopp and Robin even took off Minnie Mary to look around the area, Usopp with his good eyesight and Robin with her many eyes. Their captain told them it was okay as it was secured somewhere else, but he looked so tired and devastated they couldn't help but look for it. And the guy had the nerve to have a panic attack. Perhaps they could believe his word, that it was all right and they should just let it be. However, their need to rid Luffy of that hopelessness was greater than logic, like the need to put a small bandage on a big wound. It wasn't going to help healing, but it was the only thing they had to offer comfort. The Straw Hats would never sit idly watching one of them suffer, never ignore a display of pain, even if doing so made them feel weak and powerless. Sanji had to breathe, almost swallow an entire pack of cigarettes to clear his brain of the image of his captain breaking down. Addressing his feelings in regard to it would do no good in the meantime, his chest constricted and hurt by remembering the broken look, but Sanji had things to do, so he shoved his emotions in the back of his head and decided to deal with them later. However, the face Luffy was sporting right now indicated he would have to buy more packets in the future. The cook had been shocked by the anxious look Luffy had during mealtime, alongside his quietness and lack of movement to steal food. His hunched shoulder looked like he was holding the world's weight on it, and Sanji, for the second time, the first being when Usopp left the crew on Water 7, remembered that Luffy was the captain and had responsibilities. Said man was wearing one of Nami's sweatshirts and Sanji felt a pang of jealousy, albeit very shallow since he knew it was to bring comfort rather than imply anything else. After defeating Moria, Luffy told them that having something of his nakama nearby helped recovery somehow, so this time it was Nami to lend anything. And, despite being taller and bigger than her, Luffy looked very small wearing that cloth that bordered on pitifulness. It all boiled down to a degree no amount of patience could close the lid that steamed their emotions. The respect and love they felt for their captain asked two paradoxal things: to wait for him and to pry, to rip out an answer from Luffy as to why he looked that way and finally, have him blurt out his problems. Sanji didn't know what was the right way to approach the issue, so he chose the latter. However, when he opened his mouth to question his captain, Luffy beat him to it and said he had something to tell them. Whatever he had to say, it was going to be serious. Gosh, someone had better hand Sanji a cigarette. Luffy swallowed the lump forming on his throat. It was time to tell his nakama how he had failed them. It should be easy, he had even rehearsed. But, for some reason, his fingers were twitching, the air in the room felt stuffy and the sweat pooling down his neck felt too uncomfortable. It was cold and hot at the same time. There was a name to this feeling he couldn't recall. Torao's voice answered for him: anxiety. Despite his discomfort, he pushed through. They deserved to know. An invisible Torao on the corner of his eyes leaned against the kitchen counter, and gave him an encouraging nod. It took him 3 deep breaths to spill everything. From Ace's death, to Laugh Tale to their last breaths. Luffy detached himself from his body, staring directly at the imaginary Torao. Supposedly, he should feel his chest get lighter, but the wound was still open and bleeding, growing bigger every day as he refused to close it because it meant moving on. He didn't want that. He was vaguely aware of some of his words and stories, omitting some gruesome details like how they died and in what order. He didn't tell them about Torao, he simply couldn't, or else he would be unable to keep talking as tears choked his voice. A hand started scratching his scar underneath the sweater, nails getting wet with something. Another hand grabbed it, and only then he noticed the hand scratching the scar was his. In spite of it, he continued to let the words flow like water. As Luffy reached the part when he got to the present time, he decided to lower his gaze to the table, noticing how clean it was and how it reflected his own face. Silence enveloped the room. The grip on his hand strengthened, and when he looked up he saw its owner was a wide-eyed Sanji, cigarette falling from his lips by the mouth opening and closing. The cook startled Luffy by abruptly letting go and exiting the place wordlessly. A man he recognized as Zoro through glazed eyes punched the table and stomped out of the room furiously, bordering blind rage. Luffy didn't dare to look at his nakama's faces. He had to, but he was unable to do so. I'll give you some time to process things. I'm sorry, I really am. I'm sorry for failing as a captain and friend, I'm sorry for not being able to carry you to the end of your dreams, I'm sorry. Without looking back, he opened the door and was intercepted by Robin. The enemy-turned-ally had an indecipherable expression, but her eyes shined with grief and a hint of determination. Captain, you know we don't blame you, right? None of us think it's your fault. Luffy disagreed. Yeah, he said instead, and left. Robin stood in front of the door Luffy had just left through, pained at her captain's grief. Her new family had many enemies, trained and got stronger, only to perish at the hands of men who burned her island. It was poetic, in a gruesome way, to die while running after your dreams. She couldn't imagine dying any other way. Death always followed Nick Robin. She knew it would catch up to her soon, since she knew the language that could demolish an entire era and completely change the world. The Straw Hats all had a unique relationship with death, though none of them disregarded it as an impossibility in the near future. If they died, and that would be no one's fault. Still, she was mad, in fact extremely angered. And when she looked at Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Brook and Frankie, she knew they all felt the same way. How could they have left their captain alone, when they knew he would rather die than be left behind? Where were they when he lost Ace? Were they so powerless they had to be to make Luffy feel responsible to protect them? What had they done to retribute the hope he had given them to move on? Nothing. They had done nothing. Their beacon of hope was hurting and broken, and they had no idea how to fix him. How did they mess up that bad? She heard Chopper crying and went to comfort the youngest. She pulled in Nami, who was clutching her tattooed arm. Usopp didn't shed tears, but his eyes were glassy and wide, jaw clenched and leg bouncing in deep thought. Frankie hid his eyes behind sunglasses, but Robin guessed they were bloodshot and his hand was gripping a screwdriver he had stored somewhere. Brook was always so expressive, even though he had no facial muscles, though now it was impossible to tell what was going on through his head. Deep down, a rational and cold voice that was responsible for her survival up until then was saying it wasn't anyone's fault. Death happened and that was final. All of them carried a sort of responsibility for their own lives. It was foolish to blame other people for dying, suffering and despairing, to blame yourself for others going through that. Yet, somehow, her heart couldn't accept such affirmation with ease. It wasn't that simple anymore. Not now, when they were all so intrinsically connected. It was almost a symbiotic relationship. No, not almost. It was symbiotic. And that's why the situation was like that. Captain who traveled back in time was broken and the crew was filled with guilt, unsure how to save him. Luffy sat on Sunny's head and let the salty wind graze his skin. It was part of the culture in Fuchsia to worship the wind. It moved boats and ships, leading to lands never found and seen. There was a legend of a young girl who loved adventures, but before she could set sail, she fell down a cliff trying to save a baby bird. Taking pity upon her, one of the elemental gods let her spirit live on the breeze, carrying her voice and will, guiding adventurers to unknown places. Luffy took his time to appreciate the wind on his face. That's why he always sat on the ship's head. To hear her voice and feel the freedom that she felt. He took off Nami's sweater and only wore a light shirt. Sunny was the only Nakama who did not die, the only one to survive all the ordeals. The ship rocked gently against the waves, like a parent pacifying their child, which was exactly what he needed at the moment. "Thank you, Sunny." The ship answered with a croak of their ropes. "Anytime, Captain." Watching the sea calmed Luffy's mind, sky and sea merging into each other on a blue canvas. At the end of the day, the sky was a type of sea too. The clouds were very white, and Nami could tell if it meant rain or not in the future. They were still docked on Sabaody, so the smell of soap lingered in the air. The smell of soap mixed with a smell of tobacco, and Luffy felt a light nudge on his hip. "Stop thinking too much, it doesn't fit you. Sorry for not eating everything. Wasted food." Sanji clicked his tongue, and stayed in silence for some time. "Tell me about your brothers. Ace and Sabo?" Luffy smiled, genuinely this time. "Before meeting Ace and Sabo, I had a sister too, you know? Yuta loved to sing. She would perform at Makino's bar and drink juice with me whenever Shanks and the others docked at my village. We were so competitive, who drank more water, who held their breath longer in the water, who was taller. She was Shanks' daughter and my first friend of the same age. One day, Shanks told me she went off to pursue a musician career and that left me devastated, 'cause I could no longer see her. Only, I discovered she had a master plan to trap people into dreaming forever so no pain ever reached them. She felt responsible for everybody's happiness, wanting to make people all over the world happy. She was kind like that. Ace was so mean as a kid. He beat me with an old pipe and, while it didn't hurt, the act in itself was painful in the beginning. Still, I wanted to be his friend. Getting hit was better than being alone. Eventually, he started to warm up to me, looking back to see if I was following behind, or looking for places to hunt without lakes or rivers nearby. Probably to avoid trouble, but it was nice. He had a loud laugh, a very rare one, but that only motivated me more to make him happy. It was silent at first, and like a shout, flung out of his lungs, and any animal within 5 meters would run away. It was so funny, and we would fall into an endless cycle of laughter, 'cause his laugh made me and Sabo laugh harder. Sanji chuckled and motioned for Luffy to continue. Sabo had a smile that was crooked and perfect. Made me feel warm and safe. He often asked questions regarding my well-being and would never swing his pipe against me, even if he knew it wouldn't wound me. He used to joke about how we were hat mates and that made Ace so jealous. I would get him a hat eventually, but it was always funny seeing Ace throw a tantrum and not me. Sabo snorted when he laughed, and followed with a long hiccup. Sabo liked blue a lot. He said it was the color of the ocean, the place where we would become who we wanted in the future, and that's why he liked it. I gave him blue meat on his birthday and he thanked me, though he didn't eat it. He told me the meat was rotten, that's why it was blue. A celestial dragon shot him dead, and he disappeared, leaving no body to bury. Then I discovered Sabo was actually alive, but had mayonnaise, ammonia? Lost his memories, but got them back when he read the newspaper announcing Ace was dead. Luffy paused and quickly rubbed the back of his hand on his eyes. I had Sabo back for 2 years before he died in the same FING way Ace did, protecting me. Can you imagine being so weak you lose all your siblings, 2 of them doing so while they protected you? Luffy's voice got smaller and quieter, much like his demeanor. I don't plan on throwing my life away. I'm carrying too many things to just drop dead. There is Sabo's dream of riding the world of nobles, there is Ace's will of being loved, even after death, and you guys. Luffy clenched his hands that were now shaking, he hugged himself and fidgeted with his long sleeve, mouth opening and closing. What about us? Sanji softly asked. Luffy stared at Sanji with so much grief, anger, longing and especially desperation in his eyes the cook almost stumbled back. Luffy broke eye contact and looked at the horizon. I failed you. A single tear streamed down Luffy's face. His head hurt from holding back tears and he wanted to cry, shout and let it out like he always did, wearing his heart on his sleeve. But something was stopping him from doing so. Crying it would make his crew's death real, raw and real. It would convince him the worried and shaken looks of his nakama were illusions he once again created. I failed as a captain and friend. Soon after he felt lots of arms enveloping him in a bone-crushing hug. Shoulders were shaking, hiccups echoed left and right, and his shoulders quickly became wet. We are so sorry, Luffy. We left you alone and you had to go through that grief without us. Nami's heart hurt so bad she felt it would jump out of her chest and give Luffy a hug. Her captain, the one who granted her freedom and taught her how to live for herself and no one else, had to look at death and see everything precious to him be taken away. It wasn't fair. Luffy. Chopper was trying to make sense of his words while sobbing, failing miserably. He thought of his first mentor's words, how all diseases were curable, but how could one cure a heartbreak? One that he himself struck on his family member. You dumbass. You didn't fail us. Sanji was torn between kicking an entire army of Marines by himself to vent off his fury or to comfort the guy who kickstarted him to run after his dream and protected the place he cherished, despite carving a hole on its roof, and was so DMN annoying at asking him to join his crew he had no choice but to relent. Luffy was an unstoppable force of nature and an endless pit of desire for adventure and food. He would do anything he wanted, which coincidentally involved helping people. Their captain had a kind soul, he would give you the world had you ever treated him well. You are here now, Luffy. And we won't go anywhere ever, not this time. Zoro approached the group with eyes ablaze and heavy steps. He was the embodiment of determination and conviction. The first mate would never leave his captain, ever again. Will you guys let me be your captain, even if I'm not your Luffy? You never stopped being our cap, idiot. Just say the word, we are here for you now. Loving someone is loving every state of their being. Humans change every day, and when you choose to love someone, you also choose to love each of their changes. While not all of them are pleasant, and can have a dark side, the love is still there. The Straw Hats would never stop loving Luffy. We love you, Luffy. Future self or not. And who is Straw Hatya without his hat? Luffy felt something on his head, and when he noticed it blocked the sun rays, he understood what it was. His hat. The Straw Hat looked up and was met with a tall man, body inked with many marks that had stories Luffy could recite effortlessly. The guy wore a black and yellow shirt, accompanied by blue, spotted jeans. He had a goatee that made kissing tickly and funny, and languid eyes that had bags underneath them and were looking at him with affection and relief. That was Torao. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw grinned, leaning closer to Luffy. Yours truly. It had to be his Torao, right? Law answered to his nickname being called, and had been in possession of Luffy's straw hat. To confirm this, Luffy touched Torao's face with fervor. Although annoyed, the man let him do as he pleased. The Straw Hat just couldn't believe it was Torao, his Torao that was there. His Torao, who had seen him through his best and worst, had been there for him the 2 times he thought of giving up. For every memory his Torao surfaced, the more energy Luffy pulled into mapping his looks and realness. His finger had an awful lot of gentleness and carefulness, almost treating the other's existence like glass. Then Luffy curled his hand into a fist and punched him. Hard. Never do that again. The voice of the Straw Hat's captain was steady, leaving no room for jokes or comments other than compliance. His expression, on the other hand, was unreadable. Torao massaged the punched cheek that was swelling and burning up with bewilderment. Why the F did a rubber punch hurt so bad? Do what? Dying. Torao bit his lips and winced, choosing not to answer. Luffy, angered at the lack of response, was about to shout when Usopp intervened. Who is this guy? The sniper of the group was shaking and sweating, fearing the dangerous man and, nonetheless, pointing a slingshot at the guy. There was a layer of protectiveness and loyalty under nervousness and apprehension. He flickered his gaze to the Straw Hat and surprise filled his face, a million questions running on his head as to why this guy had Luffy's hat. Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law. Robin greeted in a neutral, but cold tone. Member of the worst generation and bounty of 200 million berries. Captain of the Heart Pirates and Dash. My boyfriend. Why didn't you say that earlier? He is your boyfriend, boyfriend? Usopp fell off his chair while screaming. Yeah, Luffy said nonchalantly while glaring at Torao, a look saying their conversation wasn't over. The couple was faced with a barrage of questions. Luffy? In a relationship? I can't believe the idiot is the first on the crew to date someone. What do you mean the clueless captain is in a relationship before me? The sea is a mysterious place. Indeed. Is he saying the truth, Torao? Torao twitched his eyebrows, feeling a migraine come over. Even in this lifetime the stupid nickname stuck. No. The Straw Hats deflated, looking almost relieved. Stop introducing me like that. Torao looked disapprovingly at Luffy, who just looked confused at the denial. The Surgeon of Death sighed, and cracked a microscopic smile. I'm not his boyfriend, I'm his fiancé. Another beat of silence. Fiancé? When had Luffy thought about marriage? Does he even know what it means? Law winced at the volume of the voices. It was a miracle the Marines hadn't discovered Sunny's location. Luffy. Explanation. Now. Luffy's angered expression melted and turned into a giggle, since Torao rarely showed off their status of relationship to others. In their previous life, it was well known that Straw Hat Luffy and Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law had a strong alliance and sometimes were seen sailing together, ships side by side. Marines would say they were good friends, but the ones who were close to them knew better. Torao wasn't a guy into PDA, but was more vicious than Luffy when it came to ulterior motives. Like the Straw Hat said, Luffy was oblivious to people's flirting and advances, which gave Torao various headaches and a babysitter title to his name. What about your wound? For some reason, I woke up in my younger self's body, so no wounds. Torao opened and closed his hand, not quite adapted to that body yet. His muscles pulled in a way he wasn't used to, clothes itching in ways that didn't before. His discomfort must have been shown on his face, as Luffy inquired about it. Why are you making that face? What face? The one you make 110% of the time, but grumpier. I'm not doing it. You are. I look at your face every day and I know you are feeling bad. Oh no. Someone call a doctor. You are the doctor, Chopper. Torao leaned closer to Luffy's face. I don't frown that much. You do, which is why you have this line of expression in the middle of your eyebrows. Sanji watched the scene with bile threatening to rise to his throat. Luffy could trip and drown himself in the sea and he wouldn't care. 0fs and, if that didn't happen, he could always throw his captain at a Sea King and ignore the cries for help. Zoro looked at Sanji's pained expression and mouthed something. Version. Usopp heard a whistling in the air and saw it was just Sanji and Zoro's fight. As he got distracted, he let his Tabasco ammo fall on Sunny's ropes, making the battle look more epic. Brook found the situation joyous and decided to play an energetic tune. Nami was shouting at everyone to do something about the fire. Robin just laughed at the situation while Frankie screamed super at the distance, even though there was nothing super about the scene. At all. Chopper was just trying to remember if male humans could get PRGNNT in the instance they had NTRCRS. Although with an agitated heart, Usopp watched everything unfold with calm and defeated eyes and thought, is this what hell looks like? Sunny made a trembling sound, awfully similar to a laugh. When things settled down, the group sat at the dining table and listened to Torao's side of the story, how he woke up surrounded by his crewmates and with old clothes. Sanji maneuvered himself with ease in the kitchen, spreading the smell of buttered cookies in the room that once held a heavy conversation 1 hour prior. Nami turned to the two captains. So, what is Torao here for? Law furrowed his eyebrows in disagreement with the nickname. Actually, what's the plan now, Luffy? According to what you told us, now we'd get transported to different islands, right? A small thank you followed up the question as Nami thanked Sanji for giving her the first batch of warm sweets. I'm here to propose an alliance, again. Torao offered. Luffy smiled. Oh, just like how we met. We met way before that, dumbass. Torao arched an eyebrow, and gave Luffy an affectionate flick on the forehead. The second batch of cookies was slammed on the table, interrupting the conversation. You sure we can trust this guy, Luffy? He seems way too shady for my taste. I agree. Usopp piped in. Sure, you guys are engaged and stuff, but you can't trust a guy whose nickname is Surgeon of Death. Moreover, why is that his nickname? Do you operate on people and make their deaths look like accidents? Law gave a creepy smile and Usopp eeped. Luffy just looked amused instead of worried about Usopp's statements, much to the others' disappointment. His blockhead captain wasn't going to see the red flags, was he? As a surgeon, I would never let anyone die on my operation table, not if I can help it. But when it comes to you, you simply give up easily, Luffy mumbled and, although Law heard it, he chose to ignore the mumble. Chopper perked up. Where did you learn how to operate? I taught myself reading some books. Chopper carried a look of wonderment and a hint of respect, from doctor to doctor. Law knew the capabilities of the younger, and offered to lend some books he had, which the reindeer accepted with many thanks. Torao had a soft spot for the kid, but then again, who didn't? So your plan is to form an alliance. What's in it for you and us? It was a blunt "the heck do you want?" from the green-haired swordsman. Law supposed it was natural, given the man was very straightforward and honest with his intentions, though it lacked the confidence he saw when they worked together in Punk Hazard. The man was too tense, too guarded to be the pirate hunter Luffy mourned. Law didn't know if that was a good thing or not. He shrugged off his concern, as worrying for his partner's well-being would only bring more migraines. What I have to offer is my assistance for the time being in whatever havoc you guys will indulge. I am aware of your reputation of jumping head-on into situations where the odds are against you. I'll help you on your adventures, like a parrot. Luffy glued to Law's hip and paraphrased his words, like a translator. As to what I require, it will be about dealing with a man who is responsible for the destruction and unhappiness of innocent civilians, suffering under the thumb of a false king in bodies that are not theirs for years. And in turn help me kick Mingo's butt. There was a type of silence permeating the air, one that appeared when spectators were watching any sort of entertainment. Robin was responsible for breaking it, chuckling. You have already done this, haven't you? Law rubbed his forehead and pinched the area between the eyebrows. Yes, you are right, Nico Robin. Then we have no reason to refuse, do we? If Luffy said yes one time, then it is still valid till this moment. The statement was met with all sorts of agreements varying in eagerness, but all coded in resignation. Law wondered why he had prepared his speech. Of course it was another thing to be thrown into the trash, like all his decade-long plans. The surgeon looked to the side and was met with a smug smile that made him want to smack it, either with his hands or lips. Stupid crew. So we have a deal? Duh, of course we do. Now eat the cookies, they are getting cold. Blackleg settled the last batch and sat down. In the past, that sort of nonchalance would disturb Law, make him think if there was a catch. However, after sharing so many adventures with the weird crew, all he did was break the sweet on his mouth and savor the sugary flavor flowing inside. His extended hand searching for a second one earned a hum of approval from the Straw Hat's cook. Now that we settled this matter, how about we tackle the next one? How the F are you here? Indeed, Sanji's question Law had been ringing in his head for days, as he was pretty sure he died. You died, Torao. The sun outside shined fiercely and implied that it was a hot day, one in which people need a cold bath to feel comfortable in their own skin. But, with that phrase, no amount of heat or sun could raise the temperature back. I did, and probably came back thanks to this. He pointed to the crew symbol and treasure. The straw hat. When I died, you left your straw hat with me, didn't you? Usopp gasped. Why would you do that? Didn't you have to return it to Shanks? Luffy blankly stated. I let my Nakama die, so I couldn't be Pirate King. I don't think I could ever return it to him. Law wanted to protest, but in a battle of stares between the couple, Luffy left victorious. The Surgeon of Death continued the explanation. This straw hat belonged to the Pirate King and, from what we discovered from the poneglyphs thanks to a certain archaeologist, it is the key to start a new era. Many believed it to be the symbol of pirates and freedom, as the Warrior of Liberation also wore it. However, there were many who wore this straw hat prior to Nika, and they weren't only pirates. It is believed that the hat showed up from time to time, and announced, through a person of its choosing, that a new era was to come. Robin's eyes were shining, and Brook brewed tea for the crew to drink. When you talked to Roger, what did he say? What did he ask you? Luffy picked his nose. He asked me if I wanted something, and I told him I wanted to be with my Nakama again. Then I guess he conceived your wish by sending you back to the past. I was dragged alongside since I had the straw hat on my hands. But why did the straw hat travel back in time, too? Wouldn't it be a paradox if there were two hats at the same time? Nami felt there were missing puzzles in there, but she couldn't quite put her finger on exactly where. My best guess is that it has something to do with your captain. Luffy? Isn't he right here? Chopper tugged on Luffy's sleeve. He means the Luffy from our time, Chopper. Robin could see where Trafalgar was heading. It's true that a paradox could happen once you go back in time, hence why your captain and the hat ceased to exist the moment this idiot here stepped foot here. Seeing the increasingly worried glances he received, Law reassured them. I don't believe he is dead or lost forever, as nothing in nature simply disappears. But you don't know where he is. No, I don't. That still leaves one question. Why does Luffy actually look like his age but you do not? You look exactly like your poster from this time. It was Robin who answered. I assume it is due to the fact that Trafalgar is dead, or was dead, and only his conscience was brought to the now. In medicine, there are two ways that determine the death of a being. It is more common for people to take track of the heartbeats, but it can be registered from their brain activity too. Chopper piped in. So are you saying that when Luffy arrived at Raftail, Torao wasn't brain dead? How far were you two from the island? Raftail is actually 2 islands. One of them is visible for everybody, but the other, which actually has the One Piece, has some things you gotta do to show up. I won't tell ya, it will spoil the fun. We were in the visible one when Torao died. They are side by side. Then it really is possible that your brain is from your actual time, Mr. Death Surgeon. Robin darkly chuckled. Trafalgar ignored her. Your straw hat is a very special thing, Luffy. I don't really care for symboling or things like that. I just wish this time I can give it back to Shanks. Symbolism, and with you finally wearing clothes that are not primary colors, I don't think he would recognize you. Good luck with that. Luffy playfully kicked Law on the shin. Are you barefoot? You didn't notice? I stopped wearing slippers after that one incident with the pink bunny. Law snorted. Bunny? They would be so set off if they heard you. What will they do? Fight me? From the grave? Law gave a full-blown laughter, startling the Straw Hats, but quickly recomposed himself in embarrassment. Hearing dark humor come out of his fiancée's mouth made it 10 times funnier. What's gonna be our next move, Mugiwara? I want to break Ace out of prison, but first we have to ask something from the panda dude. Maybe ambush him or separate him from the apron guy so we can talk. You don't seem too keen on the idea. Negotiation is such a pain. Torao, do that for me. No, I want to watch you try to persuade someone. Law smirked to the group. It's going to be interesting. Mine. Before Sanji could GG at the not-so-subtle flirting in front of him, Law added on. Now, onto a more pressing matter. Did you know the burst call was blasted? The archaeologist of the group paled upon hearing that, hugging herself to serve as comfort. Nami draped an arm around her to remind she could lean on them and wasn't alone, an act which was received with unspoken gratefulness. Yes, we were aware, Rayleigh told us so. I wonder how they managed to miss Sunny. That's because I changed the location of your ship, and they decided to not destroy the whole island. There are too many nobles and political figures still stationed here for vacation. What's the catch? The Marine is trapping every single being inside. Whoever looks suspicious is immediately arrested on sight. Moreover, government ships are surrounding Sabaody and slowly approaching and, in my experience, I have never seen that many ships gathered in one place before. He gave a pointed and unimpressed look to Luffy. You made quite the number there, you DMN trouble magnet. Shamelessly, Luffy laughed at Law's statement, nonchalantly taking his, the other not even batting an eye. He spun it around, curiously analyzing the handle. In the meantime, Sanji stood up and began to wash the dishes, Usopp giving him a hand. I never noticed it, but your sword is quite big. Law paused, closed his eyes and pursued his lips, looking thoughtful for a moment. He considered himself a mature person, so he would not say anything further, like the 29-year-old he was. Yeah. For sure. But of course, the DMN clowns read what first came to his mind. In particular, Frankie, who shot him a playful smile and jerked his head to Luffy's direction, encouraged Law to answer the comment. The Surgeon of Death clenched his jaw and smoothly answered. Yeah. The Straw Hats laughed, someone was hitting their thigh. Another broke a plate and tried to apologize between wheezes. One person was rolling on the floor and almost everyone had tears in their eyes. Zoro did not catch the joke and said he had 3 swords, which was cooler, prompting the laughter to prolong and possibly injure Sanji's lungs as he was howling. Chopper looked concerned at Nami and Brook, who were on the floor shaking and screaming. Law massaged his temples, recalling how many headaches that unbelievable crew had given him in the early stages of their alliance. However, his frown dissolved into a small smile watching Luffy quietly smiling and looking content. Even if they were a pain, they had a special place in his heart. Not that he would ever tell them that, though. Sunny was under tree roots, safely tucked away from Marine's eyes. It had been a wise decision, Brook noted, since every numbered tree had a soldier stationed to it. More ships could be seen approaching Sabaody even from afar, amounting to an absurd number of enemies. Luffy held a proud posture from attracting that many people, earning a smack and whispered scolding from Nami. Brook found the youthfulness that permeated his newfound family fascinating. He was decades old, almost a century, so time rattled his bones in a different way than them. Before, time used to be simply a quantification of how long it had been since he'd last seen Laboon, since he'd last played a symphony with his old crewmates. It was never a countdown, only a timer. Sometimes, he found himself carried by the childish curiosity of the Straw Hats, eager to taste and feel new adventures on their skin. Other times, he watched wrinkles made of bad memories and traumatic pasts paint their faces, depicting a level of maturity not many of his musician friends had, or many adults for that matter. He wondered if he was the only one to notice. Probably not, seeing Nico Robin's secret smile that seeped understanding. They were at the mercy of Law's shambles ability and something Brooks' captain called hockey. As a bewildered expression bled into the musician's muscleless face, Luffy murmured to himself with stormy eyes. The light back and forth between the couple brought a sort of bitterness to the skeleton's heart, even if he didn't have one yo-ho-ho-ho. His captain had not been well for the day's time and, in spite of the crew's eagerness to help, Luffy wasn't prone to accept it. He was very closed off, and none of the Straw Hats were sure how to deal with it, especially if the matter revolved around their sunshine. Then Law came and made everything better. They had to let a man of another ship come and comfort the person who brought light to their lives. They were reminded of the existence of a rift between them and that Luffy, how time brought them together but, at the same time, pulled them apart. Although, as disconcerting as it was, Brook felt grateful for the Surgeon of Death. In his experience, there were often times when you'd find yourself surrounded by people, though still feel alone. The only ones who could bring closure were the ones that had seen what you went through, had been in similar situations or could greatly empathize with you. Those were harder to find. Brook almost jumped out of his bones when an object was dropped on his afro. He swore he saw a fragment of his soul leaving his body, but it could have been just the shock. The cause of his scare was a newspaper, plastering the name of Luffy's older brother, which immediately caught his attention. Reading the title, he quickly handed the paper to his captain. Fire Fist Ace's execution has been anticipated. Who is the man that harmed 3 celestial dragons? Luffy clutched the newspaper with a deathly grip, face darkening and figure shaking in anger. Law looked over his shoulder and voiced the issue as Luffy was unable to do so for the Straw Hats. They changed the day of execution to an earlier date. Nami paled. Why would they do that? Didn't they have to prepare to go to war with Whitebeard? My best guess is because they another, more urgent matter to attend to, that being Straw Hat here. Even at the cost of gaining a losing coin in the face of a Yonko? Law pursued his lips, answer at the tip of his tongue, but not willing to voice it. Brook understood why the surgeon did not want to say it. It would mean pointing to the one responsible for the hastening of Ace's execution if he didn't tread carefully with his words. Instead of any of them saying anything, Luffy beat them to it. They want to end Ace's execution quicker so they can deal with me. The Fing Tenryubito are probably pushing the Marine to deal with the pirate who disrespected them, since they think the world revolves around them. There was a bite to Luffy's tone, and a lot of self-accusation. Before Luffy could spiral down further, his first mate clasped his shoulder and said with resoluteness. And does that change anything in your plans, Cap? We are still going to save your brother. Brook watched carefully Luffy's response. At first, he stilled, almost forgetting who was talking to him, but recomposed himself as he scrunched his eyebrows, crossing his arms and twisting his face like a hand-washed cloth. Then broke into a wide grin. Brook didn't think the smile quite reached his eyes. Nope. No change of plans. We still need to go to a certain place, so let's hurry. Brook felt unease in his bony chest, and found the pair of captains exchanging a glance. Well, more like Trafalgar Law quirked an eyebrow in silent question and Luffy just ignored it, fully aware the other was looking at him. The skeleton's guts told him to watch out for something, like when the Rumbar Pirates captain fell ill, even if he didn't have guts. Watch out for what? He dreaded the answer. They had been walking around for 2 hours when Luffy halted to a stop, for they had found the bear guy, alongside a man wearing only a red apron and sporting a huge scar running across his face. Robin noted how the man indeed carried the appearance of a panda, and wondered if his hair was fluffy as such. She had befriended a bear cub when she was younger, and would have been lost in memories if their circumstance wasn't dire. Law had brought back her captain's carefree demeanor, which she was grateful for. However, it didn't last long as he read the news about Fire Fist. Robin hadn't met Portgaste's Ace, but she heard how Nami dubbed the man as being impossibly related to Luffy, seeing he was extremely polite and respectful. Usopp added, with tears in his eyes, that he even saved the group and thanked them for putting up with his little brother's antics. A dusty pink adorned Sanji's face when he agreed with the group's description. Ace had manners and charm. The archaeologist was eager to meet her captain's brother, but something told her it would have to wait. Luffy snapped his neck to turn to them. Get down. And the Straw Hats did without question, including Robin, who stopped all thoughts swirling on her head to obey her captain's order. Trafalgar Law did the same, though a bit earlier than the barked command. Suddenly, the panda man blasted a ray of light from his mouth at the place they were standing on. In spite of their situation, Luffy grinned. This is going to be a good lecture. Let me teach you the basics of hockey. Hockey? Luffy flailed his arms around, gesturing with his hands in an up and down motion to his body. Kuma was charging another laser beam. A thing that helps you punch others real hard? Trafalgar Law sighed and rubbed his forehead before chanting room and changing the localization of the group away from the charged laser. It's the resolve and determination of a person transformed into a weapon, being able to coat their bodies and allowing them to hurt Logia users. It is also capable of seeing incoming attacks, like what Straw Hat did. Another attack was shot and redirected at the sky as Luffy lightly kicked the cyborg's chin. Tap into your mind. What makes you keep going? What helps you get out of bed? It's quite hard to learn. Law wore a wry smile. But you will have plenty of time to do so. Look. Luffy showed them his arm, which looked like it was coated in iron and sported a dark color, almost completely black. This is armament hockey. He took the full brunt of another laser beam and reflected its direction with a swing of his arm. Robin felt her eyes twinkle, a curiosity spark, the archaeologist in her drinking the new information like a thirsty person on a desert. It was amusing to hear about such powerful defense and attack for the first time in her 28 years of life. But then again, she had spent most of it running and surviving instead of actually living it. I'd tell you to fight this guy trying to use hockey. Usopp and Nami tensed at the captain's words. But we are kinda running out of time, so just watch. Luffy made his signature move to launch a gum pistol and rapidly ended the fight, if it could be called a fight. Robin viewed it as one-sided slaughter, which she found kind of funny. There is also a third type of hockey called Conqueror's Hockey or Hockey of the King, one that few are born with. Luffy and Swordsmanya got it. As the previous two, it is also about sheer willpower, but, unlike the others, those carrying that power are able to overwhelm others with a single look. The peculiar man wearing an apron had enough and intervened in the fight, introducing himself and Sentomaru. Behind him was another cyborg, which was named Pacifist, and apparently there were lots of them, seeing they carried numbers. Luffy glanced at Trafalgar Law and a silent agreement passed between them, splitting in two, Trafalgar Law against the robot and Luffy dealing with Sentomaru. Robin watched in awe as her captain broke Sentomaru's axe with a single move, taking advantage of the stunned man to deliver a series of blows. The Surgeon of Death used his power to split the cyborg in two and damage its insides, properly defeating the robot. Two bodies hit the ground, and the group was about to cheer when they felt the temperature drop a few degrees as a tall figure covered in ice walked into the scene. It's a pain in the butt, but I have to interrupt your little party to arrest you, Monkey D. Luffy. You are charged for harming, how many celestial dragons again? Ah well, you are under arrest. Robin felt her heartbeat increase considerably in speed, being pulled by the others to stand behind them. The Straw Hat's protective nature surged and unconsciously protected her, knowing what happened in O'Hara and their previous encounter before her arrest. Frankie hugged her with one arm and shot her an encouraging smile, and Robin felt some of her fear melt a little. She could do this, even though none of the Straw Hats believed themselves to be able to take down an admiral. Luffy chewed his lips, standing in front of all of the group. Thankfully, Rayleigh made an appearance. And cut Akiji's Ice Age with a kick on the solar plexus. It didn't completely hit the admiral, seeing he protected it with a coat of ice, but turned his attention to someone else. Meanwhile, another person joined, that being the true Bartholomew Kuma. They were surrounded by multiple powerful enemies, and Robin felt her heart drop as she fell into a battle stance like her family. They would have engaged in combat, if Luffy hadn't intervened. Zoro had been feeling jittery ever since they had received the news from Ace's changed execution day. He watched carefully how his captain had closed off, hiding his face in the brim of the trademark hat. When Luffy received back his treasure, Zoro could finally see how much his friend had changed, finally unfogging the glass wall his captain put between himself and the crew. The glass brought a sense of security and conviction that Luffy was still their Luffy, not that the swordsman would ever doubt that, and let them know he was still there. However, that being a wall, it separated them and created an obstacle to trespass to truly be by his side. The first mate twisted his wrist, sheathing and unsheathing his katana on the way, an annoying buzz on his body whispering insecurities on his mind. Roronoa Zoro never felt he lacked confidence until he met Monkey D. Luffy, when he got new reasons to sail at the sea aside from fighting for his dream. He had other things to care about, he discovered how far his arm and strength could stretch. It was terrifying, it was inspiring. When hearing about hockey, Zoro couldn't help the excitement blossoming on his chest, blood rushing to his ear, eager to train whatever the heck that mysterious power was. It was almost childish glee, to discover something that could enhance and change his swordsmanship for the better. Watching the battle between Akiji and Rayleigh only accentuated his need to grow stronger and more capable. He was about to enter the fight when he heard footsteps approaching their location and froze. There was Bartholomew Kuma, the man who had been haunting his sleep for the past days, holding his usual book. Zoro was angry at himself for shaking, albeit a little, when remembering the pain he had gone through. Thankfully, or not, Luffy cut in at that moment, saying he was the one who would handle that. "Say, Kuma and Ice Guy, how about a deal?" Both men stared at his captain, the latter in amusement and the other unreadable. "A deal with a pirate? That sounds laughable, but let me hear what you have to say, Straw Hat." Luffy shadowed one of his eyes, and authority seeped into his words, making Zoro wonder if haki could also be used on your voice. He didn't like the direction that conversation was going. "In exchange for letting my nakama go and not mentioning what happened here, I'll go with you willingly to Impel Down." "What? What kind of deal is that?" Those were the exact thoughts Zoro had before his captain could even finish his sentence, but surprisingly, it was Law who said them. Zoro thought the surgeon knew Luffy's plans, however that didn't seem to be the case. Well, his captain was unpredictable even to his allies. "What are you doing, Luffy? You can't do that. We are going with you." Protests rained one after another, none of them agreeing to their captain's proposal. What was Luffy doing, letting them out of the loop? Akiji curiously eyed the young pirate. "And why should I agree with you? As far as I can tell, I could just arrest your entire crew. You want the fleet admiral seat, don't you? The Dove Dude is thinking of retiring, so if you turn me in, someone who punched 3 celestial dragons, maybe you will be more favorable than a Kainu to the soldiers." And don't you think I could just defeat you?" "You won't." "Why is that?" "Because this way is easier. Your lazy justice should seek shortcuts rather than properly doing the job you are already questioning. My nakama are not an urgent matter as I am." Akiji stared at the sky and retreated his ice that was covering most of the clearing. "I suppose that's true." The group was heavily arguing, screaming and shouting at Luffy for his decision. Rayleigh was watching the scene with squinted eyes, as it triggered a certain nasty memory. Zoro didn't know where his loyalty would fall on, his captain's will or his captain's life. If he chose the former, of course he would follow Luffy to Impel Down, but that meant leaving their nakama. If he chose the latter, there was a possibility all of them would go to Impel Down. He made his decision. "I'm going with you, Captain." The entire crew, one by one, stepped up and shot Luffy with eyes full of determination. They would not back down and take his order for them to stand still. They were the Straw Hats, who operated together and protected each other with every single pore of their body. "We won't let you do this alone, don't sacrifice yourself for us." Luffy had his back facing his nakama and Zoro saw how, despite Luffy's shorter stature, it felt it was extremely big and sturdy. The most reliable back he would trust his life to. "I'm not sacrificing anything for your guys. Not me and not my freedom. This is just my choice." He spun his body and faced them, a big smile splitting Luffy's face. "But thank you. Don't worry, okay? I see your point." The crew brightened at those words. That show of teeth was identical to the smiles he wore when he was confident to face off stronger opponents. "I have one order for you, though." Seeing their apprehension, he quickly followed with, "It's not to back down or sit still." Their captain, who watched the unwavering loyalty of his companions, said, "Trust me." And let a wave of haki of the king wash over every single one of them. Luffy watched them fall unconscious with a sad face, once again reminded of how they still had much to grow. If they were his old nakama, they wouldn't have fallen for such a weak show of haki. Seeing movement from the corner of his eye, Luffy stilled his movements. It was Zoro. "Luffy, why?" Of course Zoro wouldn't go down so easily. He was proud of his first mate. "Grow strong, will ya? I trust you to take care of them, Zoro." Zoro raged, nails gripping the palms of his hands drawing blood just so he could keep himself awake. He watched the image of Luffy and Kuina overlap. A wound once closed, settled as a constant annoying ache, reopened and a voice similar to his childhood friend whispered. "Still weak, huh, Zoro?" The swordsman closed his eyes. Luffy looked over his sleeping companions with warm and sad eyes. He shifted one food to another seeing Akji express his shock at his display of haki of the king, especially at his own crew. Rayleigh said nothing, but expressed disapproval through body language. Probably because he too was a first mate. Ignorance is a blessing. In the past Luffy thought this quote the utterest bullshit a person could ever say. If there weren't unknown places and people he hadn't met yet, how could adventures exist? One should not remain ignorant if they knew there was a way to understand what was unknown to them, and that doing so would earn an adventure. But now, he understood what that saying implied. Looking at his crew and their trust on him, on themselves and their dream, he couldn't help but swallow a bitter truth. Due to that blind trust, the crew he built with such love and care, his family that knew him like the back of their hands, was gone. And looking at their younger selves, he couldn't help but feel anxious that there was a chance this one was going to end the same way his former crew did. See, Luffy wasn't someone to be taken as an anxious person. He never thought ahead, since the thrill of not knowing what could happen was so good, so interesting. But, after living through the same thing again, knowing what happened in the end made his stomach sink and burn. He wished there was a certainty that he could stop what happened, but even if Luffy was at his peak, he still wet his hands in the blood of his family. Ignorance is a blessing, because if he didn't know the future, he wouldn't look at the younger versions of his nakama and only see their crestfallen expression after realizing they wouldn't see the end of their dreams. Why? Torao bluntly asked. I'm their captain, it's my job to protect them. The answer was cold, too cold for Luffy to recognize it was said in his own voice, but he shrugged it off. Doesn't mean you have to hurt yourself like this in the process. Torao retorted in a reprimanding tone. Roger had done the same thing before, Rayleigh whispered mostly to himself, though was heard by the little group. Only, he ended up at the execution table. The Straw Hat didn't answer and spun his body to face Kuma. Please, take care of them. It might have been a trick of the light, but Luffy saw sadness dancing upon Kuma's eyes. Silent and unmoving the entire time, the Shichibukai walked towards the bundle of sleeping corpses and gently sent them away, one by one. Despite knowing his nakama were safe, where they were to be sent to, and that he was the one to make that choice, Luffy couldn't help feeling his heart was being ripped into shreds. No battle scar hurt more than this, letting go of someone you care about because it is better for them. Suddenly, he was 17 again, having to watch his friends fade away before his eyes and unable to do anything, since he was too weak. Hey, I'm going with you. The voice was annoyed, but Luffy could see through it and feel there was concern mixed in. It helped ground him in the present. You can't. Watching the deranged expression slowly take Torao's face was amusing, though he intercepted before it got worse. I need you outside. Torao's facial muscles made a funny show, his tattooed fingers rubbed his temples and the scrunched eyebrows creased his forehead. Although frustrated, Torao understood the task he was responsible for. It was headache-inducing, but would play a big role in the war. You'll let him go, right? Luffy coated his body in Haki of the King when turning to Akiji, already falling into a protective stance. Nonetheless, it wasn't needed, as Akiji just shrugged it off, as if it wasn't his job as an admiral to arrest criminals. As if he didn't understand what Luffy meant. My job was to catch you. Trafalgar Law can do as he pleases for the moment, none of my concern. The Surgeon of Death looked offended by the lack of commitment of Kuzan to pay attention to him, but said nothing and crossed his arms. Torao wasn't stupid and wouldn't lose the chance to complete his mission. A sudden need took over Luffy's body to hold Torao's big hands, calloused and marked by stories that had been told dozens of times to him. They had white spots, and using his imagination Luffy could see them take shapes of animals or things that reminded him of Torao. In spite of that, the Straw Hat captain knew what he should actually do, and glued his hands wrist to wrist, a mock attempt of SBMSN. No comfort emitted from them, only a frail promise of a better future. The clang of chains reverberated on the clearing, and nausea took over the rubber man's body. It had been a while since he'd felt such concentrated cuffs of sea stones on his skin, an incredible force pushing down his powers to his gut and forcing complete yielding. Sea stones were the manifestation of the ocean's hatred towards devil fruit users, a deadly hug encompassing their bodies until they drowned and died. Torao grimaced in sympathy upon inspecting the stones cuffing his wrists and ankles. Despite the nausea clouding his brain, Luffy mustered up enough energy to smile at his fiancée. I'll see you around. A snort. Yes, see ya on the battlefield. Torao turned and disappeared from the area as quickly as he'd appeared. Luffy looked at his cuffed body and felt determination flow in his veins, in spite of his weakened state. This was the right choice, this time things would be different. One day later, the newspaper arrived at a remote island on the East Blue. Makino was chatting with one of the fruit vendors when she was approached by the mayor, who was panting from running at full speed and one of his lenses was broken. Mr. Mayor, is something wrong? Have you seen the latest news? He did not wait for Makino's reply before shoving the paper on her face. Makino brought a hand to her mouth and paled instantly, losing the grip on the journal, allowing people nearby to read what was on the front page. Fuchsia Village soon was filled with incredulous noises alongside worried ones, some scrambling to take the journal on their mail posts to read it themselves, not quite believing the situation was true. Straw Hat Luffy, charged for assaulting 3 celestial dragons, has been captured and sent to Impel Down, home to the most heinous criminals. It is known he is scheduled to be executed right after Whitebeard's second commander Fire Fist Ace. No, that can't be. First Ace and now Luffy? What is Garp doing? His job too well, apparently. The bar owner wore a thoughtful expression as she realized something, turning to the mayor to voice her theory. There is something sketchy about this whole ordeal, the timing is too perfect. As many resources as the Marine has, they should not be capable of arresting Luffy and Ace at such close dates since war against Whitebeard is to be waged. Mr. Whoopslap, do you see what I mean? Makino waited for her words to sink into the elder's brain, who morphed his face from worry to anger in a matter of seconds. The intact lens from his glasses broke. That stupid brat. Who does he think he is? Picking up fights left and right, even against revered figures such as the celestial dragons? Does he think he is invincible? Let's see how he fares after a meeting between his head and my cane. He wouldn't have given up, said a bitter voice. Whoopslap turned and came face to face with the leader of the mountain bandits. That stupid brat never goes back on his decisions, and would do anything in his power to help his brother. This plan, though, is the most stupid he could have ever come up with. Dayton, Makino placed a comforting hand on the mountain bandit's shoulder, who cupped hers with a trembling one. At first sight, Dayton looked just like any other criminal robbing people of their fortune for petty reasons, not for survival but rather just for the sake of having money. However, the barwoman knew better. As tough as the woman tried to make herself look, her heart was extremely soft. Makino knew Dayton still viewed Ace and Luffy as the kids she'd looked after for more than a decade, memorized the scraps and cuts they had on their bodies by playing around in the jungle and was aware of their strength and resilience. Deep down she couldn't care less for who their biological parents were, they were still her kids. Stupid brats, always giving her heart attacks. In times like those it was important to have support, and the pair of women made do with each other's presence, bonding over their care for the two youthful pirates. He will be okay, it is Luffy, isn't it? Eni's lobby proved as much. Makino offered a smile and it was returned. Yeah, like I give a DMN. I hope with my whole heart you are right. Fuchsia Village was a pile of nerves at the end of the day, Luffy's name never leaving the villagers' lips. Nonetheless, at night, they feasted and drowned their concern in alcohol, as they knew that was what their beloved child would have wanted. Ace had been swimming in and out of consciousness, feeling the pain of Blackbeard's battle on his flesh and skin screaming failure. He felt quite lucky, though, to be paired with an honorable and kind man in jail willing to listen to his rambles, albeit sometimes incoherent, about his little brother. It was his way of coping, holding onto the warm memories to heat the cold cell he found himself in, Luffy's smiles in its own brand of sun. He wondered if he was worthy of any of them. When Ace had first arrived at prison, his mind was stuck in a nightmare starring his father, Whitebeard, of course, and Sabo, admonishing him for his weakness, his failure as an older brother and son. Jim pulled him out of that dark prison with his raspy and old voice, so patient he could mistake the tone and cadence with Makino's. Every time his thoughts returned to a bad place, a place of self-deprecation, the fisherman brought him back to reality with questions and requests for stories. The other jailmates threw jeers, taunting and mocking Ace at the prospect of being Whitebeard's second in command who let himself be imprisoned. A shouting match was ignited that day, resulting in sleeping gas seeping into their cells. They repeated the taunts, only to be cut off by none other than Crocodile, looking ready to slaughter whoever dared to force him to sleep again. Perhaps it was boredom, but the ex-Shichibukai joined the conversation regarding Straw Hat at the main topic, though on the opposite side of support. Ace had been debating with Jinbe about the best person to cook takoyaki, defending a certain blonde's cuisine with passion while the other cited an octopus fisherman, when he heard the sound of clinking metal dragging on the floor. It indicated the arrival of a new cellmate, and caused hubbub among the others, eager to meet a new face and hungry to hear news from outside, boredom being a new brand of torture in level. Who is the unfortunate soul this time, guards? Ah, fresh meat. Is he interesting? Would he survive my blades if we fought? Look here, newbie. Let's bet how long you will last. Oh, he got an execution scheduled? Too bad, I bet I would win. The new addition said nothing, continuously walking as the warden commanded. It was quite chilling, as their steps made no sound, only the cuffs spoke their location. They were surrounded by a good amount of people and one reporter, plus the director and vice-director, causing quite a commotion. Their face, on the other hand, was invisible to the eyes, obstructed by the crowd. To Ace's surprise, they stopped right by his cell and stayed unmoving for a few minutes, even if the guards nudged and attacked him to keep walking. The figure remained unfazed, albeit swaying left and right like it didn't know what to do with their limbs. I'll get you out. I promise. Ace's heart never dropped as fast as that moment, freezing his entire figure as he blinked his eyes in the dark to drink the image of the person before him. Raven hair pointed to various angles like it had its own will, giving the man an air of aloofness. Although his eyes were black like a starless sky, they shined in an unnatural way that held hope and flames of determination forever lit, dressing a wound under the left one. The straw hat dimly glowing, a type of spotlight that demanded every single person in the room to look at them, look at its owner. Even if he was in his dying moments, Ace would recognize that person as his little brother, though looking older and taller than during their last encounter on Alabasta. Luffy? What are you doing here? Had the lights in the room been brighter, Ace would be able to see the water accumulating on Luffy's eyes, shining and on the verge of falling, stopped by sheer stubbornness, how his pupils shook and desperately clung to the image of Ace alive. Luffy's body swayed back and forth, wanting to be beside his big brother and hug the hell out of him. He managed to shove all the unsaid things down his throat, looking left and right before bursting into a giggle. What could I be doing in a prison? I don't know, Ace, being imprisoned? You are so silly. Oh, hello Jim. Hachi says hi. A thud was what broke Ace's stupor, the guard urging Luffy to his cell as fast as possible, seeing they were being watched by their superiors. The steps were silent, but Ace could hear them ringing inside his head, shaking his brain as to why Luffy was there. Of course, he knew the answer right away upon seeing his stupid little brother, and still rejected the idea because his heart could not take it. It was so like Luffy to do that, even if Ace didn't deserve any salvation. What would the devil's child deserve anyway? The group of escorts dissolved and left the 5th level after a click of lock was heard by everyone, like they wanted to remind them they still held power over the dangerous criminals. Some inmates took notice of that and mocked the officers, curses left unanswered. What the F is their deal? All of that for just a brat? What an overkill. Hey kid, what did you do? Ace strained his shoulders to lean on the railings to hear Luffy's voice clearer and better. Beat the F out of those celestial shitheads. Hollering echoed in the walls, claps of metal and stone showed excitement from the prisoners' part. Serves them right. Bet they would have looked good under my scissors, all goops of flesh. If I had the chance I would have done the same. You wouldn't have the ball to do that, FING traitor. How come they didn't execute you right on the spot? Oh, they tried, I just beat that light admiral too. Silence. Then, uproar. You did what? I don't believe you. A marine admiral? By a shorty like you? I'm not that short dash. Luffy, you did what? Ah, that was it, that explained it all. Ace had been dreaming all along, and meshed together the recordings of Luffy and a Navy admiral thanks to all those fists of love. That was the only explanation. Well, it was in the newspapers, or maybe the marine already took this edition down. Haven't any of you read anything about it? We don't really get them down here, Mugiwara. Crocodile piped in, and another sound of metal was heard. Ah yeah, Croc guy, you were here. I forgot. Crocodile huffed in exasperation. You were the one who put me here in the first place. Ace heard Jim ask. Is Hachi okay? He is too gullible, I hope he didn't bring you too much trouble. Jim, you are a really nice guy. Ace looked up and swore he saw purpled cheeks. Well, I can't say he was fine. I had to punch him real hard, 'cause Arlong and the others were abusing Nami and her village. She forgave him, and now he is cooking super delicious takoyaki. I apologize in regards to Arlong's crew too, I used to be their leader, but some things happened and now I'm here. It's not me who you have to ask for forgiveness, though I think Nami would be cool. So don't worry, Jim, Luffy laughed. And I wasted too much time here. Are they gone? The guards? Yes, they just left. Good. Ace heard a crunching sound, followed by falling cuffs. He did not like how it sounded like crunched bones. To his surprise, as if there weren't enough surprises for the day, Luffy was standing right in front of his cell, uncuffed and free. Hey, you ready to break havoc on the strongest prison fort? Contrary to popular belief, Haki is not an ability exempt from the weakening of Kairuseki. Although it is a manifestation of a person's will, if they are devil fruit users, then the sea stone still affects them. Not even Haoshiku Haki is capable of surpassing Kairuseki's oppression. Through time and desperation, Luffy learned a way to free himself of those shackles, albeit in a savage way, as Torao put it. Nonetheless, it could regain his freedom, so Luffy was pretty proud of himself for discovering a method to overcome hell. By breaking his bones. Technically, as the Straw Hat's body is made of rubber, there are few ways to crush them: an attack from another devil fruit user, Haki, or sea stone. The latter nullifies all effects of the Gomu Gomu no Mi, so it's possible to break the bones if he is ever in contact with Kairuseki while doing it. The only problem would occur if the shackles were around his neck or torso, since Luffy would die from snapping them. As for the pain, well, Luffy had experienced worse things. The young man formed a simple plan: break him and Ace free and, maybe, along the way, make allies so the commotion overheats the prison system. Make it as fast as possible too, not giving the guards any time to call reinforcements. The first time Luffy reached level 6 of Impel Down, he observed the walls and floor were made of thick stones and not kairoseki, and the only torture was time itself, if the prisoners were in good behavior and the guards weren't in a bad mood. Compared to the other floors, that place was almost a walk in the park. Right, Luffy had to be quick. Luffy scrambled to his feet feeling a faint pain on his ankles, but ignored it and activated Gear 2 to break Ace's cell, careful not to let piles of debris fall on his brother and Jim. The Straw Hat punched the walls holding the chains, letting shackles hang awkwardly on Ace's wrists and feet. Jim, on the other hand, was free and, after shaking off his momentary shock, broke Ace's cuffs. The fisherman turned to Luffy. "Straw Hat, why did you free me too? I like you, Jim, and there are people outside waiting for you." Fishman Island and the Old Sun Pirates flashed on Jim's mind. "They need you." Luffy was about to recruit the fishman to his crew when Ace cut him off. "Stop, Luffy." His brother was shaking, skin littered with cuts and old wounds coloring it green and purple. He had eye bags that screamed sleepless nights and fatigue and, in spite of the deplorable state, Ace squared his shoulders and threw Luffy the nastiest glare he could muster. "You should know better. You and I are pirates, we went to the sea separately. I have my own adventures and friends. There's no place for you in my life." Ace breathed heavily, teeth grinding against each other and dragged his sluggish body to grab Luffy by the collar. "You think I'd let myself be rescued by a weakling like you? That would be an unbearable insult. If you want to escape, do it alone." Luffy remained unfazed by the sharpened words, meant to cut deep and push him away. He knew they were meant to hurt and, in a way, they did. He didn't want to see Ace torture himself by spewing bullshit that blanketed worry. This scene happened a long time ago, the circumstances different, though the feelings remained the same. Of course Ace would pull shit like that, going on and on about how he was undeserving of love and help. Luffy could never in his life understand why his big brother thought so little of himself, and wasn't eager to find out. It was like Ace's self-loathing was written in a language he could never learn given how absurd it was. Perhaps Sanji could translate, given he spoke it ever since he was born in a family like the Vinsmoke. Born in, but not belong to. "I don't care about your pirates' rules." Luffy scoffed. Rules and pirates in the same sentence was quite weird. "You are my brother first and foremost and I'll always help you, even if it kills me." The older brother motioned to retort, but Luffy pulled him into a hug to choke out any stupid answer Ace was about to give. Physical touch was not enough, so Luffy made his haki cover them like a safety blanket, like when they were kids exploring the forest of Goa. Like when it was winter and they only had fire and a ragged blanket to heat them, so they tangled themselves in a messy hug to warm themselves. Ace was never big on physical affection and outward demonstrations of love, but, on bad days, when missing Sabo was unbearable, they would cuddle extremely close, almost meshing their bodies together. Luffy took advantage of the situation and pulled his ear to his brother's chest to hear Ace's heartbeat. 1, 2, 3, and confirm Ace was alive, finally falling asleep in relief. When other children counted sheep to sleep, Luffy counted his brother's heartbeat. A heartbeat that reverberated against his own chest in that tangle of limbs. Ace's hugs were warm, and he would put his arm under Luffy's head acting as a cushion to accommodate him. When morning arrived, he would scold Luffy for making his arm dormant. Luffy knew it was because Ace was embarrassed to admit he cared for him. Ace and Sabo had a similar role as Shanks in Luffy's life. They inspired him to get stronger. The difference could be seen in their daily life during childhood, in which the brothers relied on each other to take down powerful opponents. Whereas Shanks would have fought alone as he was very, very strong, his big brothers made combo attacks in synchrony that spoke of years of familiarity. During the 2 years Luffy waited to set sail and Ace had long left, he worked to shake off some habits. Luffy always waited a certain amount of time to deliver the next blow, expecting someone to take that opening and do it themselves, and he left his right side unprotected since Ace was always there to cover for him. He succeeded in correcting those flaws, though when Zoro joined the crew Luffy fell into the habit again. Ace's hug was really warm. After Marineford, nightmares and memories constantly plagued Luffy's mind, flashing images at unexpected moments and, sometimes, sensations. At one moment the Straw Hat would be sitting on Sunny's head and, in the other, suddenly he was in the middle of war with blood on his hands and smell of cooked flesh on his nose. Luffy used to stay by Sanji's side when the chef cooked meat, eagerly waiting for it to be done, but with his mind's sudden attacks, he opted to stay out of the kitchen until the smell was gone. And now, relishing on that hug, Luffy thought he could move on from that. His big brother's scent was not of burned flesh, but of festivity's bonfire. "I am the son of the devil, the biggest trash in the world." Ace tries again, though with a broken and muffled voice. This execution was bound to happen, a mistake to be fixed. I don't deserve to live, I brought this upon myself. I don't dash. There was a punch strong enough to push Ace a few steps back that connected to his face. Too stunned to speak, he looked up and saw Luffy's eyes were watering. Do you think you deserve to suffer? Son of a devil? Cut the crap, Ace. You are mine and Sabo's brother and Whitebeard's son. Best friend of the pineapple guy and Yamato. In what way does that man define you? He is too effing dead to have a say in anything. Luffy was shaking and held his fist high, breath coming in heavy gulps of air. Don't give up on yourself like this. I don't want you to suffer. I don't want you to die. It hurts to see you torture yourself like this, saying you deserve it. You are my brother, Ace. It's okay for you to exist and be loved. Ace's pupils and shoulders shook, mouth hanging open but unable to form any words. Jim took pity on the man and placed a heavy hand on his back. He is right, Ace-san. A man like you does not deserve to find his end on a prison junk or execution table like this. Your old man will be sad if you go, so let's get you to Whitebeard quickly. The fisherman caught a den mushy on the corner of his eye and hurried. Luffy mumbled words of concordance and wiped his moist eyes. The trio went up the stairs leading to level 5 when Crocodile made himself known. Mugiwara, how about you free me too? I can help you escape this junkyard. The proposition caused the other prisoners to follow and begin demanding to be freed too, but Luffy shut them up with a wave of Haushiku Haki. He also applied it to his words. You will help us, right? I will kill you on the spot if I ever see a small chance you will turn on us. With each word, Luffy increased the pressure of his haki towards the hookman, who was fighting for his breath. I am stronger than you and will crush all your bones before your sandy brain can even form a plan. Do not test me. Crocodile grunted something akin to compliance, and that was enough. He broke the ex-Shichibukai's cage the same way he broke Jim's. I also know of your past. Ivan-chan told me. Crocodile darkened his face, eyes growing icier. Luffy grinned. Crocodile darkened his face, eyes growing icier, but said nothing. Now, let's go. They traversed the freezing hell with ease, Luffy being their guide using instincts and muscle memory alone. He spotted packs of wolves threatening to get closer, but his and Jinbe's haki coat served as a reminder to not get involved. The Straw Hat looked over the group to see if the others were keeping up and some were staggering behind. The cold and exhaustion were seeping into their bones, bringing down morale. Ace was shirtless, Crocodile still in his prison gear and Jinbe sported cloth rags. Luffy gave his black coat to Ace, though the latter refused. I ate the Mara no Mi, Luffy. I don't feel cold, since my body is made of fire. Besides, I don't think it would have fit me anyway. Ace paused, and measured his little brother before widening his eyes. When did you grow up so fast? Last time I checked, you couldn't even reach my waist. The tone was teasing and amused, but Luffy detected a sense of pride beneath. The youngest puffed his chest and crossed arms. I was only a head shorter than you. Torao told me I was 178 centimeters tall, and could grow to be as tall as Gramps. Torao? I thought your doctor was named Chopped or Chopin. Chopper, and yes he is my doctor, but Torao dash. Luffy gulped down the rest of his sentence as he sensed people approaching. He closed his eyes and let his observation haki wash over level 5 to locate blind spots and shelter on the snow to hide from the guards. Luffy motioned for the group to follow him towards a clearing surrounded by trees and boulders, holding their breath each time they took a step. The crunch of the snow could act as an alarm, telling their location, not to mention the footprints. Jim grabbed a twig and erased their track, swishing the floor. Once none of them could hear or feel any living soul in a 1-kilometer radius, the men released their anxiety in puffs of air. We will rest here, Luffy said, moving to pick the boulders to form a barricade against the freezing wind. Mugiwara, we can't stop after just one floor. We need to dash, Luffy rudely interrupted Crocodile by dropping a flat rock serving as a roof. You are exhausted. We will take shifts and rest. Jim, finish the shelter with the boulders nearby, but don't make it look too obvious. Ace will look for wood and make a bonfire. I think it will be okay, since fog is approaching, so they won't see the smoke. Crocodile and I will hunt for food. The hookman was annoyed, but wordlessly followed through what Straw Hat said, as he seemed too tired to care. Although Luffy wanted to hunt with Ace like in the old times, he couldn't trust Crocodile to be near any of his loved ones, so he paired himself with the guy. They hunted various wolves in a synchrony that came as a surprise for both, coming back with a big pile of meat and fur. The makeshift cottage had a small fire in the entrance, warming Luffy's frozen calf and fingers, which were turning blue. When he entered the place, Jim and Ace greeted him, making a flood of warmth color his cheeks and chest. They were together and safe. We brought food, Luffy announced, cheerfully. Ace lit up, finally, a decent meal. Didn't they give you anything to eat? If that goo counts as food, might as well lick the floor. Ace scowled, making Luffy bark out a laugh. Torao once said if you were stuck in a desert and dying of thirst, one of the ways to solve that was to drink your own pee. I don't know if he was joking or not. Oh yeah, you were in the middle of telling me who this Torao dude is. Torao is my dash. Ace-san, Luffy-kun, I hate to interrupt, but I think it's time to divide our shifts. The fisherman cut in. Luffy nonchalantly picked his ear. I'll take the first one and wake you up next. Jim nodded and rested his back on the wall. It didn't take long before Luffy could hear low snoring. He must have been exhausted, Luffy mused. Crocodile chose a spot far from any of them and began to clean his hook. The boy saw his brother let out a small yawn. You should go to sleep too, Ace. Ace looked at him with sleepy eyes and smiled. When did you become so reliable, you little menace? Are you going to eat all the meat while we sleep? Luffy whined as Ace laughed, letting his head fall on his older brother's shoulder. It's good to have you back. Luffy did not wake up Jinbe and let him take his turn on watch over. Although the younger was planning on doing so, a well-rested night was put on hold by his glee at seeing Ace alive. It was probably a bad move, a foolish decision that could risk the lives of others, but Luffy let himself indulge. The chest that rose and fell, whole again, was Ace's. One who had not been taken to Marineford, one who hadn't yet seen a war waged for him, one who hadn't died for his stupid little brother. See, this Ace was the Ace Luffy had always known, unchanged and unmarked by age. As his timer had stopped at the count of when Luffy turned 21, he spent his entire day in a somber mood. The youngest sibling should not be older than their older brothers. Ace said his biggest regret was that he would not be there to watch Luffy achieve his dream, and Luffy understood and felt the weight of those words every single day. It hurt to not be able to show how big was the Sea King he had just defeated, how he rose to become emperor and became friends with a little purple-haired girl that once knew Ace. For all the steps he took, the adventures he was part of, Ace wasn't there to see. Ace didn't get to see Luffy finally grow into his hat, that still danced on his head even when he was, but now, there was a chance he could. Just by breathing, Ace soothed Luffy's concern, anxiety and despair. It was comforting to look at someone's eyes without expecting them to act a certain way, the way their future selves acted, having been shaped by fights and experiences yet to happen. He loved his crew no matter past, present or future, he really did, but every interaction he had left a lingering feeling of wrongness. Loving someone is loving every state of their being. Humans change every day, and when you choose to love someone, you choose to love their changes too. But this crew wasn't a state of change, they were the people his crew used to be, and, because of his whole time travel gimmick, maybe the Nakama he once knew would never come to life, and become a mere what-if of the future. Take a steak. The meat has been through a long process to taste the way it is, grilled, buttered and seasoned, then put in the oven again. Take the same steak, but before all this process. Even though the origin is the same, it's not the same steak. That's how Luffy felt with his old crew. Luffy was selfish, the most selfish person he had ever known. He aimed to live the pirate motto of freedom his entire life, as all his choices were based on his desire to make his friends happy, no matter the consequences. And, sometimes, that meant dragging them into a mess until they all left battered and bruised from an island. However, that reckless behavior demanded strength, and this old crew lacked it, especially on New World's ground. So it filled him with frustration and anger when he saw the need to push them away so the old straw hats had a chance of survival. He knew they felt as frustrated as him, but again, he was selfish and would do what he thought was best, even if it hurt his Nakama. That's why Ace was so different, like a breath of fresh air. That's why Ace being alive brought so much hope, that it was okay if Luffy never got to see his version of his Nakama again. Because it meant Luffy could see the man Ace would become, it meant Sabo could have a brother the same age as him again, it meant both his brothers could see him take the crown and exchange vows with the man he loved. It meant two lone souls who found each other, and were forced to live with the knowledge the other died, could reunite and live on the same world again. Luffy ought to call Sabo as soon as he could. Jinbe stirred in his sleep and woke up with a frown, seeing he felt well rested when he was supposed to keep watch on the next turn. The fisherman understood what happened, but asked anyway. Straw Hat, didn't you sleep at all? The boy shrugged. Wasn't tired anyway. We should get moving, since the floor seems frantic. Yeah, that. Luffy runned his fingers through the snow, drawing a straw hat that resembled the symbol on Yuta's glove. Forgive me for being so presumptuous, but are okay, Luffy-kun? Jinbe was the only one Luffy managed to reach out about Ace after Marineford for some time, even in the future. Although the Straw Hat's captain tried to look nonchalant and cool about whatever concerned Ace, nightmares and flashbacks jeered at his supposed move on. At those times, Luffy asked Jinbe for guidance. If Luffy had to describe what a dad was, he would use the fishman as an example. At the moment, Luffy saw a possibility of his two siblings reuniting, and had Jinbe by his side. So yes, he was okay. Yeah, I'm fine. Seeing the truth in Luffy's words, Jinbe dropped the subject and woke up Ace, followed by Crocodile. The former enemy shot a glare that was closer to an annoyed cat being woken up than an ex-tyrant, which didn't make sense in Luffy's head as the guy was literally named Crocodile. The group traversed the White Desert carefully, taking slow steps as they heightened their senses with haki. The cold was a good wake-up call to their tired bodies, and instigated them to get out of the floor as fast as they could. Luffy picked up a figure moving towards them and quickly dismissed Ace and Jinbe's wariness before any fight broke out. He knew the person. Follow me. Luffy motioned and launched himself right in front of Inazuma's eyes, disregarding all their attempts at being stealthy. Inazuma flinched at the sudden presence but, to his credit, kept the glass of wine on his head still. Hey crab guy. You are Ivan-chan's friend, right? I'm Monkey D. Luffy, can you take me to where they are? Inazuma eyed Luffy's face stoically. Straw Hat? I have orders to take you somewhere. Come with me. Luffy arched an eyebrow. That didn't happen last time. Okay, but I'm not alone. They will come with me. The crab guy nodded and was already making his way when the others arrived. Ace scratched his head wondering if he had already seen the stranger, and Crocodile visibly tensed as he spotted Ivankov's friend. They reached a place filled with tables, food and booze. There were many people wearing garments and laughing to each other, seemingly having a lot of fun. Luffy liked the place. Last time he had been there, there wasn't spare time to enjoy the safe haven created on the walls of a torture fortress, so he took his time to appreciate the light-hearted mood and ate what the waiters were serving. Inazuma made them sit on a table near the stage. Now we wait. Wait for what dash? The lights were turned off, and a lone figure stood in the middle of the stage, swinging their hips as a spotlight shined on their purple hair. Ace found himself clapping alongside the crowd, excited to see the show, and Jinbe widened his eyes, recognizing who they were. Crocodile repressed a full-body shudder and began bouncing his leg up and down anxiously. Did Six enjoy the food, Straw Hat Boy and friends? Thank you for coming. You've got everything here, so enjoy. Drink, weapons, games, and above all, freedom. Ace joined the whistling, and took off his hat. Ivankov continued. You say this prison is hell? Maybe you're right, but at least it's an Okama one. The underground nobody knows. Welcome to Impel Down Level 5.5, New Kama Land. Luffy laughed at his friend's theatrics. Ivan-chan, thanks for bringing us here. The food's great. The king of New Kama Land didn't comment on the NTMT way the Straw Hat called them. Make yourself comfortable, I already prepared some rooms for you. How did you know we were here, Ivankov? Crocodile Boy, good to see you too. Last time I saw you, you dash. Enough. Crocodile walked away and went to the bar to get a drink. As much as we are grateful for your hospitality, Queen Ivankov, we cannot stay. Ace lowered his head in thanks, lowering the cowboy hat to his chest. Jinbe repeated the gesture. And why is that? Luffy looked at Ace and grinned. There are people waiting for us outside. A glint of recognition passed through Ivan's eyes as he saw Whitebeard's tattoo on the freckled man's back, comprehension dawning on him. However, I'm afraid I cannot help you break out. As you can see, we are content in this place. I have been asked to get you, but this is as far as I can help you. The Straw Hat just shrugs, not in the least disappointed. That's okay. I just need a favor from you, though. Can we call Sabo with your snail? He is a blonde dude with a scar on his left eye. The king of level 5.5 widened his eyes and became wary of the man before him. How did this pirate know about Sabo? All of the chief of staff's missions were espionage, so there was no way Straw Hat knew about him. Unless there was a leak in their organization. Ace tightly held Luffy's arms, interrupting the conversation. Luffy could feel his brother's warm hands were trembling, and Ace's eyes were blown wide in disbelief. Sabo? You mean like our Sabo? Luffy's eyes softened, but didn't answer Ace's question. He is our brother, Ivan-chan. Sabo was rescued by my dad years ago after he was shot by a noble, and lost his memories. We can help him regain some, if you let us. Ivankov reflected upon the decision. Apparently, the Straw Hat knew that Sabo was amnesiac, though couldn't figure out how he acquired such information. She decided to roll with the punches and see what the supernova had to say to the chief of staff. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, Mujiwara boy. I still can't quite believe all your words, so I'll be right beside the call. Thank Ivan-chan. Luffy received the Den Den Mushi and eagerly waited for the call to connect. Ivan? Is there any reason you called me? Last time you told me you were content in Impel Down, so why dash? Sabo? It's me, Luffy, your brother. I'm with Ace right now. Luffy? As in Pirate Straw Hat Luffy of the worst generation dash. Ace hastily took the snail from Luffy's hands. If you are an identity thief who is using our brother's name to do whatever the revolutionaries do, I am going to burn you alive and spread your ashes on Sabo's grave. But, Ace took a deep breath, grateful for Luffy's encouraging nod. If you truly are our Sabo, who exchanged cups of sake with us when we were young, I'll still beat the sheet out of you for disappearing like that. Come home, will ya? The line grew silent, until a thud was heard followed by a scream for Sabo's name. It seemed he had passed out. The girl who called for their brother picked up the snail. What have you done to him? Guys, get him to the infirmary. Ivan, don't let them call again. She ended the call. Luffy looked at Ace, whose shoulders were shaking, and gave him a hug. His brother buried his face on Luffy's neck and took deep breaths, not quite crying but on the verge of tears. He was alive, alive. All this time, the younger brother threaded the older brother's hair, greased and smelling like ash. As much as they loved Sabo with their whole being, the fact that he was alive this whole time opened an old wound that was only closed by time. He was alive, yet there was still grief for the boy who was missing a tooth and slept with them in the tree house. If someone lived an entirely different life without memories of their past, wouldn't that make them a whole new person from the ones left behind remembered? It scked how Luffy and Ace grieved their third brother for more time than the time they spent with him. It scked and hurt to pry open a wound they once thought was closed, stitched together and forgotten as a numb pain crossed through every now and then. And it scked that a promise of meeting did not mean that this Sabo that had answered the Den Mushi was the same Sabo they so much cherished in their memories. But, so what? Luffy played with Ace's hair. Yes, he is. Despite the grief, there was a tiny spark of happiness dancing in their chest. The siblings could reunite and talk, exchange stories, and what life made of them. Maybe share cups of sake yet again, and compare hats. Luffy's was still the coolest, of course, in his opinion, but it was funny how the three had ended up as hatted figures. They just wanted to see Sabo and check if he was happy. That would be enough. Ivan did not know what to say. Watching the two seeking solace on the other felt too NTMT for a bystander to witness. He could see the truth through their pain. Straw Hat gently smiled as his brother quietly broke down, like their roles of siblings were reversed. The Straw Hat's captain told Sabo had been rescued by a revolutionary, and that was true. He remembered the day Dragon brought a child covered in blood and burned so badly he didn't think the kid would survive. The child had weird eating habits, and often looked at the sea, like he expected someone to be calling his name on the other side of the waves. Sabo told Ivan one time that he felt a part of him was missing, though he attributed it to the lack of memories. Ivan could see the missing pieces of the chief of staff in front of him now. Wait. Didn't Straw Hat say the man who rescued Sabo was his dad? Did that mean the boy had a revolutionary dad? That would explain how he knew about Sabo. Wait a FING minute. Monkey D. Luffy. Monkey D. Dragon. Dragon rescued Sabo, so that meant? Straw Hat boy, where are you from? Why are you shouting? I'm from East Blue. Ivan recalled a conversation she had with the leader of the revolutionaries, about how Dragon always faced east whenever he looked at the sea, and joked that the man probably had a family member living in that direction. And Straw Hat didn't even push the fact that Dragon was his dad. He said it like he was talking about the weather, which gave more credibility to the theory. And maybe that was the reason Dragon asked Ivan to get Straw Hat to New Paradise. Straw Hat Luffy, is Dragon your dad? Yeah, why? The entire hall shouted in shock, even Crocodile and Jinbe were perplexed. Inazuma took a sip of his wine and Ivan shot himself at the wall in perplexion. The queen quickly composed herself and decided to help Dragon's children to get out of Impel Down. She couldn't let her friend's sons rot in prison. Then it's our duty to help my friend's son break out. We will help you. Those who wish to stay behind, I completely understand. This trip to the outside will be filled with life-threatening dangers and pain, but it will be worthwhile in the end, the sun shining on our heads again. Come on, let me show you the way. Oh, thank you Ivan-chan. Yeehaw. Crocodile Boy and Jinbe-chan are included too. Let's get moving. Luffy laughed and the group followed Ivan, who explained the prison's blueprint as they ran on the snowy floor. Our goal is to ascend to the higher floor. Level 4 is the polar opposite of Level 5, filled with scalding hot liquid that could easily burn you, with the exception of Fire Fist here. Level 3 is Starvation Hell, just be careful with the sand and dry air, it's made of the ashes of the prisoners. Level 2 contains various beasts with deadly claws and fangs, and Level 1 is the Crimson Forest, the trees and grass being spikes with venom. Luckily, we have stations on Levels 3 and 4 so, if we ever need to hide, we can just go there. However, as we reach Level 2, we will need to run as fast as we can. Inazuma added, This prison is located on the comm belt, so we will have to find a marine ship to steal and get out. We are getting out no matter what. Just you wait, Sabo, we will see you again." Luffy giggled when he looked at Ace, whose face became more determined after hearing words of the reunion with Sabo. Hope was in the air, and Luffy was sure they would succeed. They arrived at the blazing hell level. The smell of blood and iron permeated the air, creating an uncomfortable layer of humidity on their bodies. If they stayed in this place for too long, they would soon lose their energy. The prisoners groaned in pain, some hung in the air by ropes while others were worked to the bone, carrying heavy logs left and right. The group stared horrified at the scenery. The place made justice to its name. A man fell down on one of the cauldrons and screamed for help, which wasn't granted by anyone, as they were too preoccupied to moving on to avoid punishment from the guards. Jinbe was the first to speak out. "Let's keep moving." They were about to move when Luffy spun on his heels and shouted his famous Gatling move. Although the punches looked random and aimless, they were thrown with an accuracy that allowed the runaways to view that they weren't alone. An army of guards stood before their eyes, Magellan and Hannibal on the front. The warden was mumbling something about promotion. They blocked the way to the hole on the roof which led to level. "You will not get out. I will take Fire Fist Ace to Marineford for his execution. You will not stand in my way." Magellan spit poison that ignited the battle. Ivan Death winked a good portion of the guards and Inazuma smashed the enemies with concrete by cutting a part of the walls. Ace was in his flame form and blazed an inferno, keeping the guards away. Crocodile choked them and Jinbe used Fishman Karate to gather the enemies in a single place. Luffy quickly knocked out Hannibal to face Magellan alone. The battle prolonged until Magellan summoned his trusty Poison Dragon, who was going to envelop the runaways if Luffy hadn't taken the attack head-on, pushing the others out of the way. His body felt tingly, but thanks to Ivan's treatment the first time he was poisoned, Magellan's poison didn't have any effects on Luffy's body. The runaways were winning, except they hadn't expected a new wave of guards holding what looked like sharp spears and special guns. A groan of pain echoed on the walls of Impel Down. Ace had a hole pierced through him. It was small, the size of a small coin on his arm, made by Magellan's poisonous spit, and not enough to be fatal. Ace was a tough man. Luffy had that fact branded on his brain by memories of previous worse battles. It really hadn't caused too much damage, but the sound of Ace's groan of pain was enough to attract all of Luffy's attention. Suddenly, Luffy could only see Ace's creased eyebrows and clenched teeth, sweat running down his freckled face. Suddenly, Luffy was in Marineford, where his brother had sacrificed himself to protect Luffy, taking a punch straight on the chest as a magma fist burned flesh. Everything was burning: Ace's body, the Vivre card, the battleground, and Luffy's heart. The heat from level 4 did not help. The blazing inferno felt too much like Akainu's power, smelled and blazed the same way. Blood and gunpowder permeated the air. Screams of pain and help, whatever the side, reverberated on Luffy's brain. They engulfed him in a wave of flames, taking the air from his lungs and making him drown. It happened so fast. In the back of Luffy's mind, Ace called for his name, but before the Straw Hat could do anything, he felt his skin be torn apart by sharp objects, rendering his body unmovable. Spears made of sea stone. The Kairoseki bits made every inch of tissue remember its hatred for devil fruit users, some entering Luffy's bloodstream and decreasing the blood flow, leaving him sluggish and weak. The Straw Hat felt his heart beat quicker, though he wasn't sure if it was due to the bloodstream suddenly slowing down or the vision of Ace being taken away. Magellan's poison didn't do much damage as Luffy had resistance towards it. However, when seeped into his open wounds, it pried them open and stopped their healing. Luffy's broken ankle and wrist ached on the cold hard floor, and he felt a rib nudging his lung. Ignoring the great amount of pain his body was subjected to, Luffy cried for his brother's name, taunting and cursing jailers for a fight to buy more time, just a bit of it, just until he could gather energy and save Ace. Relief and hope were at the tip of his fingers, but they weren't drawing any closer. Magellan commanded his men to take care of the rest as he guided Fire Fist to Marineford, and that was it. Luffy attempted to stand up, ripping his muscles pinned to the floor by the sea stone spears to run after Ace, but he was stopped by Jinbe's heavy hand, a clear command of "stop." Even if the fishman was panting harshly, painting the floor in a crimson color, he looked after Luffy, and it was enough to make the young captain stop. Luffy let out a wave of Haki of the King, knocking down the remaining enemies except the ones he wanted to reach the most. Due to his weakened body, Luffy's will couldn't travel to Magellan. He watched the figures of the director of Impel Down and his brother like a hawk eyeing its prey, unblinking until his eyes began to sting as they disappeared from his view. He was gone. Ace was gone again. How could he let that happen? Watching Ace be taken away once again snapped something inside him. Luffy could almost hear the sound it made. What he heard instead was the sound of laughter so loud his ears ringed. He wanted to tell the hysterical person to stop, to ask them how someone could laugh at this situation, until he noticed the one doing that was himself. His shoulders shook and Luffy wanted to grip them to stop moving, but his arms were still pierced to the ground. He opted to bang his head on the floor trying to wake up from that nightmare, still laughing in the process. Of course it had to be a nightmare, otherwise Luffy would never, ever, let Ace be taken away again with all the knowledge of the future, of his continuous failures. Of course it had to be. But the tears on his face were real, the warm red liquid escaping his body was real, and the wheeze he let out from his lungs by laughing too hard was real too. Was insanity finally getting to him? Why couldn't he stop laughing? Why couldn't he do anything to save his brother? Why was he so weak? Luffy sensed someone looming over him but he couldn't give a DMN. For once, he couldn't care about anything. Even if he was crackling and crying, even if he was pierced by various sea stone spears and had numerous broken bones, even if his head hurt from too much thumping on the floor, Luffy just felt numb and tired. F, this shithole of a prison, F, the government, F, the marine and F, him who just stood there like an idiot and let his big brother be taken away from him again and again and again. Gentle hands stopped his action, mumbling something to Luffy. The smell of cotton candy and flowers brushed his nose and, in the next moment, his vision darkened on the corners. Luffy just let it be, black engulfing his entire being. When Luffy came to his senses, he was lying on the floor on top of a makeshift bed. It was dark, the temperature still high, but not as unpleasant as when near the boiling cauldron from Level Ivan was by his side with their eyes closed, and Jinbe was lying next to him covered in bandages. Luffy's body felt stiff, and he noticed he was also bandaged up from head to toe. The ache of Luffy's wounds, however, did not overpower the numbness swallowing his chest. If he closed his eyes, Luffy could see Ace right beside him, telling jokes and eager to meet up with Sabo. Ace's chest was intact, there was no burning Viver card on Luffy's hands. They were so close to freedom and Luffy let Ace be taken away again. The first time was when he didn't manage to arrive in time to Ace's cell, and his brother was taken to Marineford. The second was on the battlefield against Akainu and now this. Luffy kept FING up so bad his anger no longer pierced his lungs, neither boiled to a melting degree that fueled his actions. Now, all that was left was coldness, a chilling despair that made itself his crewmate when no one was by his side anymore. If he couldn't save Ace this time around, how could he save his nakama? Was he that much of a failure as a captain, brother and friend? Luffy punched the floor, not to break the concrete but to hurt his hand, to fend off the helplessness spreading through his system. His bandages were soaked wet, but it still wasn't enough. Jinbe was woken up by the commotion, yelling at Luffy and holding him down to stop the self-harm. Luffy argued back. This was my second chance and I failed again. Why do I keep messing up? I don't understand. What am I doing so wrong? Am I that weak? This was our slip-up, Luffy-kun. The fault is on all of us, don't take all the blame to yourself. Luffy SCKED in a breath. Jinbe, I knew something like this could happen. Jinbe froze after hearing that. Ivan opened his eyes too. What do you mean by that, Mugiwara boy? He asked cautiously. I was sent back in time by Roger when I found the One Piece to save Ace and my crew. The last time I tried to break him out, he sacrificed himself for me. I couldn't do anything. It was the same for my crew. I lost them, I let them die for me. The straw hat was on the floor, but Luffy made no move to pick it up, as if the object could burn his hands, deeming him unworthy of wearing it. I was told to remember what I have, but I have nothing left, do I? I should move forward to carry their will, but all I do is think of the past where they exist and I don't belong anymore. The boy continued, albeit in a smaller voice. Is it my fault that they are dead? Was I the reason they couldn't achieve their dreams? Jinbe moved to comfort the broken boy as he knew the burden of carrying so many lives on his back, the duty of a captain. He recalled what Ace said, how his younger brother wore his heart on his sleeve, which worried him to no end. From their first interaction, Jinbe saw how honest Luffy was and, watching him say all those painful things, Jinbe could only guess those thoughts had been on the younger's mind for a long time. They are not dead, Luffy-kun. You still have all of them, don't you? They are not the same you used to know, but are part of the people they will become. None of them are fully gone. That doesn't change the fact that my first nakamas are still dead. I don't belong here and, even if I do, I'm still useless to save anyone. I'm too weak. What good is a man who knows what he would grieve and lose, when he can't do anything to change the outcome? What good is strength if it doesn't protect everything they love? A man like that is no fit to be pirate king nor captain. Ivan decided to approach the hurting captain. He took the straw hat and gently deposited it on Luffy's lap. Luffy looked at the revolutionary's eyes and, instead of seeing pity, he saw what he feared, sympathy. Mugiwara boy, you've been through a lot, haven't you? And I, from experience, am aware that a way to process everything is to find a meaning to pain. A purpose lifts the weight of a nightmarish memory, as if it was planned by someone, so you can have a name to curse. You chose that name to be yours, didn't you? And surely, up until now it has worked very well, but now? It's breaking you in bits so tiny you won't be able to look at the mirror and see a person behind it. A pause. Ivan brushed Luffy's bangs out of his face and looked at him with sad eyes. But the truth is, sometimes bad things happen and there is nothing we can do about it. Sometimes, you have to accept that pain is pain, and not some kind of training or obstacle you should overcome. Good things happen to bad people and bad things happen to good people. You have to let yourself feel your emotions for the sake of feeling, not strengthening. Luffy looked at the Okama Queen with a thundering chest as if his mind understood all the words and, at the same time, didn't. He felt a fog covering his mind, not letting Luffy absorb any of the words as his heart begged him to cry. Ivan, watching a sheen of tears cover Luffy's eyes, simply uttered as softly as possible. "It's not your fault, Mugiwara boy. It was just an unfortunate thing that happened, there was nothing we could do about it." And Luffy ran from the Okama Queen. Ran like he did when he returned to the past from his crewmates, ran from the memories they brought out just by existing. Ran from comforting arms he didn't feel he deserved. He arrived at level 3 in no time. The heat was nothing compared to level 4, but the dryness in the air surely stung his nose and eyes. Luffy grimaced as he remembered the sand was the former inmate's grounded bones. It was morbid to walk on corpses that no longer were one's, even for him. Luffy was never a man who believed in destiny. He scoffed at the thought that someone, without their input, would eventually become great and mighty. Destiny implied sitting and waiting for the time to come, and Luffy wasn't a patient person. If he wanted something, he would go and fight for it, do everything in his power to get it. Torao often told him how illogical his thinking was, but Luffy thought he was very straightforward. Despite that, Ivan's words bothered him, casting a shadow of doubt on his mind. Would he be able to save Ace, his crew, and Torao if all of them were destined to die? Given it had already happened once, Luffy felt insecure about his power to challenge fate. He would never give up trying, though. In the middle of the desert, Luffy suddenly heard someone singing Okama Way, which made him think of, "Oh, Bon-chan." Luffy ran to Mr. 2, his good friend. "Who called for me?" "Mugi-chan." The two clashed, hugging each other. There were other people around the spinning man who, despite the harsh environment, were singing their hearts out with Bon Clay. "Mugi-chan, were you arrested too? When did that happen?" "I came here to rescue Ace, but he was taken to Marineford. He is my brother, I need to help him." "Wow! Brotherly love. Such a lovely display of storge. I wish I could help you on your journey, Mugi-chan, but I am currently looking for the Okama Queen. She is a legend to all of us Okamas, and I heard she was being held captive in this prison. I plan to break her out." "What a sweet gesture, my dear fellow Okama, but we are already on the move to escape." Bon Clay paled in surprise, screaming at Ivan's face that suddenly was very close. The Okama Queen grimaced at the flying spit and recoiled, leaving Jinbe to break Bon Clay's HNDCFFS. Bon Clay was euphoric. "What? Are you? Can I have your autograph?" "Yeehaw. Of course you can, but it's better if we do it after we get out of here. Let me help you out. Not just because I am a fan, but also for our friendship, Mugi-chan. We shall free your brother together." Luffy laughed at his friend's antics. He owed Bon-chan a lot, and the Okama never asked anything in return, claiming it was all for friendship. Once, he tried to recruit Mr. 2, but was promptly declined as Bon-chan had his own dreams and aspirations that did not include sailing around the world, which was a shame. However, in their hearts, they considered themselves nakama. "Bon-chan, thank you." Bon-chan smiled and spun on the tip of his toe, placing herself next to Ivan, who began talking about skincare routine. Crocodile wasn't among the group anymore, and Jinbe told him they separated ways as the ex-Shichibukai searched for an acquaintance on level. The escapees walked miles until they saw a person covered in a white liquid, melting on the floor. The vision was unusual, and Luffy nudged the corpse with his foot. "Ack! Who dares kick me eek? Straw Hat." Ivan looked at Luffy and saw many things, except recognition. "Who are you?" Bon-chan's eyebrow rose in surprise. "Mr. 3? I didn't know you were here." "Mr. 2, tell Mugiwara to remember me. Doesn't he recall my candles? The wax? Let's keep moving." Luffy picked his nose, uninterested. "You ignored me. Ah, are you breaking out? I'm sticking with you." They ran through the desert, Luffy being oddly quiet. Jinbe, having heard enough of the man from Ace, knew this wasn't his usual behavior. He had seen broken men throughout his pirating career, some had their backs hunched, sinking with the weight of responsibilities, others downplayed their duties and in their lone moments, broke down in screams and tears. Luffy, however, Jinbe was a powerful hockey user. If he concentrated long enough he was able to feel emotions from anyone nearby. Such ability was born from his time at the sea and experience as a captain from a group of people who had been wronged by the world. Trauma and PTSD resurfaced at any time, and he always readied himself to offer a shoulder or an ear to cry on. What Luffy's soul was doing was something he had never seen before, though. It was sobbing, breaking down in a voice laced with many emotions. Too many emotions. It had sadness, grief, anger, frustration and helplessness all mixed up, as if each emotion held a different vocal cord and played a melody of pain for the fisherman to listen to. In spite of it, it shone brightly, full of life. It was like a star in the sky that wept and cried, and still served as a lighthouse for lost souls. Stars like that attracted all kinds of attention, mesmerized anyone who stumbled upon them, left marks on the world that would be remembered for ages and burned out extremely quickly, as if the world could not hold their presences lest it burn itself from the inside out. Jinbe approached Luffy, but it was him who talked first. "Jinbe, do you believe in fate?" The fisherman brushed the sun on his chest. "No, I don't. Had you asked me that question long before I lost someone I loved so dearly, I would have said yes. Do you know my dream, Straw Hat? You want humans, merfolk and fishmen to live in peace, don't you?" "Yes, but in the past I used to think that maybe, if I found the right person to follow, then they would lead us to an era where my dream would come true, that such a grand person had a destiny to do grand things. When he died, my perception of the world crumbled, alongside my belief in fate. From that moment on, I knew if I wanted something, I would have to do it with my own hands. Why are you asking me this, Luffy-kun? Are you planning on giving up, as your last attempt wasn't successful?" Jinbe arched an eyebrow. Luffy barked a laugh and defiantly looked at Jinbe's eyes. As if, even if I have to repeat this over and over, I will always attempt to rescue Ace and save my Nakama. There it was. The star. I was just curious, that's all. Luffy blew a raspberry at Jinbe, and the fisherman laughed. There was a newfound resolve on Straw Hat's soul, strengthened by the loud proclamation Jinbe led him to say. Somehow, Jinbe knew that wasn't enough to brush away all the ghosts from Luffy's past future, that it wasn't the piece of the puzzle that would lead to well-rested nights, but it was what Luffy needed at the moment. Jinbe wasn't going to let that star burn out so soon, not on his watch. Ace wanted to beat himself up. Scratch that, he wanted to punch himself into a pulp, to a mess of flesh and bones. Makino once made a blend of vegetables for the three siblings and he almost puked. However, at the time, his younger self had too much pride in being an older brother and a grown-but man, so he held it. Luffy, on the other hand, immediately rushed to a bush and let the content travel up his throat. Sabo, the psychopath he was, enjoyed the flavor and asked for seconds. Why did he mention the vegetable mix? Oh yeah, because he wanted to become that. If Ace were a mix of greeneries, then his younger brother wouldn't have been pierced by spears in front of him. Ace hadn't meant to cry out in pain, it was a reflex, but it was enough to distract Luffy, who looked rather unstable each time Ace looked at him. Surely, there was something Luffy was hiding from him. Although the boy could not lie for the life of him, Ace didn't know what to ask so he could get to the root of the problem. The little brother he saw on Alabasta had a smile practically tattooed to his face, while this one not so much. He still shined teeth at the simplest things, honestly and openly, but his eyes, they didn't shine with happiness, but with tears. And it hurt looking directly at them, as Ace hated seeing Luffy cry, since it made him want to smack whatever hurt Luffy and sometimes that wasn't possible. Call it overprotective brother behavior or whatever, oh gosh, the term ringed with Thatch's voice, he was ready to fight for the younger one. That is, if they had any chance to talk again. Ace bitterly laughed in his restraints and his captors eyed him weirdly. Even as they reunited, they hadn't had time to talk properly and check on each other. Ace had many questions unanswered, such as Sabo. Sabo, whose voice still sounded kind even through a den mushy, who was apparently alive this whole time and didn't bother to call. Stupid shithead Sabo, who Ace mourned with a crossed S on his arm. Even though Ace didn't know how to feel about his other brother being alive, he was sure to punch the hell out of the blonde, but hug him at the end of the day. The more Ace thought about it, the more he wanted to break free from his chains and live. He had to see Pops once more, to be by his side as a DMN disease ate Pops' insides, to be a pole of support for the Whitebeard pirates. He had to watch Luffy become Pirate King, or the dispute that would break out between his brother and Pops. He had to meet Sabo, Yamato and Tama, catch up and trade stories. The future was waiting for him, and if he wasn't going to break out by force, then it would be by pure spite, just to FING deck Sabo. There were still reminiscences of guilt for being the devil's child, a feeling too old and familiar to completely let go, but at least he now knew who he was. Finally, Ace felt a spark of recognition for himself. Continue marching, Fire Fist Ace, or we'll drag you to that platform by ourselves. At a slow pace, Ace threaded his steps while cautiously glancing at the plaza filled with Marine soldiers. The sky greeted him, blue as the sea, sun-kissing skin after so many days inside an underground cage. Ace looked down and saw another sea of Navy eager for his execution, ships and cannons ready to defend whatever they entailed justice was. Marineford was a city made for navies and their families, so he expected more civilians mingling with the very welcoming crowd. It was likely that they were evacuated due to the imminent danger of Whitebeard showing up at their doorstep. Sengoku carried his voice to the battleground. Port Gas-D Ace was first spotted on the seas 3 years ago, when he founded the Spade Pirates. The group caused enough wreck to attract the attention of both Marine and Whitebeard. Later down the line, the crew joined the Whitebeard Pirates and, despite being so young, Portuguese D. Ace managed to become 2nd Division commander. The crimes and atrocities he and his division committed would be enough for an eternity in Impel Down. However, today's execution is being held thanks to another fact that remained hidden from the world for more than a decade. Ace, tell them the name of your father. Ace noticed the rear admiral was holding a transmitter Den Mushi. Great, the world was watching his execution like it was entertainment and he was the clown. He broke into a cold smile, intent on making the viewers cower, and applied Haki of the King into his words. My father is Whitebeard. Wrong. Anger bloomed into Ace's chest and painted it in bright red, petals dancing in the air like embers and choking him in smoke. Yes. It's the truth. Whitebeard is my only father. For a long time, we have been looking for you, as there was a chance that man had a son on a random island. Based on the reports of Cypher Pole of that ringing true, we checked every single newborn during the due time. However, even with this investigation, we couldn't find you. Your mother risked her own life to protect you. A dramatic pause. Even in an area full of people it was possible to hear a heartbeat against its rib cage. In South Blue, there is an island called Batarilla. The rear admiral turned to Ace. Your mother's name was Portuguese de Rouge. She did something against nature's laws to save her son, keeping her baby inside her womb for 20 months. Ace's face paled, the flame turning cold and chilling. She gave her all and, when giving birth, she died. A year and 3 months after their father's death, a child with the worst criminal's blood was born. The child was you. Don't pretend you don't know. Garp sat beside Ace, arms crossed and face unreadable. Ace couldn't muster enough energy to face his grandfather as he heard the truth about his life being spilled to the world. Your father is the king of pirates, Gold Roger. Ace closed his eyes. Behind his eyelids, he saw 3 cups of sake, 2 stupid hats he would never forget in his life, and one purpose. The taste of alcohol burned his tongue and was very bitter, but he didn't make a face because he was a big brother and already all grown up. But mainly because that alcohol sealed a promise and brought him a new family, so it tasted good and colorful, creating a world where it was easier to breathe, that showed him there was more to hating and being hated. Ace blinked, and saw a white mustache smiling down at him. The sky had been as blue as this day when he was claimed as someone else's son. Never in his life had Ace believed he would call someone else dad or father, but his captain seemed to think otherwise. And from that day on he found a place to belong. He discovered how easy it was to love and be loved, even if the devil's blood ran down his veins. Pops! Whitebeard wrinkled his eyes in a smile and broke reality with his fists. The sound hit everybody's eardrums, and announced the rage of a parent who had their child taken away. That's right, Ace had never been Gold Roger's son. He was Pop's child, and brother of 2. A Marine soldier tightened the grip on his gun. He knew for a fact it wouldn't be enough to protect himself from any incoming attacks, as they were dealing with Whitebeard after all. In his hometown, there was a saying that if you were to cross paths with any pirate, it'd better be Whitebeard, as the man was known for being lenient, only striking after his opponent did. Now, with one of his commanders in an execution table, the soldier didn't think they would see this leniency Whitebeard was known for. There were many meanings to justice, but the soldier strongly disagreed with most of them. Unbeknown to the public, it was quite common for Marines to engage in fights against each other because of their morals and ideals. This was especially true for high-ranked officers who had their own units to command. In that regard, he supposed they weren't that different from pirates. The soldier-eyed Fire Fist Ace bruised and bloodied on the platform as Rear Admiral Sengoku declared the pirate as the Pirate King's son. To the Marine's surprise, Fire Fist didn't hold an expression showing shame or fear for his secret being told to the world, no. He had his eyes closed, an expression that no matter what Rear Admiral said about his lineage, it would not matter to him. Although the soldier did agree that the commander of the 2nd Division should be in prison, he did not think an execution was necessary, even less for the crime of being someone else's son. He saw meaning to it, but didn't regard it as dire nor a must. In fact, he could call this whole situation meaningless. Why wage war for reasons that would only cost lives? For a better future? Sacrifice for the greater good? How could a better future be constructed by blood spilled in a senseless conflict? But the soldier held on his tongue, as they weren't in a high enough position to make decisions that could change any outcome. Their friend shook their shoulder when Whitebeard arrived and made use of his devil fruit to break reality. The sea arose and engulfed part of the plaza as a consequence, and Admiral Akiji froze the water, trapping some pirates inside his ice. It did not stop the Whitebeard pirates, as they utilized the now solid ice ground to run. The soldier let their body move by itself, training kicking in as they dodged and punched pirates coming their way. Their friend covered their back, and together, they felt like an unstoppable force. As much as Whitebeard was a powerhouse, the number of Marines outmatched them by far. The soldier felt a pang of sympathy for the pirates who wanted to rescue their brother, chained down by the sins of another man, but there was nothing they could do, so they continued battling. Every pirate and soldier froze on the ground when the sound of drums was heard from above. Not from their left or right, but from the sky. High enough for anyone on Marineford to listen, weird enough to stop anyone on their tracks, because since when was there weather that included the beating of drums? Kobe felt a flash of white on his eyes, a figure landing on the ground that was covered in smoke and bringing down the sound with them. Followed by them, dozens of ships and people fell from the sky, their fall softened by the ground that looked soft and rubberish. His friend, Helmeppo, had their eyes bulging out of their socket quite literally, and in his core Kobe knew that something had changed. Something in their bodies and reality had shifted to accommodate the will of the person who had fallen from the sky. He didn't know what it was, but Helmeppo's unrealistic reaction confirmed his theory, as there was no way eyeballs could pop out of their heads just because they were shocked by something. The sound of drums got louder and louder, but what deafened any sound on the battlefield was an unhinged laughter, a variety of one Kobe knew and was familiar with. Kobe hastily put on his glasses and squinted his eyes to get a grip on who had just fallen, but the person moved too fast and quickly arrived at the top of Moby D. Whitebeard's ship. Luffy, no longer white, took off his hat and bowed. A conversation was struck between the Emperor and Kobe's friend and rival that he could no longer hear, and he was in such shock that Helmeppo had to push him out of the way as a pirate tried to gut him alive. Thanks. Stop getting distracted by your stupid crush. We are in the middle of war, Kobe. The flustered soldier, Kobe, apologized and readied himself for more attacks. As the new wave of pirates that fell through the sky arrived, the outcome of the war became unknown, and Kobe felt another wave of respect for the man who helped him become a Marine. He wanted to be like Luffy, someone who could make such a change just with his presence, so he did just that. Even if his actions were meaningless and useless, he was going to save lives instead of taking them, because war could kill people, but not his ideals. The battlefield was as messy as Luffy remembered. The Summit War of Marineford carried that name for a reason. The cries of battle told that people were fighting not only to save a life, but to avenge the ones that were taken by the opposite side. War has a different meaning for every person involved in it, and one of them is death. Luffy didn't believe in sides. Nami lost her mother to a pirate, Robin had her entire life ruined by the Marine and the government. Sanji got a father out of a pirate, Kobe dedicated his existence to help people as a Marine. What made someone good or bad would never be their title, what their supposed side was, but what they did and aimed for. Simple as that. Perhaps, to people who were so intrinsically intertwined with their role, it mattered, in a way, what they were. The revolutionaries, for example, held their title in high regard. Sabo said his role with the same shine of teeth that Luffy did when he declared he would be Pirate King. But for Luffy, it did not matter. Hence why he couldn't wrap his head around how Ace and Robin declared their chase for death. One wished for it for the sole reason of being biologically related to a great pirate, and the other for knowing how to read a language long forgotten. How could they believe those were such sins that they were villains in need to be exterminated, that they didn't think they deserved to live? On another approach, he could quite understand this wish for death if loneliness was the source. To live a life thinking no one would stay by your side, that you had to always fight alone, of course a hole would be left in their hearts, one that the world made in its mindless shot of hate. Luffy would give anything to fill it. Would do anything to fill it. If they didn't have a home, he would provide one. If they lacked a family, he would be their family. If they didn't know how to live, then he'll show them. He would do anything because he loved them. A voice eerily like Nami's echoes in his head, saying it's not that simple, but it's said in a soft, cottony tone so he knows she understands, and that's what truly is important. As Luffy fell from the sky, he began searching for the imposing and tall figure that was Whitebeard. In a bout of flash and rubber, he shot himself towards the father his brother had adopted. Several guns and swords were pointed to his neck, a clear warning of harm, but all Luffy could see was their captain. "I recognize that hat," Whitebeard's voice boomed in Moby D-. "It is the same as that brat Shanks wore, isn't it?" Luffy nodded to the statement, and brought the straw hat to his chest as he bowed. "I never got to thank you for taking care of Ace. I love him a lot, but only you could help him. I get that now." Whitebeard's gaze softened, sharp eyes like knives melting like butter with honey. "Boy, do you know who you are fighting against?" His tone wasn't condescending, it had worry between the lines, authority resonating as a father talking to their child. "Here you could lose your life." Luffy smiled. "I won't die. Not until I save Ace and see my nakama." The petulancy opened a hole in Whitebeard's chest and allowed Luffy to come inside. Edward Newgate laughed loudly and patted the short boy on the shoulder which, to his credit, didn't even move from the force. "I like you, brat. Be my son." "No. I don't want to be anyone's subordinate." The answer was so curt and blunt that Newgate laughed even harder. Marco sighed for his father's eccentric ways. "Well, if you ever change your mind, the invitation is always open." Ace also took some time to accept. Luffy frowned. "I won't change my mind, stop asking me." And oh, mustache guy. Several yells echoed on Marineford, as who in their right mind would call Whitebeard like that? "I know someone who can help you with your sickness." The commanders all stiffened up at the declaration. It bothered them how an outsider had information about their pop's illness, though the prospect of a cure existing made them anticipate the answer. "He will be here soon. I can ask him for you." "Why would you go so far for us, boy?" The straw hat returned to its place on his owner's head. "Ace is my brother, and he loves you." Edward Newgate and Marco awaited for the continuation of that sentence, though they were met with silence. It was then that they noticed the simple fact that Ace loved them was the answer. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates roared with laughter and the vice-captain shook his head in exasperation, thinking how Ace's description of his brother rang true. "Then we need to rescue him, right? My sons, help this man and cover for him." Luffy jumped from Moby D, and began his descent on the battlefield, several pirates forming a barrier for him. Before he could get any farther, a loud sound was heard. The tallest building of Marineford, the HQ that proudly displayed justice on its walls, exploded into a mesh of stones and ashes, debris falling on the ground and creating dust clouds. As it subsided, several flags were waved, each strategically positioned so it could be seen through the whole plaza. The revolutionaries. They had arrived, and leading them were people who would do the same wreck and madness for Luffy that Luffy made for the ones he cared about. Sabo and Torao. Sabo made an entrance in similar fashion to his brothers, with only the will to fight. Koala told him how stupid he was acting, as he did not make any plans or call for backup. She had to do all the work, looking for people who owed them something, or who she could blackmail. Surprisingly, Koala found allies who were acquaintances of Straw Hat Luffy. In his defense, Sabo was desperate to see his siblings, and if Dragon had stood in his way, the revolutionaries wouldn't have a chief of staff anymore. Luckily, the man relented and let Koala cash in lots of favors from many people, and even did some himself. The girl pointed out that Sabo had been acting crazy ever since he remembered everything, when it was actually the opposite. It has been a while, but the revolutionary felt that his mind was finally as clear as a cloudless sky and working properly. For the time amnesia took its place on his brain, there was uncertainty creeping on the edges, a sort of carefulness, as if the results of his actions would explode on his face at any time. Now Sabo, being the brother of Ace and Luffy, felt a groundness that he previously lacked, and determination to follow through anything. Even if he failed. Consequences be med, that was the ASL motto. Sabo exchanged a look with Ace and smirked in satisfaction for making the other gawk like that. He and Luffy had made cool entrances, didn't they? After their call, Sabo was bedridden for a few hours, fever going high. It worried Koala so much she demanded his two siblings did not contact him anymore, though at the time she didn't know they were telling the truth. Now, despite not saying anything, Sabo knew she was feeling guilty for talking to them like that and wanted to apologize, hence why she had worked even harder for the rescue. Although they had recruited many allies, the one who had gathered the most was none other than Trafalgar Law. The Surgeon of Death was known for his ruthlessness and sick sense of humor, playing around with limbs and organs like they were toys. It was common sense that this man was not one to make alliances with, but his acquaintanceship with Luffy gave credibility to the man's personality and power. What cemented this partnership was the sheer terror and insanity that shone in Trafalgar's eyes at the idea of Luffy being alone on a battlefield. Sabo would never take Trafalgar as a man to beg, to plead for anything. The pirate was too calculating, had to have many tricks up his sleeve before confronting any opponents, and knew some sacrifices had to be made in order to achieve a goal. In fact, Trafalgar never said a word of how he needed the revolutionaries to break out Ace and Luffy, to fight a war for them. The captain of the Heart Pirates just bared himself in front of strangers, laid his feelings and fears visible to the world so they could pick up and see what he wanted, what he feared and what he needed. In a world like theirs, that was as hard as humans learning to breathe underwater. For a man like Trafalgar, it was as if he'd just given up all his goals and life to save one man. And Sabo would never tell, but Trafalgar held not only respect and friendship for his little brother, but so much love that it took every space and nook on the pirate's heart, and infiltrated his lungs and organs and helped them function. And the crazy part was that Sabo could perceive Trafalgar's intense care just through his body language, because again, the pirate hadn't said a single thing. They had a plan that involved sneaking into Marineford and slowly incorporating their forces into the Marine. Until Sabo gave them a signal, they would act as Navy soldiers and remain hidden for as long as possible. Trafalgar was responsible for the planning, claiming it would be good if the Marine did not notice their numbers were decreasing slowly and steadily. Sabo praised the idea, and threw it off the roof. He got anxious when Sengoku told his men to readily execute Ace, so he blew up the HQ to act as a distraction. At least the Surgeon of Death wasn't angered by it, just looked slightly annoyed. It seemed as he was already used to his plans not being followed through, and Sabo felt a hint of pity, the size of an ant, and didn't voice it. Whatever bad feelings were on his chest quickly dissipated as he saw the smile that creeped on Luffy's face, almost splitting it in half and blinding his good eye, and Ace's baffled expression, mouth hanging open like the Sea King that lived on a shore nearby on Dawn Island. If only he had a recorder. Den Mushi? His little brother probably called for his name, though Sabo wasn't sure since he couldn't hear a thing aside from debris falling and just tried lip reading. Ace spluttered either, "What the F dash," or "Whap that CNT," and whatever it was very Ace. He was still foul-mouthed. And dirty, but he was being unfair at that point. Inmates probably couldn't take showers in Impel Down. Koala suddenly smacked him on the back of his skull. "What the heck are you doing?" "We had a plan, Sabo-kun." Ivan soon approached the pair. "What are the revolutionaries doing here? I thought we would leave Marineford for the pirates." Koala sighed. "It's thanks to this idiot here and the supernova Trafalgar Law." "Oh, he isn't here anymore. My two siblings are breaking havoc, and I didn't want to be out of the loop, so of course I had to join them." The Queen of Okama Land screeched as their theory turned out to be true, after all. Monkey D. Luffy, Portgas D. Ace and Sabo-kun were all Dragon's children. "Is Dragon with you?" "No, I don't think he will join us." "Sabu." Upon hearing the voice of his little brother, Sabo snapped his neck, almost pulling a muscle. "Luffy." The revolutionaries' lungs soon were left with no air, rib cage cracking slightly and screaming for help, but if it meant feeling himself be blanketed on a tapestry peppered with happiness that shone like stars in a cloudless sky, if it meant feeling the lengths of care humanity could ever show in the form of Luffy's unconditional love, then there was no pain Sabo couldn't endure. Sabo quickly dried his tears so he could dry Luffy's. He scanned the younger, and saw that aside from being weirdly muscular, Luffy had an X scar on his chest. Sabo questioned why, how, and when with a tilt of head, but was just answered with a shadowed expression and a strained smile. "Let's go save Ace." Sabo saw through the avoidance of the topic, but indulged him. They still had a lot to talk about, and now wasn't the time. After all of this, if Sabo didn't have time, he would create it for his siblings. His wheels of time had long been rusted and put on a stop by the world, and finally started working again. Sabo would make sure to have total control over it, and the world be dead if it tried to stop him. Pirates were no strangers to wounds. In fact, they were already included in the package of becoming a Pirate 101, basically expected to come with the job. However, that did not mean they were meant to be brushed off once healed and stitched. Some made interesting stories, others carried teachings and reminders. Zoro carried his scars with pride, reminiscing of all the challenges he faced to reach that level of strength and, most importantly, none on his back. Although choosing persuasion as the first move in a battle, Usopp was the one with most scars on the crew. Perhaps it made sense, as Robin said diplomacy was more lethal than any weapon, sharp words couldn't cut one's body, but left their soul damaged, and that was an invisible damage hard to repair. Luffy found that was very cool of his sniper, and, as Usopp was an amazing storyteller, he would tell the tales of each wound like one would point at constellations in the sky and say their name and origin. The scar on his chest, though, was a bitter one to have. It was an individual in itself, a burning reminder of failure that plagued Luffy's mind whenever he looked at a mirror. Through the stretches of skin and ragged texture, it balanced out the hat on his head, straws woven in kindness and hope, attaching memories of promises. The scar ached every day, dulled by time but nevertheless there, and Luffy was sort of grateful for it. As much as it hurt, it reminded him to never stop pushing forward, to never get hurt like this again. It matched the one in Sabo's left eye. The blonde told Luffy both scars were created in attacks that separated them, but now that they had matching ones, it turned into reminders that they weren't alone. They shared the pain of loss, and had each other to rely on. Speaking of sharing? Before he could react, Luffy's cheeks were pinched by Torao with both hands. Never, ever, do that again. You hear me? That was stupid and dumb and I should never let you plan anything from this point onwards. I can feel gray hair growing even though I'm 24 in this timeline. To an outsider's point of view, scratch that, to anyone who wasn't Luffy and wasn't the target of the Surgeon of Death's love, it would seem he was just scolding him due to bad planning. But Luffy saw the hurt on the gold that swam on Torao's eyes, saw a man in a crossroads that couldn't decide if Luffy's decision was a matter of betrayal or love. Because when Luffy decided to head to Impel Down alone, it was to spare Torao of the horrors inside, but for the man himself, it was as if all the love he poured onto Luffy was to be buried alongside a body that refused companionship on death. It pushed Torao to live in a world where there was no Luffy and for him, that was more cruel than anything. As cruel as Corazon proclaiming his love for him and dying in the same breath. An apologetic smile was all Torao got. It didn't appease his ire nor anxiety, but the surgeon knew it was all he would get from such a stubborn and selfish man, so he just sighed. You are hopeless. A laugh. Magma rained upon them and ash waltzed in the air. The floor was painted crimson from blood, and their chances of winning were low. And still, the pair was grinning, as they knew success would come. Because they knew they wouldn't stop fighting until their last breath. And that would take a whole lot. Akainu seethed with anger at the revolutionaries that had just entered the battlefield. In his eyes, they were no more than pirates who bore a different name and proclaimed to have a grand cause, one that seeked utopia and peace. It was pathetic and hypocritical, as they wreaked havoc in countries that had an established government for hundreds of years, leaving it stranded and unorganized, vulnerable for wicked people to take the crown. The peace they seeked only existed in the plane of ideas, and could destroy the world and its entire organization if put into motion. Even if many died in favor of maintaining that organization, it was better than having pirates and fools to rule it. The celestial dragons were arrogant ignorant BSTRDS, but they kept the status quo. The terrorists wanted revolution, but didn't know the consequences such revolution would have. It was pathetic and fruitless. Now they had joined hands with Whitebeard, Straw Hat, Surgeon of Death and other notorious pirates from all four seas. For the sake of saving a demon. Truly, their heart couldn't be in a worse place. Again, these vigilantes didn't know what their actions would result in, what letting Fire Fist live meant to the world. The mad dog rained lava from the sky, uncaring as to who was hit by his attacks. The death of many meant saving millions, so his conscience was clear. Akiji scoffed at his grand-scale attack, and Akainu felt hatred for this man bubble on his chest. Another fool, like Garp, who was in a high position of power. The incompetent Marine couldn't even execute the O'Hara Devil, a simple 8-year-old child. Once he took the cape of the Rear Admiral, Akainu would purge the navy of these kinds of people. As he prepared to launch another deadly magma rain, the once gray sky, painted in dust and gunpowder became clear and the sun shone so bright no shadows were cast. An infinite blue greeted war, and played rhythmic drums once more. It was a stark contrast to the current situation. The instruments played a festive song, as if singing a welcoming chant to a party no one knew they were invited to, and it grew in volume. A feeling that something in reality shifted brushed Akainu's chest, and he loathed it. That meant the status quo was at risk, and he couldn't allow it. Though first he had to identify what the F were those drums. He extended a hand to the sky, trying to locate the source, but found nothing. Slowly, the tune became more aggressive, faster and rumbling, angry. Marines, pirates and revolutionaries looked around confused, till a laugh caught their attention. There was a man, no, something else, ascending to the skies. The being had a white mane that curled and rippled like clouds on a particular windy day, freely dancing in different directions as if it had life itself. It reminded Akainu of an old tale talking about a woman who had snake hair and had a petrifying gaze. The thing's clothes were pure white, defying the dust that washed the battlefield, daring it to come closer to it. In the middle of war, where every soul was dirty and bloodied, the monster glistened in a blinding light, clean and far from reality. A scarf made of clouds adorned its neck and arms, highlighting its figure and creating an arch behind its head. It felt weird to look directly at the creature, unsettling at best and horrifying at worst. It felt like being crushed and bent altogether, to have every cell of your body move in ways it shouldn't do. And the body knew that, so it rejected the change, making the experience all the more dizzying and headachy. The reaction to the being's presence was mixed and utterly bizarre. Some revolutionaries and pirates dropped to their knees and united their hands in a prayer, in a daze as they had confused expressions once they were kneeled. A few Marines did the same, especially that pink-haired boy who was under Garp's wing. For the ones who experienced the same as the mad dog, they shivered and paled, clutching their chest and wiping the sweat off their face, fear blanketing the pit of their stomach. The creature revealed a mouthful of teeth, and filled Marineford with its wicked laugh. It wasn't mocking, which made Akainu enraged. How dare this monster come and alter his body and still look carefree as that? Overcoming his anxiety and distress, the mad dog lunged at the white monstrosity. Ace tugged at his HNDCFFS when he saw something descend from the sky and fly in his direction. As much as his observation hockey was top-notch, he couldn't discern what was that white blur, only that it had been near Sabo and Luffy minutes ago. Although Ace should fear the unknown creature, something about the drums and laughter brought joy and hope to his heart. It was the feeling that came after a particularly hard battle, when he could see all his nakama and pops drinking to their heart's content despite the ache in their bodies. It was the sort of protection he felt being near his captain, a breath of fresh air and easing on the shoulders. Ace couldn't put into words what had transpired to him. This was a primal emotion that rationality and common sense couldn't touch, something in his human soul humming and yearning to reach the creature, to be under their care and worship them. To trust them. To say his wish was granted was an understatement. Suddenly, the white being was in front of Ace, creating a key out of thin air, from their own hair, and Ace's heart was on his throat. K, I finally freed you. I thought it wouldn't work, since the cuffs are made of kairuseki, but apparently it did, so, hey, are you listening? The creature talked to him in his little brother's voice and Ace couldn't find any words to answer, gaping his mouth like a goldfish. The one to break him out of his stupor was Trafalgar N. I told you he would be confused by your appearance dash. Didn't have much time dash. Could have just teleported us dash. Hey, Ace. Sabo. Who received a hard punch from Ace's newly freed fist. Ouch. 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 You have the nerve to come here, free me with that stupid but hat that you don't even wear the googles, and say ouch to my face? Say it one more time, and I will show you a good reason to say ouch. Ace's eyes were stinging, his nose was dribbling something and there was a clog on his throat. He was also on fire and had disheveled hair, adding it to his frazzled state. And he was so happy to see his long-lost brother. The first friend he made in the entire world, the first to accept him when no one would. He hugged the hell out of Sabo, making sure to crack the blonde's ribs. You were alive all this time? You absolute hairy butthole, yellow rotten banana, the child poster of pro-abortion babies dash. That one was uncalled for dash. Stain in a wife-beater's underwear, the dog sheet on my shoes, used MNSTRL pads dash. Trafalgar cut them off, we need to go. As much as you siblings want to talk to each other, there are some set-off admirals and a very angry rear admiral coming our way. Luffy took the lead and ran. Ace gaped again at the notion that the creature in white was his little brother, and looking for assurance, he turned to Sabo, who nodded. He wanted to press for more details, but held his tongue as Akainu shot lava in their direction, and Luffy returned it by taking a piece of the ground which acted as a shield and trampoline for the attack, which was countered. The four ran back to Moby D, while helping allies on the way. Marco wasn't fast enough to dodge Kizaru's light shots, though Trafalgar had a quick reaction and switched the pirate with a nearby rock, saving Whitebeard's first mate. Ace and Sabo paired up to melt and hit Akiji, whose opponent was Jozu. Sabo landed a good hit on the admiral with his Kairoseki staff, but got an ice burn on his left shoulder, and Trafalgar, while lending a hand to Marco, gained a nasty slash on his leg from Mihawk. Luffy, distracted by the three getting injured, was scarred on the left thigh by Akainu, and would have been burnt badly if it wasn't for Trafalgar, who roomed him. Idiot. Focus on running. Sorry, I was worried about you. Worry about yourself first. You two seem to be on good terms. Are you friends? Ace was genuinely curious. We are, watch out. Luffy pushed Ace, sending him far away from there. Where he previously stood, a man coated in gold brought down his fist. Two suns faced each other, one made of gold and the other of rubber. And weird enough, the golden sun was more human than the rubber one. The two collided in a ball of light, blinding anyone who stared directly at them. The ground was destroyed and a crater was born, knocking many marines and pirates off their feet. Luffy! Ace shouted for his brother, desperately eager to join the fight, but saw that he was fine as a glimpse of white ran in his direction. His little brother had a bleeding forehead, though overshadowed by the big smile. Before Luffy could reach Ace, Garp stood in their way. Ace's heart gave an ugly twist seeing his grandpa blocking their way to freedom. "I won't let you get away. Pirates are the evil of this world, and I told you that a long time ago?" Ace looked at Gramps with a face that didn't believe anything he said, and knew Garp himself didn't believe his own words. The hero of the Marine regretted how they had to keep peace through blood and tears, and that the organization was not grounded in good morality. But Garp also knew that the current status quo was a better one than letting pirates sail free in the world, doing whatever they wanted. Although the grandpa hadn't been there to see what kind of adventures they had ventured to, he knew his grandchildren never strayed from the path of their morality, always staying true to themselves. Still, as much as Garp hated it, he had responsibilities and an example to set. Not all pirates were bad, but letting a good pirate get away also meant letting a bad one scot-free. That's how the world worked. Dragon didn't believe in Garp's point of view. He had a look in his eyes that saw more to the future than Garp did. It mesmerized the Marine at the same time that it infuriated him. Garp wanted to see the kind of world Dragon did, to have the same hope and will to achieve it. In spite of it, his years working as a Marine held his heart down, whispering pessimism disguised as realism in his ears, resulting in a resigned, tired man who could no longer make amends with his own son. The hero of the Marine regretted many things, but the worst one was about his family. Was morality and belief above the ones he loved, or was that just an excuse to make his choices easier to make? He was called strong, and Garp couldn't disagree more. Had he ever been strong, he would choose family over anything, even the world. And what was worse was that his grandchildren understood. Their eyes weren't filled with anger or resentment, just understanding. So when Garp threw a punch and hesitated, Luffy and Ace kicked and sent the hero of the Marines far away. Whitebeard broke the air and created a rift between the runaway group and Marines, giving them more time to run. Ace could see all his nakama waiting for him and screaming in relief. Some had tears in their eyes, which made him all the more warm and fuzzy. How loved he was, how lucky he was, to have such an incredible family and amazing father. Amazing? Is this what the Whitebeard pirates actually are? Ace's steps faltered. So this is what the second commander of the Whitebeard men looks like. A coward, much like his father, hiding from danger behind his younger brother. A flame was ignited. "You take back what you just said about my father, right this instant." Ace's nakama tried to tell him reassuring words, that he should ignore what Akainu was saying. "And why would I do that? Your father, Gold Roger, gave his life to open a new era, the great era of pirates. A Marine like me shouldn't say that, but that man really deserved the title, King of Pirates. What did Whitebeard do in comparison? Did he have the courage to fight Roger? All he did was to hide and run away from danger, didn't he?" Ace was shaking, Sabo and Luffy shouting on his ear and pulling him to move, but the man didn't. Whitebeard could only scare away weaklings, and started calling himself a hero. Truly, a pathetic man who will never amount to being the man Roger was. And that did the trick. Ace turned back, fury evident in his eyes and body covered in flames ready to strike. "Don't speak about Whitebeard with that shitty mouth ever again. You know nothing about Pops." Ace rasped and shouted with his lungs. How dare Akainu spill such lies about the man who gave him everything? Ace dash. Not giving any time for his siblings to hold on to him, Ace threw a punch fueled with hate. No matter what, he had to protect Pop's honor and name. No one had the right to insult the man who had given him a place to belong. And, unfair as reality was, his hatred didn't graze a single injury on Akainu. Ace was overpowered easily, and flung to a big distance as he screamed in pain. "You feel so full of yourself having eaten a Logia type of fruit, the rarest of the bunch. But magma is hotter than fire." Trafalgar attempted to move the group away, but his strength was overwhelmed by blood loss and pain from Mihawk's attack. Sabo grabbed Ace's arm, but the man didn't even bulge. The blonde knew how hot-headed and stubborn his brother was when someone insulted a person who was dear to him. Which was why the two siblings were desperate. Akainu created a magma wave and burned everything nearby, the speed almost fast enough to reach the group's knees. Luffy took hold of a big piece of rock and positioned Trafalgar, Law and Sabo on it, sending it flying as he prepared to confront Akainu. Sengoku stopped Luffy's form midway, combining an attack with Kizaru to create a distance between him and the others. The Mad Dog infused his whole arm with lava and reached, grabbing Sabo's leg and burning it. It was supposed to be Ace's, but the revolutionary put himself between the two, so he was the injured one. "The sons of the Pirate King and the worst criminal alive, your existence should be purged from this world for good. What's so wrong about them being born? Why should the sins of their parents reflect on them? How could you kill infants and pregnant women because of a newborn who had done nothing wrong but seen the light of the sun? Despite the great amount of pain Sabo was subjected to, he was acting all grandiose and articulate, making Ace confused. They have a greater chance to become evil, it's best to purge them by its root. That does not make any sense. Would you kill an entire island just to look for a person who, I don't know, stole to eat? Akainu didn't even hesitate. Yes. Ace screamed for Sabo's name as the blonde entered a state of shock from pain. Vaguely noticing a transmitter den mushy on his clothes. His thoughts were cut off by Akainu's incoming attack. Ace never thought he would feel his skin burn again after he ate the Mera no Mi, but the sheer power of the Admiral disagreed with that thought. Time slowed down. Ace heard Jinbe scream for his name, remembering the days and nights he spent talking to the fisherman about Luffy, and the craziness of his little brother. He appreciated having an ear to hear him out, to have a friend that kept him company in the middle of hell and allowed him to boast around Luffy. It helped keep him sane. His nakama were sick of hearing about the Rubberman, and often groaned when Ace started the rambling. Speaking of them, he remembered the first time he interacted with Whitebeard. Oh, how fun it would be to see his past self's face when he discovers he had someone to call father with such love. He remembered the rough first nights on the ship, and how Marco saw him alone and striked interesting conversations in the middle of the night, slowly lowering and breaking Ace's walls. It allowed him to open up to the crew and, before he noticed, he was having drinking contests, creating inside jokes and finding shoulders to cry on when he couldn't take what life was throwing at him. Those were fun days. Such a shame he had to go away. Time went back to normal and all the noises tuned up high. Akainu was still swinging his fist and Ace closed his eyes. When pain didn't come, he pried them open and his heart stopped. Clouds, no, hair, were dancing before his eyes. A straw hat hung on the man's back, and his baby brother, Luffy, had an arm raised traversing Akainu's chest. A puddle of blood dripped on their feet, and the skin that made contact with the Admiral, despite being coated in armament hockey, was reddening and burning. Trafalgar Law finally gathered enough energy and moved the group away. What the F, were you thinking? Ace startled at the scold. You should be running away, not towards the fight. I couldn't let him sheet-talk my father. Trafalgar grinded his teeth and rubbed his temples. He mumbled something under his breath in the lines of, "Of course they are brothers, idiots with no salvation, which, fair." Distantly, Ace heard the voice of his dad. Listen carefully, pirate of the white beard. I will now give my last order to you as a captain. A chorus of confused pirates rang, including Ace. What did Pops mean by last order? Survive in any way possible, and go back to the New World safely. As expected, the crew couldn't accept leaving their captain behind. Whitebeard had been preparing to use his fruit to push his sons, when a youngster's voice piped in. I will help you, old man. Ace, your crew needs you right now, and Torao, please take care of Sabo. Not again, Luffy. You keep pulling this sheet over and over and I'm getting tired. This time I'm not alone. I'm going to keep company to Mustache Guy. Don't worry, you know I can hold my ground. Luffy, as an older brother, Ace felt the dying need to disagree with his sibling, to stay put and protect him. Though the white on Luffy's hair and clothes and the drums playing in his ears ordered Ace to not act as an older brother, but as a commander of Whitebeard. As a man who had many lives under his care, not only one. Don't lose. I won't. I'll be right behind you. The group bitterly nodded and ran, leaving Luffy to Whitebeard. Despite the new form Luffy took in, what he couldn't believe was the steady and sturdy shoulders his little brother now had, and how proud he was of him. Luffy folded the ground, isolating himself and Whitebeard with the Marine in a ring. He eyed the remaining opponents, Kizaru being slower than usual as he sported some injuries from their previous encounter, Akainu dead on the ground, Sengoku and Akiji coated in their own power, stopping blood loss. His ally, Whitebeard, had half his face blown off and so many injuries he looked like a fancy cheese that Sanji kept for special occasions. Their chances weren't good, but he would not lose. He had to keep his word. Whitebeard was about to interject, but when his eyes met Luffy's, he changed his mind. Ace will be sad. I have no regrets. It's not me who will be breaking a promise. Whitebeard laughed. You rookies do have audacity. It's no wonder you are called the worst generation. The pirate shed his coat and proudly displayed the Jolly Roger on his back. I like that. It's a shame I won't see the future you make, no ship can take me to the next era. I believe my sons have much to learn, but together, they will go far. So tell me, Monkey D. Luffy, where do you want to go? A breeze softly blew, wind carrying the appearance of Nika, giving back Straw Hat's face. His earring gently dangled, a reminder of an old fallen comrade asking the same question a long time ago. I want to become the freest man in the world. And what does freedom mean to you? Don't you already have it? Luffy blinked once, twice, not finding the answer to that question. Whitebeard didn't expect an immediate response in the first place, already moving to rip apart reality to unstabilize their enemies, to end them as quickly as possible. Brat, if you value your life, better be careful that I will go all out. Straw Hat Luffy breathed in and combined Gear 4 with Gear 5, his once white figure becoming adorned with red tattoos hugging his shoulders and hips. Shishishishi, I like you, old man. Let's go, he said, spitting the blood that was accumulating on his mouth. It took every last bit of Ace's strength to make his legs move and turn his back on his captain and brother, and somehow he did it. Sabo's charred leg was a big motivator, urging him to find an operation room as soon as possible. Trafalgar was a great doctor and already stabilized the revolutionary, but there were still many things to do if Sabo wanted to use that arm again. As Ace passed by, he barked retreating orders for all pirates, not leaving any room for disagreement, and asking them to aid whoever was injured. Marco took care of crewmates who were still very far, dragging them to Moby D himself. Only when the whale-shaped ship was in front of him that he turned back on his heels and eyed the barrier his brother was fighting in. Ice peeked from it, black smoke was emitted and Ace kept hearing explosion sounds. He turned away and called for some nurses, asking them to take Sabo to their surgery quarters. Trafalgar reunited with his crew and began to help tend the injured. The bear was really cool, in Ace's opinion. Jinbe soon reunited with them and began defending Moby D from incoming attacks, mostly from other ships. His fisherman karate enabled him to sink and damage marine ships, while Ace worked on burning them. They were creating a safe area until all Whitebeard pirates arrived, and some revolutionaries were holding transmitters Den Mushi, much like Sabo. Ace decided to ask a girl with a red beret as to why. We need to let the world know the Marines' true nature. It's not right for them to trust an organization that only acts in their best interest, not for what is good for the people. So many lies have been spread to keep this status quo. People need to know most of their comforts and easy lives come from the blood of others. By the way, my name is Koala, and I am so sorry for being so rude to you on that call. Ace almost got whiplash from the change in the girl's demeanor, going from heated and determined to apologetic and friendly. Sure? I mean, it is fine. Don't worry about it. No, it's not. You were genuinely worried about Sabo Kuin, and even helped him regain his memories. That idiot is so selfish, irresponsible and unthoughtful, but I still cherish him dearly. So, thank you. And I am sorry. Flustered, Ace didn't know how to answer this koala girl. Was she Sabo's girlfriend or something? If you want to see him, he is in Moby D's surgery room. You can just say Ace let you in. He ended up saying. The girl bowed 3 more times before running off. That girl is familiar. Jinbe suddenly materialized, scaring Ace to death. Jinbe, did you manage to sink those remaining ships? I did, but we can't let our guard down. We need to leave as soon as possible. I know, but Luffy is still there and Luffy. Ace saw his little brother coming their way. He couldn't quite see Luffy's face as ashes and dust were blocking almost all the view. Almost. A Den Mushi could clearly see the scene play before its eyes. Trafalgar joined them upon seeing Luffy, calling for him, though the latter didn't seem to listen. Ace saw a smile resting on Luffy's face, and was going to scold him for worrying him. But then Luffy fell to his knees. And didn't get up. Ace's heart dropped. He ran to his younger brother with everything he had, Jinbe following behind defending the 2 from Marines who were coming their way. Trafalgar, in spite of all the exhaustion and injuries, roomed them to Luffy. On a closer look, Luffy was exhausted or, in better words, destroyed. Frozen skin fell off his fingers and toes, violent gashes littered in arms and legs, and his joints were all swollen purple and green, probably indicating fracture. Moreover, his hand was burnt badly by magma. There were layers upon layers of dirt and dried blood, and it faintly smelled like kairoseki. His little brother was shaking, and when Ace placed a hand on the bruised torso, his hand was met with blood. Too much blood. Luffy? Luffy laughed weakly. I guess Akainu managed to land a hit too. Ace's hand shook, static noise at the back of his mind. What? When? His brain supplied the answer, a memory of the mad dog attacking him and Luffy entering the way. Blood dripped on the floor, like sand counting down the remaining time. No, please. Luffy gave Ace a teasing grin. Now I know why you told me men don't cry. You look so ugly. Shut up, please shut up. Don't talk, we can fix this. Big brother will fix this. Ace desperately mumbled, not quite processing what Luffy said as his eyes wandered his brother's body, refusing to accept there was a hole drawn in its chest, the smell of burning flesh coming from his baby brother. It couldn't be true. Tears fell rapidly, he couldn't work anything on his mind, only hearing a beep in his ears that muted everything, save for his brother's breathing becoming more and more ragged. It was like every exhale of air took away a bit of his life, and Ace heard something in his chest break. Trafalgar Law, you are a doctor, right? Please heal him. Please, Ace begged, not particularly to Trafalgar, but to whoever heard his pleas and had the power to save the most important person in his life. However, only despair showed at his doorsteps, as seen through Trafalgar's wretchedness. The man's silence spoke in accordance to his body language, jaw set, white knuckles and eyes blown wide, as in pure disbelief. He has yet to do anything, to move or speak, but Ace gets the message, and it freaks him out. There is no way no one can save Luffy. No way the world can be so cruel to take away the one good thing it sprouted. What are you doing, Trafalgar? Save him. Do something. Ace, it's okay. When Ace looked down, his brother was smiling. Why are you smiling? Luffy just smiled wider, that smile of his that showed his gums. It was bloodied, teeth stained in red and black, and overall, filled with relief. 'Cause this time you get to keep your promise. You will live. Ace took a sharp breath, the tears not stopping. Luffy, I want you to live. My dumb, stupid little brother, don't you want to become Pirate King? Luffy looks at Ace like he is stupid, craning his neck ever so slightly to look at him in the eyes. Of course I do. Then you have to live. He added, with more desperation. Please, hold on. You'll be fine. Big brother is with you. You are. Always so stubborn, hold on a little longer and everything will be okay. Ace looked at the skies, and for the first time in his life, he prayed. If there is a God, please don't take him. Not him, it can't be him. A red hair approached. Luffy's body was screaming, pulling and pushing muscle and creating a mass that set his nerves on fire, making even the grays of air and gravity hurt. Still, his heart was as calm as waves in the night, the drums long stopped playing the party song. He felt like his soul was trying to move out of his body, to somewhere far away. What brought him back to the present were some lazy steps and an eye covered in scars. Oh, it's Shanks. Sure, that's nice. Although Luffy's voice was quiet, it was enough to draw everyone's attention. He wondered if that was how his nakama felt when they were in his arms, safe and warm. Hey, Anchor. You did quite the number here. Shanks' figure hovers over them and he has a big smile that looks so sad to Luffy. Some would say it is his usual lazy grin, but Luffy knew the man, knew Shanks shouldn't wear something like that. Don't make that expression. I got your hat. The straw was dripping blood and smelled like iron, and still, Shanks held it as the great treasure it was. The Emperor was unreadable, fingers running through the hat in careful, gentle moves, in contrast to the white knuckles holding it, like the object weighed a ton. Trembling, Shanks lowered the straw hat on Luffy's chest, shielding the wound away from any eyes. Keep it. You still have use for it, Luffy. Luffy let out a snort. Death only leaves bones, Shanks. Ace left a scandalized no, and shook his head in denial, tears flowing freely with no signs of stopping. Shanks grimaced, staring at the blood slowly leaving Luffy as if telling it to stop, to go back where it came from. He kneeled down and Luffy thought blood loss was causing hallucinations, because when he looked at Shanks' face, the man was crying. The only time Luffy saw tears in Shanks' eyes was when he returned from Tot Island, after leaving Yuta to fend off for herself, and it wasn't even in a serious manner, as Shanks was whining altogether, drunk off his butt. Shanks was crying like a parent losing their child, who sees all the years they carried on their little bodies and changes, every step they took to become who they were till the current day. And Luffy didn't know, but Shanks frequently visited Garp to check on him, to see if he was doing well, only a promise keeping them away from each other. The man who drew inspiration on Luffy to become a pirate, to dream of becoming Pirate King, who lost an arm for him and gave him his biggest treasure, was coming undone. Ben Beckerman slowly joined the group and rested a hand on Shanks' shoulder, who leaned on it seeking comfort. Luffy smiled, acknowledging his presence, and Ben stiffly nodded back. He was acting in an unusual way, like he was holding back something, and Luffy's mind supplied the answer. He was keeping it together for Shanks. Amidst the tearing up, Shank managed to move a stray hair on Luffy's forehead. You became a great pirate, Luffy. But you can't give up now. You still have to go to Raftail. I already went to Raftail, Shanks. Roger says he misses you and Buggy, and that he is proud of you. Shanks and Ace widened their eyes, bewildered, but not an ounce of doubt was on them. And Ace, he told me he wanted to apologize for all the trouble you went through by carrying his blood, that he just wants you to be happy, and that you will always be loved by him, by them. Rouge loves you, and I do too. Ace's shaking hand found Luffy's, and he held in a tight grip, as if it prevented Luffy from going to a faraway place. You cannot leave, Luffy. What about your dream? What about your crew? What about me? That made Luffy think, what had been his dream this whole time? It was all about freedom, wasn't it? But, wasn't he free from the very start? To travel through the seas was his decision. To go against the marine and world government was his decision. To take the blow meant for Ace was his decision. He recalled Whitebeard's question, and finally had his answer. The true meaning of freedom, his freedom, was to make choices in spite of all the pain, and live the way you want. And for that to happen, Luffy needed to be surrounded by his nakama. The truth was, Luffy never wished to come back in time. What he asked Roger was for a reunion, to see his friends happy and safe. And, since it demanded him to be together with his crew, the first Pirate King conceded his wish in the name of time travel, past waters meeting future waves and changing the tides completely, an estuary. That was him, the turning point. That's what he did, to finally achieve true freedom. He supposed that was the reason he was at peace in his final moments. Because? I already achieved my dream, Ace. Ace wanted to protest, but Luffy didn't leave him any chance. I'm glad I was born to become your brother. I'm glad you are alive. You have many people that care for you, who will love you and comfort you when you need, but don't ever think that me dying means that I'll ever stop caring for you. Our oath lasts forever, even if I'm not here to show it. And you have Sabo too, now. In Luffy's timeline, Ace told him in his final moments that the only thing he regretted in life was the fact that he wouldn't see Luffy accomplishing his dream. But now, in his arms, Luffy could show him all that he became, so there were no regrets in his chest. Shanks, Ace, can you take care of my crew? Of course we will. And tell them that none of this is their fault, and that I wish for them to live my dream and become Pirate King? Ace couldn't speak anymore, as his throat was closed up and his whole body was shaking, though he managed to nod. Luffy turned to Torao, trying to say something, though no words came out. They were stuck on his throat. Torao's face was unreadable. Ever since we came here, you have been pushing me away over and over again. I have been very patient to let you do whatever you wanted, since I also left you alone on our way to Laugh Tale. But that does not mean I will let you go. Seeing the confused face of his lover, the Surgeon of Death continued. We are both past expiration date, Luffy. Startled, something dawned on Luffy, and he quietly giggled. Sorry, and thank you Torao. The tension left Luffy's body as his eyelids were falling closed, sleepiness washing over his body and numbing any pain. The darkness creeping in his vision was scary, but Torao pressed them together, forehead to forehead. It's okay, I'll be right beside you. Luffy focused on the warmth of the other's body, ignoring the tears and the wave of words he wanted to say, as they had no time left. So he settled for something far more simple and significant. I love you. Torao answered as if he stated a fact in the world. I love you too. It started quietly, but slowly the buzz on Luffy's ears was replaced by murmurs of familiar voices, continuous chattering that became clearer with passing time. Soon, Luffy could see eyes that looked down on him with such love, care and affection that he recognized right away they belonged to his crew. They smiled in a sad tint, knowing what was happening to him, as they had been with him the entire time. And of course they had been waiting for him because even after death, they couldn't leave their captain behind. Nami had a hand on her hip, Usopp grinned and waved, Sanji crushed a cigarette on his feet and nodded, Chopper sweetly laughed, Robin softened her features and smiled, Frankie yelled super and joined his metal arms, Brook let that characteristic laugh of his and Jinbe motioned his head for the captain to come forward. He took a step, and Zoro joined his right side. Ready to set sail, Captain? On his left, Torao approached and held his hand. Luffy closed his eyes and breathed a last time. Ready. The world was not prepared to watch someone die right before their eyes on screen. Sure, it was war, but the Marine made sure to censor many things, leaving it alienated to the true terrors that happened around the globe. For years, they have been told that evil lied upon those who wished to become pirates, they were the demons that brought misfortune and misery to your average good citizen. But, watching the entire war from the perspective of a young pirate, an infamous rookie, made most viewers doubt this notion. Straw Hat Luffy was a pirate whose bounty amounted to 300 million berries, and had challenged the world government many times, in the face of Enies Lobby and Tenryubitos. Still, wasn't this boy just trying to rescue his brother? At the beginning, people were trashing and booing Straw Hat's fights against the Navy. However, when Akainu and some vice admiral began hurting anyone in their vicinity just because there was a chance they striked a pirate nearby, they began to question the Marines' morality. It wasn't everybody, some still came around the idea that killing 100 Marines for the sake of killing 5 pirates was palatable. Watching Whitebeard appear on screen was frightening. The plazas which projected Marinefords War went silent and anxious, eager to finally see the monster in action, hoping it to be tamed. Yet, at the end, when the man died, the audience couldn't help feeling somber, especially parents. Whitebeard's speech reflected the reality of a guardian, a mother and a father's worry for their children and how, after so much shit they put them through, at the end of the day the parents will still love them. Somehow, a monster made them remember how parenthood was tough, exhausting and accomplishing. For those orphaned and for those from broken homes, a feeling of longing bloomed, making them want to be part of Whitebeard's family. Instead of a devil's ship, it sounded more like a place to belong. When Fire Fist was broken free of his chains, the reaction was mixed. Like with Whitebeard, some people feared what kind of havoc the son of the Pirate King could do, what harm could he bring upon them. Others breathed in relief, silently cheering Straw Hat who struggled and fought so hard for someone that didn't even share blood. There was something about the kid that made them want to keep watching, that drew their attention and sympathy. The escape was extremely tense, the admirals were quick on their feet to reach the pair of brothers, and Whitebeard had to sacrifice himself for his sons. What the civilians didn't expect was for the boy to stay with Whitebeard, helping him hold the strongest Marines in a single place. The world saw how the boy stayed behind to put his brother at ease, even though Edward Newgate met his end soon afterwards. What Straw Hat Luffy did was to give him a proper resting place, killing Blackbeard Teach, who wanted to put his hands on Whitebeard's devil fruit. Through all his actions, from Straw Hat's desperate attempt to save his brother, from his talks with allies and foes likewise, to his sunny and warm smiles, Monkey D. Luffy was slowly morphing his image of evil to that of a young boy who seeked to save his older brother. He didn't even kill the Marines, just knocked them out. What put the audience on edge was the talk between Fire Fist and Akainu. There were pools going on, whether which admiral would kill Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander, though were forgotten once Straw Hat blocked the admiral's attack. They couldn't see very well what the blow did, but guessed it hurt. Another pool was held, betting on the trio of brothers. There was another one in the Revolutionary Army, plus Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law would be able to escape. The majority voted for no, though the desire was yes. No was the correct answer. When people saw Monkey D. Luffy fall to his knees, what used to be a small portion of people wanting them to escape, became all of the viewers. The boy lay lifeless in the arms of his older brother, looking very small. It hurt to watch. Some turned their heads away from the screen, imagining their family being in the same situation. It was terrifying, and heartbreaking to watch. Portugues D. Ace, 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, bounty of 550 million berry, looked just like a person who lost their family, their most important thing in the world. He screamed, the anguish and desperation echoing on the eerily silent plazas, crying brokenly through a hoarse voice, with a pain so great even the ones who never lost a loved one could feel in their hearts. Red Hair Shanks was another surprise, the young emperor breaking down right in front of their eyes, holding Monkey D. Luffy's hand as if it was his own child. They were pirates, and they were so human. The morbid cherry on the cake was the famous second-in-command Sabo, of the revolutionaries. The man slowly walked to the scene, feet dragging on the floor as if in refusal, protesting to the mind's wish, and for a moment, it was thought he would set the entire place ablaze, to protest against such injustice and murder, because that wasn't an execution. Thus, starting another war based on revenge. But none of those things happen, because the revolutionary kneeled beside the pirates and became a hurricane of grief, leaving all of his trademark elegance behind. He screamed. The transmission ends with two older brothers holding onto the one that went ahead, and didn't wait for them. In the middle of the crowd, a hooded figure clenched his fists and swore to give aid to a certain crew of dreamers, alongside the construction of a beautiful grave. Fuchsia Village was presented a weird-looking Den Den Mushi a week prior. The mayor was suspicious at first, as the stranger who gave them this present was no familiar face, but after seeing it was harmless and only showed the news in real time, he told the villagers to build a drive-in theater downtown. Surprisingly, not only it showed pirates' activities, but Marines too, acts of corruption and bribery. The mayor never liked the Navy, so he let the villagers do such things. They got the news that Luffy got imprisoned, and was on his way to break out. Whoop Slap gave an order to the villagers. They were going to take turns watching the modified Den Den Mushi, awaiting news. No one complained or went against that command, all of them were worried for their kid. Makino, the poor woman, had a hard time sleeping and was a regular on the watching. Then, it broadcasted Marineford. The brutality made Whoop Slap and Makino keep the children away, as there was no censorship with the weird Den Den Mushi. The villagers sneered at anyone entering Luffy's way, cheered whenever he won a fight and cried in relief when he reached Ace. Only Makino and Whoop Slap knew the older boy, but just by Luffy caring for him, the village cared for him too. The two laughed and cried when Sabo showed up, asking themselves how the boy was alive, though entirely grateful for whatever entity allowed him to survive. Dayton and the bandits went down the mountain and settled nearby the villagers and, albeit being met with hostility at first, quickly warmed up after a round of drinks and conversations. She was the one who cried the hardest when Ace, Sabo, and Luffy were on the screen together, but she would never admit it. The mood became somber and heavy when Luffy shielded Ace from Akainu's attack. It gave them goosebumps, a bad feeling on their guts. They were right for feeling their way, as Luffy fell to his knees. The villagers thought Luffy tripped, though Dayton and the mayor vividly noticed the blood pooling around his torso. Shankingly, pleas were made and all the bandits dropped their weapons in shock, coming closer to the screen. There, they saw and faintly heard Ace talking to Luffy, or tried to, as everyone's eyes were filled with tears. Makino was shaking her head left and right, in disbelief that her Luffy, the boy who was always full of life and energy, who she taught how to talk and walk and used to grip her skirt, clingy as he was giving his last breaths. Dayton was already shouting for anyone to help him, as if her scream could reach the battlefield. No one blamed or scolded her for that, they were all too focused on praying for Luffy's life. And when they saw their boy close his eyes, no one could look at the screen anymore. People have different ways to grieve, some try to deny what happened, others isolate themselves or are thrown into a fit of rage. There are some that even forget the event, for the sake of protecting their shattered mind. However, it was undeniable that all of them were desolate, misery planted on their hearts with its roots stubbornly refusing to let go. Never had the village shed so many tears as this day, and it would be forever remembered as the day the sun stopped shining brightly as before. Dayton couldn't wait to see Garp, and beat him up until he was no longer recognizable. But, for now, she had a barwoman to comfort. Zoro opened his eyes in a nursing bed, the sunlight gently basking his face, as if saying, "Good morning." As memories of Sabaody flooded his brain, the swordsman screamed for the name of his captain, making the sitting figure by the bedside stumble and fall. The girl's complaint fell on deaf ears, since all Zoro could think of was Luffy's command. "Grow strong, will ya? I trust you to take care of them, Zoro?" And of course he would, Luffy didn't even have to ask. The first mate ensured the safety of the crew members, so that the captain could lead them to their dreams without worry. The Straw Hats worked as an engine, each of them moving as an irreplaceable gear. They had each other to rely on and Luffy knew that. So, why did he ask Zoro? Why did Luffy push them away? The answers would come with or without consent, and for that. "Where are my swords?" "Not giving back," screeched the pink-haired girl, whose ghosts traversed the swordsman's body. His conflicted mind became more jumbled as the memory of Luffy repeated. For days Zoro looked for his swords, asking himself the same 3 questions. They had a talk about not carrying the burden alone, for Roger's sake. Moreover, on the back of his mind, there was a voice calling him weak. Goth Ghost Girl, in the end, took pity on him and gave them back. Only for the first mate to get lost on the island and engage in meaningless battles with apes. For the hours that Zoro did not find the seaside, his slashes grew more merciless and powerful, nonetheless desperate. The stampede would continue for an indefinite amount of days, if Mihawk hadn't showed up. "Why are you here?" Zoro asked in gritted teeth, barely containing the adrenaline pumping his blood, telling him to keep moving and running and looking for Luffy, his captain. "I have resided on this island for a very long time. Why are you here?" Zoro refused to answer, as he himself did not know. "I imagine the reason is the same for all the Straw Hats, save for Straw Hat Luffy. It would explain why he was in Marineford with other people." The first mate's breath hitched. "Have you seen Luffy? How is he? Is he okay?" All anger and fury within Zoro's chest vanished. To hell the reason his captain did that, all he wanted to know was whether Luffy was okay. Mihawk stared deep into Zoro's eyes, face unreadable. Straw Hat Luffy entered a war to save his brother, Portgasty Ace, in Marineford. In the end of the battle, he lost his life defending said sibling. The world was spinning and the sky engulfed the floor in a battle of dominance, there weren't left and right anymore. Just water. Zoro felt he was underwater. He couldn't quite comprehend and absorb Mihawk's declaration. Distantly, Zoro heard someone screaming in denial, a chant of no's and lies, but it was all muffled by the buzzing in his head. His knees hit something hard, colorful gloops of green and red. Water entered his lungs, he was drowning. But Zoro couldn't drown, he had a captain to save. He was the best swimmer of the crew, he made sure of that. So why was it so hard to breathe? Zoro wasn't scared of death, the world was cruel, though that never stopped him from moving forwards and entering losing battles. If he lost his life then so be it. But an image of Luffy laughing surged. To live a life without his captain? To endure the following days with the knowledge that the man he trusted and cherished the most was gone, and he didn't do a single thing to help? That he failed such a man? That terrified Zoro. Wasn't Luffy breathing and smiling down at him, engulfing meat in one go and joining Zoro's watch-over turns just a few days ago? The smell of rubber and straw was fresh, like he just talked to him. How could that lively person be dead? It didn't make sense. Wasn't his captain to be taken by the storm at the end of their dreams, after Sunny set sail around the world on countless islands they wouldn't even remember their names? Just a year ago there was a dinghy shared between two idiots, heading to nowhere and everywhere, supplied by dreams and thirst for adventure. It was extremely uncomfortable, there was no coverage for the sun, and it was perfect. Like Zoro finally found his place in the world. So, it was impossible for Luffy to be dead. There was no way Luffy died and Zoro wasn't by his side, on his deathbed too. Being the strongest swordsman, he just wanted to see Luffy become Pirate King and would sacrifice everything for it. How could Zoro not be there? Who was by his side? Was he alone? Lying on the ground like he was nothing to the world, like he didn't mean everything to Zoro? Kurigana, an island filled with ruins of an old empire, woke up the next morning with sword slashes marking every corner, and afar a scream resonated, uttering the name of a dead man. Weatheria's green plains greeted a troubled new occupant. Nami was sure that it was her Luffy who had knocked the Straw Hats down, as she caught a glimpse of Arlong's bite scar on him. Still, she was doubtful. As one of the oldest Straw Hats, Nami had been able to read Luffy's intentions to an extent, expecting the wildest and most dangerous decisions from him. Her captain had been used to endangering everybody's lives for the sake of adventure, and Nami was in charge of putting the captain in line. However, the last few interactions she had with future Luffy had been strange, and a little out of the ordinary to say the least. It was like looking at a map with the knowledge of its contents, but upon closer inspection it is noticed that the islands are in the wrong place. She wanted to spend more time with this Luffy, to get to know more about this captain that traveled the world and seen more wonders than any of the Straw Hats. Even if the map was slightly off, the man was still the one who put his hand on fire for the Straw Hats, who listened to her cry for help even when she tried to push him away. Now was her turn to do that. Weatheria was a navigator's wet dream. It was a place where meteorologists and inventors put their minds together to understand the weather, creating devices to control it. Nami had seen bubbles with rain clouds inside it and a rope that dictated the speed and direction of wind. In spite of her worries, Nami decided that her way of helping Luffy was going to be through learning how to be a better navigator, so that she could take her captain anywhere he wanted. If there was one obstacle between her captain and an adventure, it sure as hell wouldn't be the weather. She deeply regretted her decision with the arrival of a newspaper. Nami was an independent woman. She had dreams, and always a goal in mind, as well as the drive and plans to accomplish it. For a long time, Nami navigated alone through the seas, the desire to buy her village back being her only companion. It didn't matter how much she had to spend, be it money, her childhood, or entire life to fulfill said wish, even if Kokoyasi's villagers hated her till the end. As such, the loneliness plaguing her chest was a feeling Nami thought as normal for a woman like her, who knew how to get by. After Arlong was defeated, she came to understand that it was a flimsy excuse for the lack of trust Nami had in people. Wariness towards everyone wasn't a consequence nor a necessity for being self-reliant, rather it came from fear of being betrayed by someone. Especially from a person she came to trust. Luffy once told her being alone was the worst, and she couldn't agree more. What was harder on her journey pre-Straw Hats wasn't stealing and submitting to men more stupid than a brick, but the thought that, had she ever died, no one would grieve her except her sister, who would live on without knowing Nami passed away since there would be nobody to retrieve her corpse. She would die alone at sea, with no grave or flowers to her name. And so, Nami could see traces of the person she used to be in future Luffy, a person incapable of fully trusting others for fear they would leave them soon. The Straw Hats would never let go of Luffy, so the abandonment he saw was the end of a life. Death. Which was what her captain met at Marineford. Nami had been searching for every single piece of news from the crew, coming across Luffy's arrest to impel Down's breakout, trying to find a way to help. She had been able to contact Lola and Vivi, but they were too far to arrive on time. When word of war first appeared on page, Nami spent hours anxiously waiting for the next newspaper, hoping for Luffy's safety. While waiting, she stole one of Weatheria's devices to go to Marineford, though was convinced otherwise by the old men, since there wouldn't be much she could do to help. There was a high chance she was going to become a burden, and that was the last thing Nami wanted. She should have left the island. The next day, a newspaper arrived, with the body of someone who promised the world to her, one for her to draw and to map. The journal crumpled into a mess as her rain of tears striked it. The elders kneeled, attempting to comfort her, but there was no way they could fix her storm of sorrow, no way they could study her thunderous mind and navigate around it. Because the man who gave her dream back to her was dead. For the first time since arrival, Nami cursed the artificial island, livid towards the fact it displayed a beautiful weather, when it should be rain and tornadoes dancing on the sky as the sun just died. Usopp has been running for his life ever since he arrived in the Boyne archipelago. Really, had he known he had so much lung capacity to keep going like that, he would have never created "I can't enter this one island" diseases. The priority would be lunging on the nearest and tallest tree until someone pulled him out of it. Heracles was an unusual figure to befriend. The man would physically assault Usopp to save him from an incoming animal's attack, and although it annoyed the sniper to no end, it was familiar and a little comforting. It reminded him of one rubber captain. Usopp and Luffy were always close. Perhaps due to their close age and shared sense of humor, but it was undeniable they had great chemistry since day one. After their fallout in Eni's lobby, the two came to see the other in a new light that was aware of their position as sniper and captain, though never forgetting to joke around. It wasn't that they had drifted apart, just that there was a new type of respect mixed in their friendship. So when Luffy had a smile that carried something else besides glee when Usopp cracked a good joke, the sniper went on high alert. Being the Straw Hat's sharpshooter, he had a discerning eye when it came to changes in the crew's demeanor. Luffy carried the same look Usopp did as Kaya's health declined, afraid her destiny would be the same as his mom's. Before Usopp could inquire his friend of what was wrong, the captain pushed him away to a dangerous, carnivorous island. Usopp may be a coward and weaker than his friends, but when it came to his nakama, he would never avoid an emotional, even uncomfortable, conversation. Heracles kept telling Usopp to eat, to no avail. How could he, when Luffy looked so sad it made Usopp fear he would break? How, when Sunny whispered on his dreams to keep an eye out for his captain, as Minnie Mary silently wept? His stomach burned and his legs ran a little slower, but Usopp kept running because that was all he could do. So when a seagull arrived at the island, Usopp used all his strength to snatch the newspaper from the bird. It was a good thing the island would be long due opening its mouth to feast, because when Usopp fell to the ground, the world lost its color. His best friend, dead. What attracted people to his captain, like moths on a light bulb, wasn't his strength. It was his eyes full of trust and belief. Usopp spilt lies like waterfalls spilt water, making up adventurers and spinning tales to his captain's ears, who took them at face value. In the beginning, Usopp thought Luffy to be naive and dumb for believing and hanging on to his every word, painting them as his past accomplishments. Later on, he changes his mind as the sniper comes to understand what the twinkling on Luffy's eyes meant. It was belief in Usopp, in his capability of turning whatever he said into reality if he ever wished. Of course, the army of 8,000 men was far-fetched, though Luffy never disregarded it as impossible for Usopp. This wholehearted trust, full confidence in Usopp's potential left him anxious, afraid even. The sniper feared he would never live up to his captain's expectations, until he talked to Zoro about it. It was a strange conversation, as one night the swordsman just sat by his side on the crow's nest and said nothing. Usopp didn't know what came to him, but he believed Zoro would understand since the man had many responsibilities being the first mate and all. Despite it, all he received was a shrug of shoulders and a short, "That doesn't seem like Luffy at all." And when Usopp tried to conjure a disappointed face on his friend's face, nothing came to mind, except the times they failed to catch dinner. Deep down, Usopp knows Luffy would never feel let down by him or say anything on the matter, but Usopp worries and worries until a headache and a pain on the stomach take place. So he made devices, fixed up Mary and learned to fight to show Luffy didn't make a mistake by choosing him and, for a split second, Usopp considered training in this treacherous island to get stronger, turning all those expectations into truths. But now? He would never be able to do that, as his captain was dead. Just like his mom, who one day he woke up to and her body wasn't warm anymore. Did Luffy feel the same as his mom in his last moments, waiting for a person to arrive until their last breath? Was he lonely? Disappointed? What could Usopp have done for him? Had he failed again to provide comfort for a dying person, as Usopp was not enough of a grounding presence, a reliable person? The salty tears served as a meal as Usopp shouted that the world was lying, that it was wrong. It must be, and that was the hard, solid truth of reality. Sanji stared at the sunrise with bitterness on his tongue, and it wasn't because of his cigar. Several Okamas surrounded the rock he was sitting on. However, the cook was too worried for his captain to feel any sort of discomfort towards them. The Okamas tried to persuade him into joining them and meeting their temporary queen, but Sanji didn't relent. Instead, he smoked several packs to the point he was coughing and his mind was becoming lightheaded. Some Okamas noticed the destructive behavior and confiscated his cigars, prompting Sanji to run after them. They led him to a very feminine castle, to which he met their queen. Sanji saw an opportunity and challenged the temporary queen to a duel, requesting his escape had he ever won. It irked the cook how the Okama preached about finding his true self while pushing a certain image on him. It hit too close to Germa 66, where he was supposed to fit shoes that weren't his size, and was punished for it. Sanji was told to be himself and, in truth, he didn't know who that person was. All Blue was his dream, Zeph was his dad, and he would never hit a woman. Those were undeniable facts about him. But sometimes, Sanji looked in the mirror and only saw a failure. Which was why being with the Straw Hats was great, as they made him feel comfortable in his own skin and would do anything to keep it safe. He envied Zoro in that regard. Both had a tendency to sacrifice themselves for the crew, but while Zoro had a duty, being first mate and all, Sanji did it for more selfish reasons. Zoro knew who he was and Sanji didn't. It was frustrating, and maddening at times. Nevertheless, there was mutual respect and understanding that the safety of the Straw Hats was on them, alongside Luffy. Speaking of which, he needed to beat his idiot of a captain for taking so much responsibility on his shoulders, for nor leaning on them and trusting their strength. Sanji had to leave that island, and quickly. The pink sky was giving him diabetes and nausea. So what he discovered was that he liked frilly clothing and makeup. And that wearing dresses wasn't an attack to his masculinity and manhood? Maybe what Judge and some cooks in Baratai taught him about being a man was wrong, but that wasn't a story Sanji was going to tell. On the day he tried out heels, he was pleasantly surprised they weren't that hard to wear, since his balance was good and the Okama chose a pair that didn't hurt his feet. Moreover, they could become a deadly weapon. On the flip side, this was also the day his world was flipped over and well, destroyed. A red-haired Okama inquired Sanji for his well-being. Reaching a hand towards him, the cook flinched. Feeling a dampness on his cheeks, Sanji brushed his fingers and met a wet mess. Sanji didn't notice he was crying. He didn't notice how brutally he was kicking the sand until it became glass. He didn't notice his legs getting shredded by said glass. He didn't notice the temporary queen trying to soothe his wails and despairing shouts until he spit blood. The pain from a damaged throat didn't even come close to his loss. He didn't notice when a beautiful lady with purple hair and voluptuous curves arrived. Sanji couldn't even offer any of his gentlemanly acts. That was the first and only time Sanji's heart couldn't be moved by the presence of a feminine body. It was too broken to do anything. Chopper had a good nose. He is always the first to detect the smell of blood, which frequently accompanies the Straw Hat's natural scent. As a doctor, the reindeer was developing a way to discern someone's body type by the smell. It would come in hand in the middle of a war with nameless people. Sometimes, Chopper could smell emotions too, such as sadness. It was a salty, moist scent, much like tears. That was how his captain smelled before using haki on them, so Chopper couldn't even bring himself to be mad at Luffy. Ever since Luffy told them about the truth, how the future isn't so bright, there was pain beneath his smiles, and Chopper wanted to help. He was the crew's medic. Chopper asked Robin how one could cure a heartbreak, and she caressed his head in a gentle manner, a silent answer as well as an apology with the words, "I don't know," non-verbalized. Despite it, the reindeer would not give up and look for ways to aid his captain. But, before that, he would help settle a war between humans and birds. It took some time, needed wounds to reopen, though Chopper managed it. As the doctor of the Straw Hats, Chopper had a lot of work, especially with the monster trio, as they disregard their wounds with ease. Consequently, the reindeer was also brushed off and treated like a kid when he was just 2 years younger than Usopp and Luffy. It angered him. Thus, settling the fight between the animals and the tribe felt extremely gratifying. He finally did an important and difficult thing all by himself and succeeded. Chopper wanted to tell the crew right away, they would all be proud of him. He looked forward to Robin's compliment, for some unknown reason. Maybe it was due to the fact that she reminded him of a mother, if he ever had a loving one. Her multiple hands treading his fur were similar to moms of his old herd grooming their children. While Chopper oversaw the peaceful interactions birds and humans were having, a newspaper dropped from the sky and, for a long time, he just looked at the front page and stared. 6th degree burn. Chopper read in only one book about it, as the general public knows only up to the 3rd degree. It traversed Luffy's torso, exposing nothing. It was all charred and black. The combination of the wounds on his body should have killed him with pain shock. But Luffy had to survive. He always did. Chopper refused to read the headline. He had 2 paws and determination. Surely Chopper could fly at this instant to Marineford and work tirelessly to heal Luffy. With the right treatment, Luffy would be right up, eating and talking to Chopper about everything and nothing, beaming that sunny smile that made the reindeer feel all giddy and warm inside. He was a doctor who would find the cure for all diseases in the world. Of course he could heal some burns. Birds flocked Chopper to comfort his crying figure. The humans were discussing if any of his wounds opened up, as his cry was one of pain. They desperately looked for salves to soothe him, but Chopper knew the truth. The gaping hole Hiraluk left on his heart was once again opened by Luffy, who tore it open and left it bleeding. A blue nose couldn't stop sniffling, and darkness was kind to Chopper, hugging him to oblivion. It was fun to mess around with the guards as they were easily riled up. Robin had been taken as a prisoner for the sake of helping a little girl, being locked up in a very chilling cell. It was worth it, though. Sarah was a smart and strong girl. Robin would never forgive herself had she let that child be hurt right in front of her. The kid had sparkly and shiny eyes, just like her captain. When Luffy was swapped with his future counterpart, Robin felt the shift by the waves of loneliness her captain emitted. There wasn't pure happiness in his emotions anymore, as they were stained with painful memories that turned feelings into a complex mess. She had been that way too, and wondered, what happened to their sunshine? The archaeologist worked up theories, coming up with a few ideas that bordered fantasy, that being time or dimension travel. She hit the nail on the head, and as much as speculation being proved right should bring her joy, all it did was weigh a cold stone on her gut. Because with that answer, more dreaded questions sprouted. Why are you lonely? How did we let this happen to you? Is there any way we can help? Would you let us? Death was a constant in Robin's life. For a long time, she fantasized meeting her end to finally be reunited with O'Hara's archaeologists and her mom, but a thirst for knowledge held her down. It fueled her with energy to keep moving and running, and when her legs stopped working, too tired to indulge in survival, Luffy showed up and made them sprint. He gave her a life that breathed for the sake of breathing, one that allowed her to enjoy pages of a book because its content was interesting, not because it distracted from the wretched mess that came being Nico Robin, the Devil's Child. O'Hara had the biggest library in the world, but its whole collection wouldn't fit the written gratefulness she felt for the Straw Hats. Coincidentally, she was arrested at the same time the revolutionaries broke the prisoners out, offering her a place in the army. Of course, she refused, though was still treated with kindness and respect. So much so that they called her Light of the Revolution. Her time with the revolutionaries showed how many people had similar stories as her, fueled only by rage that consumed them altogether that maybe, was destroying them bit by bit and there was nothing she could do. They did not have a friend who would hold their hands and unclench their fists, smoothing out the crescent moons already dented on their palms. For the time being, she hoped. A cause always brings people together. It was at night that one of the older members of the revolutionaries knocked at her door, bringing the worst news of her life. She was part of the group that raided Marineford, and while Robin would have jumped at the opportunity to join, the archaeologist was too malnutritioned and on the brink of frostbite to take part. The woman quietly expressed her condolences, and left Robin alone with a hot cup of coffee. The front page of the book showcased the deceased body of her captain, as if he was just part of some shocking news and not the beak of hope of Robin's whole world, that there was kindness and mercy for living tragedies. Why must all good things come to an end, when the bad takes war and blood to be rid of? But Luffy wasn't a thing, he was a person. The first thought that comes to mind as she received the news was that the sound of his sandals would never be heard again from the library. And, for some reason, that's what broke her out of stupor and made her cry. What would the future hold for her Nakama? She was living in a world where she would talk about Luffy like she talked about O'Hara, in the past tense with bitterness and sadness intertwined with the words. As one of oldest and wisest of the Straw Hats, Robin had the duty to support the crew when maturity and experience lacked. But, there weren't any instructions on how to deal with grief in a better, healthy way. It never gets old, and it never gets better. You just learn to live with it. For the first time, Robin didn't want to learn. Evidence points to one truth. Yet, the picture on the front page of Luffy, lying so helplessly on his brother's arms, seemed like a lie. His body must have been cold. Which was impossible, because her captain shone the brightest than any person in the universe. Against Robin's wish, her mind pierced together what could have happened perfectly. A younger brother enters a war to save his family, despite the 1,000 enemies and weapons aimed at his neck. Through the breakout, the boy gives his all, believing nothing could ever top the price of his older brother's life. In the end, his life is asked too and he willingly offers it. Even if it held dreams and hopes, even if it held the love of countless people. Oh, Luffy. Robin wanted to grieve and shut herself from the world that burned her most important people away, but she had Nakama now that could use her shoulder. For Luffy, she would take care of them. Vegapunk's abandoned factory was fascinating, to say the least. Frankie's mechanic gland was tingling with excitement. The equipment and machines were no longer functioning, still, their structure was top-notch. Although Karakuri Island was a winter island, with ice damaging his system, that Shichibukai sent him to the greatest inventor's birthplace, so Frankie had yet to complain. However, as much as every invention amazed him, he ought to meet up with the Straw Hats. Back at Water 7, Frankie was the leader of a handful gang, constantly worrying about keeping the town that Tom loved safe. Sometimes, it was exhausting, having to fill in the shoes of someone so great, whose death Frankie blamed himself for. Iceberg took some of that burden, so overall, it wasn't so bad. Guilt was a feeling he knew very well, and Frankie could recognize it in the eyes of a person almost instantly. It wasn't super, but he didn't know what to do about it except living well for the sake of the deceased. His captain tried it, Frankie would give him credit for it. However, Luffy mirrored Frankie way too much whenever the shipwright visited Tom's grave. Frankie was pretty sure that had he ever died, he would never blame his captain for it. It was his decision to join the crew, not Luffy's. Frankie was a pervert, in the sense that he had no shame for his mechanical body and bared himself to the world, but he was no fool. What happened on Sabaody would be a stain in the crew's history, and before it could grow into an ugly wound and fester its roots in their relationship, they had to tackle it. The plan was cut short by a newspaper containing a bloodied and smiley face of someone who gave their life to save another, like a coin exchange. Just like Tom. As Frankie stared at his captain's face, he saw no traces of that guilt holding him down, and that was the relief in the middle of grief. Brook stretched his arms under the morning sun, as it gently entered the room he was in. He wondered if his nakama were watching the same sunshine, basking on its kind rays and warming their insides. Hope of reunion bloomed in his heart, even if he didn't have one yo-ho-ho-ho, a talk reserved for his captain. The musician felt compelled to put aside his needs and wants for the sake of the impoverished people who had been put through abuse, by writing songs and lyrics. Brook had been cooking up some ideas, though reaching a certain type of creativity block with the absence of his friends. Luffy described loneliness as worse than death, and Brook couldn't agree more. Dreams and nightmares plagued Brook's mind when he was sailing aimlessly on the sea, a strong wish to just end everything to finally join his crewmates. The musician hadn't given up in the end, being responsible to carry the crew's farewell wishes to Laboon. Only his love for the whale held his soul on the planet, until the Straw Hats came. Interactions didn't come easily to Brook, having to get used to customs and slangs from the current era, all the changes weighing on Brook's bones and cracking its content due to its weight. The amount of pirate sailing was incomparable to the past, as in his time not many carried a Jolly Roger. Brook heard the story of that one rookie, Gold Roger, and felt inspired. A single man was capable of creating a new era, igniting the flame on many people's hearts, rising hot air for dreams and ambitions reaching the skies. The musician didn't doubt the deed couldn't be repeated by his current captain, though. That aside, after tasting salvation, Brook had been living in fear of it happening again, for his nakama to abandon him in the realms of life. It was what made the skeleton grip his pen a bit too tight, no words or songs coming out, turning his 60 degrees joke into 180 as he face-planted on the floor. Such issues whispered ugly what-ifs in his mind, but something changed upon hearing the tale of the future. Brook felt remorseful and angry at his future counterpart, leaving their young captain to search for the One Piece alone. What he would never say out loud was the sense of relief to discover Brook was capable of dying, passing away in order for Luffy to live. That had been the musician's secret and second dream, to perish by the hands of destiny as his soul shielded someone he cherished. Call it childish or immature, Brook no longer attached himself to the streams of age and time. Such elements could not be applied to him having died twice, the first by disease and the second by loneliness. What was unexpected, however, was for his hatted captain to bring upon a mysterious force on the Straw Hats, ordering his nakama to live. The gesture was typical captain fashion, doing what he thinks is best for the crew. Still, Brook couldn't help feeling wronged as no one should be closer to death and danger before Brook, who had already lived plenty. Brook noticed a piece of newspaper on the floor, bringing forth his nightmare to reality. This time, the lyrics and songs flowed on paper, as Brook composed his broken soul in sheet music. In the world left by Joy Boy, a promise or return had been woven. The warrior had many siblings, all of whom were powerful enough to shake the island and tear the skies in half. Upon seeing their potential of destruction, the sea made a deal with the creators, to seal Joy Boy's siblings into fruits, locking their power temporarily and scattering them around the globe. But, one met a different destiny, that being Joy Boy themselves. They were a creature made to defile and break rules, even if they were imposed by the creators. The sea, however, loved Joy Boy with no small amount, as the sun god let her roam the world like she pleased, free and untamed. So, instead of erasing his entire self and sealing his power on a fruit, she begged the gods to split Nika in half. A hat and a fruit. The fruit contained Joy Boy's strength and power, while the hat was his legacy, the key to liberate an era, to create a new one for the sake of being interesting and fun. Anyone who wore the hat, and was accepted by Joy Boy, was guaranteed to bring forth a new age. However, it had one major flaw. In exchange for bringing a new era, only one hat, Luffy and Law could remain on the realm. Law, having died once and returned, knew deep down how it was a necessity for the present to continue weaving without their presence. It wasn't their timeline, and it sure as hell wasn't their place to stay. So, the versions of Luffy and Law of a different future were no longer, and dissipated in a cloud of light. Thus, a captain who lost his crew had been lost by the very same ones. And, in his place, a man ignorant to a tale of blood and despair had woken up. Not a man who dreamed of death for the sake of reunion, but a boy who wished to become Pirate King. He opened his eyes to a man he did not recognize, but made his chest fill with complex and intense emotions. Such feelings were spilling in the form of tears, and dried by the stranger, with gentleness the man himself did now know he was capable of. Luffy laughed. How weird, I don't know why I want to cry when I look at you. I don't even know you. But I know I love you a lot. Law smiled. Yeah, me too.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.